Caught in the chaos, nowhere to run. The left and the right both come undone. Josh and Eli, truth in their veins, breaking the chains of partisan game. The branch of patriot, where do you stand? Lost in the storm, no promised land. Stuck in the middle, hear the cry. No red, no blue, just you and I. Stuck in the middle, the fire burns. Both sides crumble, no one learns. Wolves in the shadows, masks on their face, screaming their lies in the public space. Josh and Eli, shredding the lies, lighting the truth with blazing skies. Well, glad to patriot, call to the brave, fight for the reason, refuse to cave. Stuck in the middle, hear the cry. No red, no blue, just you and I. Stuck in the middle, the fire burns.
Hey now. Pew pew.
Heyo,
Heyo.
how do we do?
And we're off.
This is where I pretend that I can hear you well and just play off of
Yeah,
that
you're good.
entirely.
You're doing good. You're doing great. You're doing great.
All right.
Now, can you hear me a little better? And a little
Yeah,
better?
you know, totally.
And a little
fairly
better?
crisp. Yeah, no, we're I
There
think
we
we're good.
You know, you got to find the right volume to let the intro music ride over while you're talking a little bit. You know, you don't just gonna cut it off right away and then, you know, it's just have a little finesse. You know, that's all. There's a little finesse.
No, absolutely. It's only been maybe loosely 4+ years, but we're getting there.
It's close. Close. Yeah.
Getting there, by God.
Time will tell, I guess. Time will tell. Welcome to Stuck in the Middle. How y'all doing? We apologize for not being on Thursday, but we are trying our best to make up for Thursday on this fine day of Sat. Isn't that right, Eli?
Absolutely. And I like to always say it as if I were summoning Pokemon. Bushwatchers, engage. It's okay. This is a show that thrives on the people's opinions, and your word matters. Even if you agree, disagree, what have you, we're all about it. So welcome and join us as we cover, by God, what are we doing today?
Oh, there's a whole, I'm going to use a crazy word, a whole litany of things, right? Obviously, we got the big three up on the screen there. We got friends first, politics second. I think that might be a little more towards the middle of the show, depending on how we feel that out, but whatever. Candace Owens, she's back on Stuck in the Middle. Oh, no, we're talking about her again. We got one person who's going to love that. You guys are talking about Candace Owens again? again. You guys have fucking assholes again. Yeah, so, she said some shit. TPUSA said some shit. The whole Trump R-word saga going on right now, and a little more on that moron Tim Walz. Not to mention a new Biden gaffe. Not to mention, I think that's
another Biden gaffe.
I think we should start out with the Biden gaffe because this guy,
I think so,
could have almost been another go. He could have had another go at it. Luckily, that one debate kind of crushed him, and he's like, I gotta, Kamala, she's gonna take over for me, man. That's right. So I mean,
the coronation that never was. Thank God for that.
Oh, you're saying she wasn't primary? That's what? That's weird.
One of the worst things that could have ever happened to the DNC, and I'm glad it did. So
it's not going to wake him up, though. Like, everyone defends that. Like, anytime I've seen anyone pressed on that issue about, but Kamala wasn't voted for, it's like, no, but I would have. Like, that was always the thing. Well, I would have voted for her, but I did in the election. It's like, well, that's not what they're talking about. The primary, where, like, all the Democrats run and see who's the best Democrat. And that's usually what happens, and that's not what happened. Look at me talking about old news like if it's brand new. That's not what happened. We all know that, right?
Briefly on that nostalgia, one of my favorite parts about at that time debating people that were like waving the flag, oh, Kamala's going to be the best thing ever. I would just simply question what they knew about her literal work that she has done and all the terrible things that's on her record. They always never knew. And when you told them, didn't matter. They're just like, well, she's not Trump.
Yeah. I just want to point out, though, too, like that ignorance does cross the aisle because there are people who wouldn't tell you the things that Trump did wrong.
The truth? Or shout out Retribution saying Candace is trash. You demand.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. Oh, I got a little personal stake in this too, with Candace being a little just like, man, people just fall for it left and right. They left and right.
Help themselves, man. They won't even look up anything she says. When I ask if they vet any information, they just no, she says it. It's the word of God. Just
like we were all about to fall for this for a second term, old JB, old Joe Biden. I was talking to you earlier. Before we went onto the show, because we do prep as a good show does. And I mentioned to you that seeing this Biden gaffe, like Biden has a new gaffe out there. It's like, what? It's like a band, like they kind of retired. They haven't been around for a little bit, but they just released a new single. You're like, oh, I got to check the new Biden single out. Let me hear that shit. I bet it slaps. Brother, I'll tell you what, that shit slaps. It does not disappoint. Biden dropped some hot fire. Here we go. The new Biden gaffe of 2025. Did we have one of 2024? Did we? I don't think we did.
I will loosely assume and put money on
somewhere.
It we did.
Yeah, you know what? If I was a betting man, I'd bet like you because that's the best way to go. So here is, in all its glory, the new Biden gaffe. You ready?
Bring that on.
Tell me you're ready. Okay, here we go.
We just have to get up. As long as we keep the faith.
I've heard this song before. It starts out with the whisper. I love it. We just gotta get out. We just gotta lose some faith, man. Come on, man.
That's his R&B phase.
Yeah, it's really starting off like, oh, I know this Joe Biden. This is getting good. This is sounding good.
We just have to get up. As long as we keep the faith, summon hope, and get back up and remember who in the hell we are. We're the only.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry to pause it right before. Oh my God. Well, hang on. He is looking more and more like that fucking puppet from Jeff Dunham, dude. He's looking more and more like the Walter puppet. Every day this man lives. Damn it, I can't. I'll try to get a better.
You're trying to tell me that's not the same person.
Come on, man. You see that guy?
You're just showing a picture of Biden.
That's
Josh.
Joe Biden.
They're the same thing.
It is.
Gotcha.
Corporate wants you to tell the difference between these two pictures. It's the same thing.
Say Southern pagan princess saying Candace didn't back down. She is under a gag order by a judge. Fascinating. Hold that thought.
Yeah, hold that thought. We'll get there.
We got something for you.
Because Eli, correct me if I'm wrong, but it does kind of sound like she backed out.
Just a bit.
Okay.
What's the quote? I'll debate them anytime, anywhere.
Ooh,
yeah, something like that. Okay.
I'll take things that aged not well for 500, Eli.
You win the whole game.
Yes. All right, finally, we'll get to it.
The sweet serenade of Biden. Yes.
Now, remember, the country we live in is the United States of, say it with me, America, right? You got it? Say it. Just
America.
America. Okay.
America.
As long as
got it
we
right.
keep the faith, summon hope, and get back up and remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. That's who we are.
Of Americata?
Was that like a mix of an Italian dish he had once on the set of The Sopranos? Like Americana.
Yeah, the United States of America.
Do that again.
The United States of America is a difficult situation here. We live in America, Tony. What are you doing?
It was kind of a mix of almost America and Canada, as Cephas points out.
Like, and then I also, like, in the same breath, like, it does sound like America and Canada, but as you point out, I also felt like if I question it, I'd get my kneecaps broken. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. I think we now have more context regarding the corn pop relationship here.
It's the mafia.
They were La Cosa Nostra.
La Cosa Nostra, America.
There we are. We're the United States of America. That's who we are. We're the U.S. And there's nothing. I mean, we just have to.
I mean
hear the nervousness and the clapping.
I know. Oh shit, he fucked up again. Oh shit. Yeah. Great job, sir. You're doing great. Fuck. Can someone trank him yet? You know what I mean? They're waiting for the. All right, he's going to bed. We got him. Oh shit. What was it called?
Sassy Toxin.
Sassy Toxin.
Editor's note: for full context of inside jokes, go back about 6 episodes and find out.
It could be more than that. It could be more than that by now.
I know, yeah. I'm just throwing a number.
We almost had that guy again, and then the person that he was like, you know what? You're just as good as me, kid. We almost had his protege, Kamala Harris. One Kamala Harris. Ugh. If we're sticking on the Biden thing real quick, I just want to remember last week we showed, I forget, it's not Sanjay Gupta, but it was another Gupta where he was like, oh, Biden's perfectly fine, but Trump, it was juxtaposed like a few years apart.
Yeah, you're talking about the very doctor that publicly told us how Biden was doing just superb.
Swimmingly.
And then he is saying at current Trump, we have a lot of concerns about Trump's health.
Yeah. He's like, listen, there's ever been an old guy that I've seen before that you should be concerned about? It's Donald Trump. It's like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not the Amerigotti guy. Come on, Amerigotti.
No, Amerigotti. Come on. That's code for, I got it together. Don't you worry about a thing. Again, look, Trump has been the most heavy-handed active president. Say what you will if you don't like what he's doing. He's clearly got it together enough to do some shit, and I happen to support quite a bit of it.
Don't you like how they used Joe Biden's stutter as a reason why he would say Amerigotti? Like, no, it's okay. He's got a stutter.
Oh, yeah.
No, he said Amerigotti. He didn't say America. He said Amerigotti. Where's the stutter there? No, he's got a stammer.
Personally, I've done no looking into the defense of how he talks now.
There was no defense for what he talks now, but if you recall during his presidency, the whole Joe Biden had a stammer, had a stammer, has a stutter was a big, hullabaloo over like, you're just making fun of a guy with a stutter, man.
Yeah, and they try to do the shaming there.
Yeah, guilt trip.
Evat, yes, Trump's part of history will now be a dark, heinous scandal. I would love to get
Which part?
Context. But yeah, can you specify? What's up, Mike? Good to see you, brother.
You made the claim.
We cover this ad nauseum, just saying if and when there is something credible with the foundation and evidence and cooperation, we'll cover it. I will condemn the man. I will apologize for voting for him. But by God, if you're going on about the Epstein thing, not a single one of the women and survivors has said anything more than he was a gentleman. He never flirted with me. So on and so forth. So
there it is, right there. Let's see. Yes, Trump's part of history will now be a dark, heinous scandal. Proof. Let me see. Not to say that's not the case, but when you just say things like the burden of proof is on you for making such a claim. So, are you sure that EVAT 2566 is talking about the Epstein thing, or is it just more than that?
Oh, that was speculation. If you got something even juicier, either write a book or call the media or let us know.
Ooh, I like that.
And if you're really invested, just type one, EVAT. Just type one, hit enter, and we'll confer about getting the phone lines up. So we
Hell
can have
yes, we
discussion.
will. Hell yes, we will. So here's Nicole Wallace, and she's about to do the thing Mr. Gupta did, as we saw from last week.
There's a growing and insidious trend in right-wing media, broadcast, print, and social media. It is to take highly misleading and selectively edited videos of President Biden directly from Republican National Committee social media accounts.
There's a growing trend in right-wing media to be misleading from right-wing accounts to show him in misleading. Like, that's her. Like, it's not going to age well for her in a moment. It's not going to age well at all.
And then use those videos and
Sorry, say it again.
Impossible.
No.
It's not gonna, something that a talking head, pundit, politician, or one of the people we're told to trust is going to say something that in the future doesn't age well. Now,
Speaking of not aging well, look at the girl on the right.
Yeah, no, sincerely, that's the first thing I noticed, and I was alarmed.
Yeah, they're a few
Oh,
years
and
apart.
just a quick
Do it.
note, just a note to anybody that's watching for the first time, perhaps. We are stuck in the middle. We always try to find something on the left and the right to call out. I voted for Trump twice. I used to support Bernie Sanders. The fella right there, that's my buddy Josh, my brother. He has not voted for Trump. It just so happens that, well, whatever falls on our lap, we will criticize. So just know that. Just know that.
So
we try no bias.
Leo Stowicki. I will give you this. Draft dodger, sure. Rapist, I need proof. Liar, I need proof. Scumbag, sure. You know what I mean? Like, I can't, his character, a scumbag isn't like an accusation. Liar, sure. But like rapist, give us some proof. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
and we're going to get to that. Don't worry. We'll get to that because the whole friends first, politics second is going to cover some of these things because there were some accusations made that we also need to kind of explore for ourselves. Just like maybe you don't know. Maybe you've had somebody in your life that has brought up these accusations about Trump to you, and you're kind of befuddled as how to respond to that. We will give you a way to respond. We will give you certain things to have in your toolbox to respond to people who say things like this. So if you bear with us, we will get there. We will get there. Leo Stowicki, sir, if you don't mind.
Just a call out to any of you that has gone through some of the things that we're going to cover, that you have spoken with a friend or family member that is so emotionally invested, and all you do is try to speak civilly and rely on facts, things that are corroborated and proven. We have an example to show you. Just want to let you know. You're not alone.
insidious trend in right-wing media, broadcast, print, and social media. It is to take highly misleading and selectively edited videos of President Biden directly from Republican National Committee social media accounts and then use those videos to spread messages virally to cast doubt on President Biden's fitness for office. All this comes
to cast doubt on President Biden's fitness for office. Now, are you ready for the same lady to possibly hypocrite herself? You cool with that? You cool with that?
I mean, I'm in a world of believing this is impossible, but
I know.
Go on.
That's why I was prepping you. I was letting you know sometimes the impossible is fucking possible, sir. So just
consider me ready. And Donnie Willis, nobody here said Trump never lied. That would be you.
Yeah.
All right.
Seriously, again, that's a character thing. That's something coming from incredulity. Like it's very incredulous. I don't believe him. You know, like it's not necessarily like sure he's a liar. Gotcha. That doesn't necessarily negate facts in other cases.
It's as simple as this.
We'll get there.
In their little hearts and minds, they believe because he's an asshole, that means everything that he's ever been accused of is true. False, but okay.
Yeah. Alec, yeah, okay. We'll get there.
We will. We will.
I'm all
All
over
this
the place.
comes amid some comprehensive news reporting about Trump's decline, an in-depth analysis of the intersection between hard data and what we, the people, can see with our own eyes.
So in one breath, she's like, "Nuh-uh, this is misleading," and then in the other breath, because it is Trump, she's like, "See, we can see it with our own eyes, and the data, it's pretty damning." So oh, now it's left. It's both.
She went through the mental checklist and hit all the boxes. All right, Republican, orange man, I have TDS and disagree with everything he says. Yep, he's not well, doctor.
But let's be truthful here too, right? Fox News would take something like they would take a Biden thing, right? And they'd be like, "Look how bad he is," and then they take this something similar that Trump did and be like, "Look, he's perfectly peachy, everything's fine." So
That's the name of the game.
both sides do it. It's very apparent, but for whatever reason, it does happen more often with Trump. It does.
Yeah. I mean, if you're referring to like outside of Fox News, where they find anything and drag it on and try to make a nothing burger into a fucking steak, yes.
And that's another thing friends do. Like, just because you defend a point or point out something, you're now accused of being a Trump voter, a Trump dick rider, a Trump defender. It's like, no, I just like to stick in reality, in things that are logical, in facts. I'm not trying to be condescending, but we'll get there. I'm not like, this is not a shot at this clip. It's more so a preface to when we get into some other things, because it's just, like, that's the thing. The second you defend this fucking guy, you're persona non grata. That means you voted for him. That means you're a piece of shit. You're a PDF defender. You're an SA defender. Like, why do you defend this guy's character? Look at his character. His character should tell you everything you need to know about this guy.
One of my personal favorite examples in recent memory, unfortunately, is during the days of the COVID. If you were just critical of that specific vaccine, you were lambasted as an anti-vaxxer. You hated all vaccines, and that's what they do with Trump and pretty much literally everything else.
And if you remember, during COVID, that's when it was politicized, the phrase, "do your own research." Remember that? Remember when people got mad at other people who, quote, did their own research? And right now, that's totally gone out the window, because now all those same motherfuckers who were saying that, they pull up the most bullshit news article to try to prove their opinion now. Now they're the same fuckers, and the people who they were criticizing earlier weren't necessarily pulling up bullshit news articles. They were just pulling up other science-related things. They're pulling up like, justthebluefacts.com. See? They know what story. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, come on. There's no standard.
Right? Nope. You were pointing out, there was a time we were trying to point out different studies and data, and now, it's gone so far. Just so wild. And that's why Candace Owens is thriving.
Yeah, exactly. And then real quick, how about just for fun, right? A little quick recap, if you don't mind, of the Biden administration.
That's a transitory thing.
And the fun people we had to deal with. And don't worry, I'm sure we'll get a Trump one eventually, and all the fun people in the Trump administration. But for right now, just look back at the nostalgia.
Well, I really doubt that we're going to see an inflationary cycle. That's
She doubts we're going to see inflation.
It's a transitory thing.
Is infrastructure fun?
Yeah, absolutely.
Booty Jews.
Why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things.
The border is closed. The border is secure. The border is closed. The border is secure.
United States protect.
He's crying. He was crying.
Details on that, Jackie. You're gonna have to let me get back to you on that.
You did that.
Who will be held accountable for this? This embarrassment.
Again, I take full responsibility.
Thank you, sir.
And we are in a strong,
stronger
economically than we have been in history.
We are more strong. I can't even say it. We are more strong than we have been economically since history. But they're mad at Trump at being hyperbolic. Love it. This is the best part. This right here, the next 21 seconds of just Joe Biden going, where am I going, man? I'm gonna walk with you, all right? We're gonna do this, all right?
Oh, these are the hits. Okay.
These are the hits right
In
here.
history.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at him just walking. He doesn't know. I'm gonna follow this guy. All right, man. All right, then. Look at this walking.
Straight fire.
The big guy.
This was my favorite sitcom.
He doesn't even know where he's going. He's just walking, you know? Look at him. He's so happy.
You may as well have been on fire, too.
Yeah. I wish I could look at life like Joe Biden looks at life sometimes. Like, you just walk around like, oh, man, this is fantastic. I love me lollipops. You know?
That's something that I equally, ignorantly wish I could, be that ignorant, but also knowing the harm that would do to everybody I care about.
Mind you, I said I want to look at life like Joe Biden does, not also be the president at the same time. I just want to look at life like, yeah. I just want to have his outlook on life. It's fantastic. Everything's just like, oh, this is great, man. Come on. Having a great time.
Even taking him off the seat of power and just being like Biden as a regular guy that has his 9 to 5 and has people that he loves.
Right.
I fear how bad that would be for everybody that depends on me. That's all in small terms. Yes.
So what do you feel like getting into first, right? We got, we got friends first, politics second. We got Candace Owens backing out. We got the whole Trump R word and Tim Walz saga. You tell me where you want to dip your feet into first. Man, it's a heavy one. We got some good ins. We got some good, I almost feel like how does the chat feel? I feel like what is it? How about this? Maybe should we make a poll? Should we make a poll?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, thank you all for joining us. We always rely on the support of all of you that engage and are not afraid to. It's okay to have different opinions. We're always battling censorship to a degree. There's a lot of people that may take issue with our very channel. Please feel free. Just hit the like button, subscribe if you'd like to, and catch some more Stuck in the Middle 2 days a week, 9:30 Eastern Standard.
Let's see. No, you got to keep going so I can make the poll.
Oh, okay. Well,
read the chat real quick.
Let's read this in real time because I have not. Let's see. Do a knife. Excellent name. You going to have to let go to pass because we got problems in our future. Agreed. That we got to deal with right now. Agreed. But you guys are probably not real thinkers on that. Wow. Thank you for just chiming in and jumping in perhaps for the first time and already assessing and assuming that you know the entirety of everything we stand for and believe. It is thinkers like you that make discourse so pleasant. God bless you. Let's see if we align. Hell, feel free to call in if you'd like, because we do always engage in discourse with the public.
All right. Okay. So we got no to Candace. So the problem is I can only make 2 questions in the poll. That kind of sucks. It's like a yes or no thing. I thought I could make 4.
I was going to say it's like this, guys. Let me try to spell it out. Josh, tell me if I'm doing this accurately. We have a whole, we're invested. This happened in our lives. Friends that we've had for decades upon decades. And recently, sadly, I'm sure this is where a lot of you may relate to us because of politics. All of a sudden, the friendship has just disappeared. So it's getting into that and then getting broader regarding that, inviting all of you in open lines, or Josh and I can go a little ham on Candace Owens.
Let's do the Candace. Fuck it. We're going Candace. Let's go Candace. We're going to start at that. Yeah, it does. It does. So let's start with, one of the first things, while I pull this newest video up from TPUSA, we're going to start at the beginning of this whole thing because TPUSA just issued essentially a debate, a challenge to Candace Owens for her to come out on December 15th. We're going to go ahead and recap that. But if you notice, for about a week or so, week or two even, we've kind of been quiet on the Candace Owens front. And I would kind of attribute that to just like, she has nothing new yet. There's always like, I got something for you tomorrow, and it's a little bit more of a lead. It's a little bit more of that. And it just never ends up being like this thing that she promises. She's made so many inferences. She's made so many claims right now that it's just like, it almost feels like she's trying to throw shit at a wall to see which one sticks, which is not a bad technique, because if you're really trying to find the truth, right? If that's your real goal, like, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You're trying to see, you're trying to essentially break down the facade in which is hiding the truth. I'm throwing this, I'm throwing that, I'm throwing this, I'm throwing that. That's fine. That's fine with me. But then you're given this out, all right, all the noise you've been making, let's have it. TPUSA finally responds to you. And they say, all right, okay, no problem. You've been making a lot of noise. We want to have you on, and we want to debate some of these claims. She ends up saying, nah, no. So we'll start from the beginning, but that's what she says. So if she's really about the truth, and it's always about, and it was honestly about throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks first, and then finally something stuck, right? But now she's not going to go check it out. She's too nervous in person. Come on, man. We know what this is. She wants the views, not them. That's why she doesn't want to go on their show.
That's the optic I'm siding with. I can be persuaded. Okay, my mind is malleable. It's necessary to be as such, to be on a show like this. What I wanted to add regarding Miss Candace is supporting her is like supporting somebody that's going to do nothing but edge, right? She's always saying that, and she's been doing nothing but a lot of puffing her chest. So yes, I've heard a lot of the defenses, she was only given 24 hours. I recall a clip once upon a time. I'll debate them anytime, any place, anywhere.
Hell, even tomorrow. So
literally.
Yeah. I don't know if you're going to say it, but so why is, and we will get into it. We'll cover it all, but why is TPUSA and then giving them in her words, an ultimatum that, lasts for 24 hours? Like, hey, we tweeted you at 12 a.m. You have 24 hours to respond. Yet she can say, I'll debate you tomorrow. So why is taking 24 hours to respond to their tweet to acknowledge that that's what she wants to do? Why is that bad when right before that, weeks before, days before, she said, anywhere, anytime, name a place? And her excuse is, well, that's during my podcast.
Yeah, see, now that doesn't bite or jive with me whatsoever, because if I'm going to interpret her saying, I'm assuming she said something to that effect, well, I'm doing the show is more important.
We'll get into the tweets.
Saying, I'm sorry, say again?
No, I'll say we'll get into the tweets. Like her back and forth with Blake or Bill Neff, we'll get into those tweets. Like, we got those.
Okay. To me, what she's pretty much saying is, I love my money, and not only do I love my money, but if I do this debate in the manner that has been requested, where she'd have to answer for everything, if I dare call it a grift,
it's over.
I know I do believe her heart is in the game, but there's other elements. You can agree or disagree. I know there's supporters of Candace Owens in here. Everybody's welcome here. But I am saying that I think, personally, my opinion, is she fears that this could lead to the end of her being able to endlessly speculate without having to provide anything credible.
1,000%. And it would be the last hoorah that's not on her channel. So, she doesn't want to let it go. And this is a really good example of that, because, again, we'll get to it. Now she's going to live stream their live stream.
Yeah. Brilliant tactic. By the way, this is such
horrible
a
tactic.
Danny Ninja. All right, you guys are idiots. Just type 1 and enter in the chat.
You want to call in Danny Ninja? Tell us why.
Yes.
Tell us why we're idiots, Danny. Please.
Stand on your 10 toes and school us. Give us a good what for. Why we're idiots, because we have the opinions that we're openly sharing on a public platform. Please explain to us. You'll have the floor, sir.
And Danny, a lot of people do hide behind text. They hide behind their username, and that's not unless it's not a shot at you, but one out of 10 people when they make a comment like that, they end up calling. 9 out of 10 people end up not calling. So if Danny wants to call in, we'd love to have you call in and tell us why we're stupid. We're not going to cut you off. We're not going to overtalk you. We don't do shit like that there. Like, if anything, if you had a good point, we're going to listen to you. If you start with the ad hominem bullshit and that's your only debate tactic is just to call us names, not to address something, it's a different story. But until then, let's keep an eye on the chat and see if people want to have Danny call in. So here's TPUSA. Finally, over literally almost 3 months now, they haven't addressed Candace at all, and this is them addressing her. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was just checking an allegation. Okay, good. Go on, please.
I want to use this segment at the top of this hour to say something important, something very important. For the past 2.5 months, there is a topic that has flooded our Freedom inbox. It has been nonstop on social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show. You probably already know what I'm talking about, which shows just how ubiquitous it has been. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people.
It's pissing me off now.
Was there some visual issues that anybody else is seeing per chance?
What's that? Talk to me.
I'm watching. Okay, no, it's all right. On the YouTube channel, it looks like we're blinking in and out and scrolling like left to right. But that I hope that's only me. If that's only me, guys, if it's just whatever on my end, please hit 1 in the chat. Please, that'd be great.
We're blinking or scrolling left to right. Huh? Let's see.
Yeah, just me watching the YouTube. It's 5x5. I don't know. If no
I
one's
see it fine on my
anything,
side. I see it fine on my side.
All right. Well, good. Thank God. Then it's just me. So please continue. My apologies. And Mikey, if you're saying change the subject, we are gonna be critical.
Yeah,
wait, the glare off the guy's head is. Everybody's saying 1 in the chat. What does that mean? That I'm right? Yeah,
I have no idea. I'm looking at it. I mean, they could be fucking with us. I'm looking at my side. Look.
Okay. All right. Let me see. So I don't know. Like there's Mikey, people I trust. Oh, it's fine. All right. Let's continue. My apologies.
Yeah, I have no fucking
My apologies.
What is pissing me off about this guy is how he ends his sentence with upswing, and then Charlie Kirk, and then once that was pointed out, I cannot not hear us. And he's trying to be some like false intellectual guy because like he's used to hearing other smart people talk, so he's trying to capture their inflection when they talk about like good points. He's just not doing that, but he still has the upspeak.
Fella that I'm sorry. Please finish, and then I'll add my caveat.
No, go ahead.
Is this the fellow that was chosen to have that debate with Candace? This individual?
I don't think he's the debate guy, but for whatever reason, they chose him to put out this message to her. I think it was a bad choice.
Yeah, but out of all the people, I've seen him speak once before. He doesn't have I don't know, a strong presence, but
yes, exactly. Like, great point. There's no oomph here. Like he's trying to counter Candace when Candace is like up here compared to this guy. Candace has so much more weight and gravitas and just more oomph over this guy that you're just like, this guy's like, well.
Right.
I don't know.
Perhaps that in and of itself is like the strategy to show that they don't want the gravitas, that they just want to be more grounded. But that's just, you got to read a little too deep into it.
Yeah. Okay. I think at this point, it would be bad to not have some type of gravitas. It would be bad not to hit back at Candace with the amount of shit that she's thrown at TPUSA. Make a joke about her. Crack a little wise about her. Be a little smart ass about her. Like show like it's a little bullshit that what she's doing. The way you kind of sit there and cower and kind of talk quietly seems like you might be guilty of something. There's like a little bit of like a truth here. But let's I'm gonna start it over.
Let's see what he's got.
We wanted to use this segment at the top of this hour to say something important, something very important. For the past 2.5 months, there is a topic that has flooded our Freedom inbox. It has been nonstop on social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show.
Did he really call it the Freedom inbox? He said that? Did he say that?
He did, didn't he? Oh, God.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, this fella. You know what?
Right.
It would almost be comedic to watch him try to, I don't want to say debate. And he, like you said, it's probably not the guy.
It's
It would
it's
probably
not.
be-
Right. It's going to be like him and a bunch of Charlie's friends. It's not going to be one person. Whereas if Candace did go there, I don't know if she was allowed to bring anybody, but that, that would be uncomfortable. If I went to an in-person debate and I was only one on my side and they had like 10 people kind of kicking around topics, I'd be like, oh, this is a little intimidating.
That's a point to the Candace defenders, if you will, that she could use that in her argument, even though she spent quite a bit of time pumping that chest saying,
As one
she's got
person,
this.
as a single person. She,
Right.
like, I mean, like so she's already set her own grounds as look at what I'm doing by myself. I'm not.
She set the parameters and they responded in those parameters.
Granted, she kind of tries to use her audience as like her helpers. Like, see, it's a very good marketing ploy, man. We're in this together. You're helping me out. Like, I love these words. That's why
Do you
you're
remember
donate
the
more.
term she gave to her audience?
Oh
Remember?
no, what was it?
So when they help her,
unofficial. Oh, what was it? Yeah,
she,
yeah.
and one of them was the pregnant woman. It was her something agency.
Yeah, it was like the unofficial, like it was like the un-CIA, or it was like the unofficial.
Yeah, something to that degree. But
like
anyways,
the non-central intelligence agency or something like that.
That's
something
correct.
like that. Yeah,
that's
yeah,
I think that
yeah.
social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show. You probably already know what I'm talking about, which shows just how ubiquitous it has been. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for this show.
I mean, when this first dropped, this was big because since Charlie was unalive, they have not mentioned a word about her on this show. So the fact that now, they're giving in, so to speak, she's getting through, so to speak, is kind of big. Like she's the one making the claims, and by no means do they have to, not corroborate her claims. Like, she's the one who has the burden of proof by making these claims. But this guy is going to do something similar where he's going to say, well, no, that's a lie. And it's like, okay, brother, well, you got to show us why that's a lie then. You know what I mean? Like,
just to give her a little bit of flowers here, some of her claims has been compelling. It's just when it comes to that 100% concrete evidence, when it's lacking, I'm personally upset as a consumer.
Yeah, but compelling to me is different than like compelling to me is entertainment. When something is compelling, it's entertainment, and that's usually all it has been with her. Is it's been compelling, and she'll give you like these inferences of Egyptian planes and this and that, and it kind of stops there. It stops at compelling because there's never really usually more hard evidence behind that compelling statement.
Do you remember, this is a long time ago, when she went on Joe Rogan? She references that time as she was young, naive, didn't know the game, so to speak, but she went there, made a statement, and looked really bad.
What'd she say?
Stuck with her.
What'd she say?
She said something about climate change, and it was very, very critical of it. And Joe Rogan at the time, and that was when I was still a loyal fan of his, just kind of picked her apart and kind of coerced her to get up against the corner and admit, I don't know anything about the subject. I just said I disagree with it. That's it. I don't know anything about it. That's a clip. You can find it. I feel she's a little bit more polished now, but we'd see another version of that. Again, I know that there are people in here that love her, that say she's right, but to have the opportunity to prove that, show that, and to just step back and say, nah, I'm going to do my show and make that bread. Come on.
Side note here, you're talking about climate change. Did you see, we're not going to get into it, but did you see Bill Gates, like, completely did a 180 on climate? Like, that was the guy who was like, climate change is going to kill everybody. Now he's like, nah. You see that?
That makes me nervous.
Bro, it's great. He's like, nah, it's fine. It's not the number one threat facing humanity anymore. He's like, nah. Bill Gates, 180.
Okay, he's not being completely insincere because he is one of the number one threats to humanity. So,
yeah.
okay.
Hell yeah. Gil Bates,
Yeah.
Heyo. All right.
people at Turning Point Action and people who work for this show. She has made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees. She has suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died.
That's another thing, too. It's like, we take her for her word that she's a close confidant to Charlie Kirk. Okay. So why then does that trump the other side, Turning Point USA, and his other close confidants on that side? Why are we to take her word over their word when they're both close confidants? Like, that logically doesn't make sense. Like, to choose one side over the other. I don't,
I think this is actually a very important point you just brought up. I don't think anybody here will deny that there was a time that Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens were very close. We know how public their falling out was. I followed it because I followed Charlie Kirk for a very long time. They may have started to talk again, but we can't sit here and pretend that the very people on TPUSA weren't so much closer to Charlie Kirk day in, day out than Candace Owens.
As close, right? I mean, what if they were equal? You know, like, at the very least, we'll give them that. Well, you have that benefit that they're equal. We're not going to say TPUSA was more close, Candace, like, they were equal. So then why is one side's criticism greater than the other side's denial? It doesn't make sense to me.
Because one side is saying everything I've ever wanted to hear, and I love it so much that I throw $500 every 5 minutes away as she reads 4 sponsored ad reads.
You know, like, it's almost like you wonder if she's getting played by some of the people telling her, keep going, you're doing great. Like, you wonder if she's kind of fallen into some kind of money trap that, like, hey, look, you're helping dismantle TPUSA, one of the big things that got Donald Trump elected this past year. Now you're inadvertently helping taking that down, ripping that apart. What does 2028 look like now that you've completely given TPUSA this facade of mistrust?
That's actually very interesting. I'm going to complete speculation, baseless edging, like Candace Owens sometimes does.
Yeah, you're
Or
allowed.
I'm just asking questions. You know, it is no secret that her husband, at the very least, and we've seen her in the interviews doing softball questions with the Tate brothers. The close association of the Tate brothers and her husband is something that they seem to try to avoid talking about ad nauseum. And remember, I'm freestyling here. I'm not saying anything as a fact. What if there's some aspect or person they've met through that circle that has an invested interest in lessening TPUSA's influence? Just throwing it out there. This is what she does.
That's exactly what she does. You're allowed to infer shit like that. And she goes one step further because she, like, totes the line of inference into accusation, but never fully makes the accusation, but allows you to kind of, like, remember Louis C.K.? Like, he said, like, this joke, and I forgot it was. He's like something about, like, you can't say the N-word, but when you say N-word, you make me think of the word.
Yeah.
You made me just think the N-word by, like, so it's like that's what she's doing. Like, she's saying everything just shy of the accusation. So then you make the accusation in your own head, and then you can see what Candace said, and she'd be like, oh, I never said that.
Wow, that's like a little bit of a psyop. That's like via proxy. I'm making you say the thing that you would want to avoid to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
it's intriguing.
MK Ultra. All right. Well, a little more of this. There's not much, but well, I lied. There's maybe about a minute and a half.
Here, I'll throw this out there. Not one more time, but guys, I'm watching the battle of the ratio. There are people that simply do not like that were critical of certain people. In this case, Candace Owens. Feel free and help us with that battle. Hit the like button if you'd like to, and subscribe. Now, let's get back into it, sir.
Bam.
McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. She has suggested Michael is not his real name. It is. I have seen his birth certificate myself. She has called it suspicious that Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was murdered, which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events.
So again, this is one of my critiques right now is, like, I'm trying to be fair here. You know, Candace has made all these claims, right? And she hasn't had or held her feet to the fire as far as, well, now back up these claims. Well, now kind of, you know, TPUSA is doing the same thing. Maybe we'll get a better explanation on the 15th, but goddamn, it's been, you know, 3 months now. Can we have a little more than just you saying, no, that's not it? Can you guys provide us a little more? Granted, it's not on them to provide that, but in his counter, now he kind of should be. Maybe that's what we'll get on December 15th.
Yes, it would actually make perfect sense if that would be their position, to, you know, derail all of the inferences with actual fact. Absolutely.
But then we'll also get a little more of a reasoning as to why maybe they've taken so long to address this.
Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was murdered, which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events. Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual, and its details suggested a, quote, inside job. She has claimed that foreign aircraft have followed Erica Kirk around the country and that Turning Point has lied about this happening. She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died. She has suggested Charlie's security team intentionally denied him first aid after the shooting to ensure that he died. She has raised suspicions about the head of our technical team because he took an SD card out of a camera. She has spread absurd claims that Tyler Boyer, who we just had on the show, sexually abuses male interns. She has suggested that TPUSA faith-affiliated pastors, like theologian Frank Turek, who we'll have on in a moment, and Pastor Rob McCoy, are part of a military, quote, infiltration of Turning Point, either because they are veterans or because they have family members who are. Even if not everyone has been named specifically, though, Candace has effectively tarred everyone here with complicity in Charlie's death by repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone. She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved.
She says it all the time. He was betrayed by everyone.
By people, yeah, I can confirm that it's people on the inside, but when it comes to the receipts...
There's no receipts.
And while we're on this very part, I want to read this comment, and I just want to see if you have anything you'd like to respond with. So, Nami Ned, whatever, pathetic LL, Candace investigates. What are you doing? Bitching? We want the truth no matter what. So, yeah, at the cost of what? Somebody just that continues to... I'll say her investigation is claiming she has sources and never revealing them, using her decentralized, uncentralized, unofficial audience as people that send her shit. But when it comes to actual cold hard facts and being able to corroborate it, have a consensus about it where it's no longer a question, she falls short.
She investigates like 10% and then starts to make assumptions off that 10%. Like she doesn't really investigate. I mean, maybe she does, but everything she said thus far are assumptions. And she doesn't have much to back up those assumptions and or claims. Like, he just went over the litany of things that she's accused him of. It's all over the fucking place. And not one of those things has any evidence that is really, really well substantiated. It's just strictly claims, just like our crazy ass lefty friends like to do with Trump. Here's a no, it's just my emotion. I believe it's correct. Beliefs don't work, man. We need facts.
I have no intention to insult those of you that are huge fans of Candace Owens. We're all entitled to that, okay? I am an on and off fan. Okay, I just try to hold everybody accountable. I am personally making the comparison of people with TDS to people that blindly support her. I see a parallel.
And it's the same thing. It's so stupid that you'd have to defend yourself. Like, there are many good things that Candace has said that we've covered. We're specifically talking about her coverage on Charlie Kirk. If you're going to take this to heart and get butthurt over some of these things that we're saying about her assertions and assumptions, then, like, you're too invested in it. Or you're only taking her word for it and not looking beyond the Candace Owens news.
Just go make a Reddit and ban anybody that's saying things you don't like, because get out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
All right.
Quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone. She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth. She has made claims of financial impropriety and fraud at Turning Point, adding up into the millions of dollars, which, again, is not true. Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and he signed off on every expense report and literally every single bill paid by the organization down to a single United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline.
My hope is on the 15th of December when this happens, that they, for the love of God, they bring receipts and they back up these claims, because right now they essentially said, Candace, you're crazy, and we're going to debate you. So now the burden of proof is also on them, because they've now kind of chimed in and said, whoa, hold up. Now we got, well, okay, now we need to see why that's a lie in your eyes. You know,
if in fact they follow up, they could potentially, even though I do believe she has gaslit so many people into blindly following her, I do believe that. I don't believe you're an enemy or a villain. But they could topple this era of Candace. Right now, she's number one.
She's not number one. She's not number one.
Okay, well, she's been doing very well, and she was number one on the charts.
On what chart? There was one chart. There was like one.
That one time.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just going off of how constantly I see people that support her throwing that she's number one, she's doing the best, she's amazing, she's better than everybody. Not saying that that's true. I'm just saying it's being said.
She's entertaining. It's good. She's entertaining, you know, and she makes you feel like you're involved. And, you know, it feels like you're on the precipice. Precipice. Jesus, I said precipice.
You did.
Say it again. Precipice?
Precipice.
Precipice of new information. I should not use big words like that.
No.
This late
never
at night.
again.
She's on the verge of new information, right on the tip. And she makes everyone feel like, oh, we're getting this new information from a podcaster. Woo! It's like, it's the same thing people were making fun of Joe Rogan for a while.
Correct.
Oh, you watch, you get your news from Joe Rogan? It's like, oh, now you get your Charlie Kirk news from Candace Owens? Okay.
At the very least, I remember Joe Rogan at that time would show results, studies, data. I have yet to see, other than like tweets and that weird muffled interview of the guy with the French accent claiming to be, I don't know, a hitman or something. All I'm seeing is just inference after inference without anything being exactly what it should be, which is the source.
Yeah. And there's never any like going back over things she was wrong about, or like revisiting things she may have misspoke on. She just kind of forgets it. Let's just keep going, and we're just going to focus on the thing that I'm right on. It's like, you know, that's
I dare say
not genuine.
Yes. The important thing that I think anybody that dares hit a live button to utilize a platform, humility is one of the most important things. And somebody being able to apologize or admit they're wrong means a lot to me. And I never see that on her end.
Yeah.
So either she's right every fucking time when she's literally speculating 98% of the time, or there's room for error.
She's up her own butt. Let's keep going here.
United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline. Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point, in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out, because from the start, there has been nothing there. The attacks and allegations from Candace are either lies or they are innuendos thrown around with a total, reckless disregard for the truth, so that Candace can manipulate and string along an audience of people who don't realize they are being played. Instead of being able to grieve properly after one of the most heinous murders in American history, a murder many of us had to witness, my friends have had to endure harassment from people who have gotten whipped up by what Candace is saying. In fact, I would say we have suffered more harassment from these people than we have from Antifa supporters who overtly celebrate Charlie's murder. And just like a lot of those Antifa members, many of these people take this delight in how gross and unpleasant they can be. What our friends have had to endure is not funny, and it's not insignificant. It is evil. I have seen it. For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond. People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show. But for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons. First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission. Reviving America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to tear you down and sow discord. Lastly, we didn't respond because Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing. But a week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's murder. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends, and she continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country. And far too often, we here have heard from ordinary people, people who loved Charlie and who Charlie loved so much in return. These people have expressed the worry that we are staying silent out of cowardice or as some sort of tacit admission that some of the attacks are true. Neither is the case. Our silence has never been, and it will never be, equal to complacency or approval. Still, we decided Charlie would not allow this to go on. Charlie was not a coward. Charlie was a fighter. Charlie would not.
And you're not Charlie, unfortunately, so it's not coming across like strong as it should be, but it's almost done.
I mean, at the very least, you can tell he's upset. But
yeah.
No, he's no great orator.
No.
I did pause a specific comment, and I missed so much as a result because we don't have to address these every time, but another one I'm going to read. All right, John Lee and Music. She didn't say 2/3 of what he claims. She did. Okay, now try to type in English. She did. Can you too? Wouldn't know either because you're just couch quarterbacking with no actual knowledge of what she has said. Obviously, from your comments.
John is his name John? She's inferred all of these things, John. You would be incorrect. Maybe you're not paying attention because she's 100% inferred most of these things. So I don't know where you're getting your information from, but that's the whole thing she's doing. She's throwing shit at a wall and seeing which piece of shit sticks first. And I don't mean that negatively, but she has a lot of assertions out there, and she's hoping one of them sticks. And what better way to keep your grift alive if you don't then address the shit you've been throwing at the wall? You're just going to live stream the people streaming your shit wall, and they're like, no, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. And like, it's not going to be a back and forth. Like, what better tell of that than her not going to their show in Phoenix?
Think about how insulting this is, by the way, of her inference that all the finances were mismanaged, that she's putting that directly at the steps of Charlie Kirk.
And she's supposed to be his friend. She's supposed to be his friend.
Exactly. So he did before, like just before we started, or right as we started responding. I don't think John expected us to say anything. So he got this one in there before. Again, take a breath. Yeah. I know we're talking about your goddess here.
Don't spurg out.
Did you guys are really slow, man? She asked Donna's questions, and that stumps you guys. You call that conspiracy? Like, where's the rifle? Oh, I don't have to read all this stuff. That's conspiracy. You're crazy cast. Okay.
Is there any periods in there, or is it just all run on?
No, he was okay. That one was
no
all
periods?
Run on minus one question mark.
Gotcha. That's all we really need to know.
God bless you.
He might be a better caller than a chatter. That's all. So John, if you want to call in, hit 1 and we'll turn the phones on and we'll hear you out. Okay, John?
Just like not allow someone to spread lies about the people closest to him with impunity. And he would feel ashamed if other people were stepping up to defend his friends while he never did so himself. Candace has mentioned several times that the ball is in our court. So here's what is going to happen. In the near future, there will be a live stream here in Phoenix where we address in a clear and comprehensive way the claims and accusations, the false accusations that have been made against Charlie's family, friends, and the people here at Turning Point. We plan to walk through everything carefully and thoroughly. If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix. At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court. Our motivation for doing this is not out of any obligation to Candace. It is about honoring Charlie. We feel a deep responsibility to protect his legacy, his work, and the truth. I feel that. I owe Charlie everything in my life. I feel it immensely.
All right. So that's the TPUSA video. Here is, let me give you one because there's a few moving parts to this. They finally addressed the live stream. Here, how about we look at this real quick?
While you're doing that, just gonna shout out John Paisley, Mike Guyver. John, I appreciate everything you're saying. Again, you could simply hit 1 and enter, and we'd put that phone number up. But call us everything you'd like to. It makes no difference. Clearly, you're quite butthurt. You may need a tampon, but I still think you're a fly guy.
Sticks and stones, John. Sticks and stones.
Nunya, Candace's flying monkeys are in chat. Oh, God bless. Everybody, all flying monkeys are welcome.
So Blake Neff, he tweets this. He kind of reiterates what happened in that live stream. He says, the live stream we announced on the show Wednesday has been set at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th. A collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements made by real Candace Owens to set the record straight once and for all prior to the opening of America Fest. We will be live streaming from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of today.
I would assume she would be like Speedy Gonzalez, like, this is my opportunity to vindicate everything and ask the hard-hitting questions that'll get them to expose themselves. But no, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, she goes on to say, kind of weird how you didn't email me or call me to ask about times or availability and chose to instead tweet this confirmation out at midnight. I'll give her that. I will grant her that, right? It's midnight. Who the fuck is up at midnight? No problem. Spot on, right? Why am I learning about this on X? Now she goes on to say, December 15th does not work in person, and 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is also literal the time I do my podcast live every day, which you knew. But we will happily cancel the daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th, if that works for you on your end. I wonder why. Bless her heart. I honestly wish she would just go, you fucking with my money right now?
Hey, that's really what it is. That's really what it is. I wish I had the fucking thing. But as you said before, she said anytime, any place, hell, even tomorrow. And now we're about to find out that she's mad that they tweeted this at 12 a.m. and gave her 24 hours to respond.
Which, again, we give her that. Another worthy comment. Oh, my God, I was left wondering. This is from Jussie Smollett. Wondering whether the tweet came before the personal messages or not. Let's see how you spin this against Candace. Well, we're giving her the acknowledgement that it was poor form. At the very least, poor form.
Yeah, they could have messenger, but if she's that pissed off about the whole 24-hour ultimatum deadline thing, you wake up at 7 or 8, you still have 12 hours to see that text. You literally said you're at the ready. Why can't you respond to a tweet at the ready that is still 7 days out? That makes no sense. You said you're ready, but then and then another thing too. Your podcast, the podcast that you've been going on and on about all the different assertions, assumptions, inferences about how Charlie died, about why he died, there's an opportunity for you to go in person to settle it once for all, and you won't. You want to know why? In my opinion, because, and exactly as what you said before, once you don't have Turning Point USA to blame anymore, if they make things clear, her shit's done. That's it. Her whole grift on Charlie's over. So of course she doesn't want to go in person. Of course she wants to co-live stream. She wants those viewers for herself. She doesn't want to miss that show. She doesn't want to miss the 2 million. You know, I would like to know, did TP USA offer to compensate her? If at the very least that would be like, okay, well, yes, you're missing your podcast, but you're gonna make up for that money that you would normally get on that day. If the truth is so important to you, okay, why don't you want to go and tangle with these people and get the truth out? This would be fucking huge. And you know why you don't want to do it? Because it's not going to be huge on your fucking channel. It's going to be huge on their, and that's all it fucking is. That's all it is. Because if it was about the truth, you do it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This should have been the opportunity that she has been absolutely waiting for with every episode since his untimely passing, and she is a sister in Christ in terms of we all mourn that we lost Charlie Kirk. All right, that was a hard one for me and for all of us. Okay, like we're all united in that. So you would think if she wants to continue to shine all these negative assertions at them, and then she'll suddenly just walk away from this opportunity. I don't care if it's the 24-hour mark. I don't think that does it for, this is...
She made it clear
I'm going to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime ability or opportunity to prove everything I've said, and instead I'm going to just co-stream snipe you guys. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
I do not want to hear any of the bullshit that she's afraid she's going to get taken out. Come on, man. You've been bitching about Israel and the Jewish people and assassination attempts on a public platform, YouTube, for months. It's not going to happen.
You're saying that her life being...
It's not true. Her life being threatened is not true. Her talk, like, it's an entertainment thing. She's kind of riding on, like it's a rumor, I'm assuming, that was said. And she's like, if people didn't really want her to talk, you think she'd be talking?
Granted, and I'll tell you, I did last night. I don't know what's changed since last night. I did a lot of research on everything I could possibly find. I took the time, and no matter how far you look and vet every source you find, I'll remind anybody that does their own research, there is no, legitimately, I repeat, no official cooperation from any 3-letter agencies. I've looked it the fuck up on every possible available search engine, high, low, deep, surface, with every VPN possible. Go do it yourself. It ain't there.
The Russell Brand video addresses that. Like, he asked her a question, and we'll see her response to that. It's just...
Oh, good.
It's
Goody.
It's getting more frustrating. So here's her here's Blake Neff's response to when she said, oh, kind of weird how you didn't email me personally and ask me over X. So he goes, yesterday we made it clear that we would be scheduling a format response to the allegations and accusations you have made. We've decided that response will be delivered during a live stream on December 15th. Thank you for your response, letting us know you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Now, let me... If it does seem like they could be a little more flexible.
I agree with that too.
So I feel that one of the reasons why they're not and they're being firm is because they're trying to not let her make this in, which she already kind of has, but into a bigger spectacle than it already is. They're trying to not let her troll and turn this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, are you implying that she would hype it up?
Take too long, drag it out.
Yeah, pretty much go fishing.
Right.
Put the bait and the lure out.
Take your time to fucking say, okay, I'll do it. They're like, listen, here's your opportunity. We want to do it in person. I'd like to know, are they paying for her plane ticket? Are they compensating for her missing her podcast? All of these things would help me better understand and better have a better opinion on the matter. Because right now I don't know this. If they're not paying her, I'm assuming they're paying for her flight. I don't know if they're paying for her, time she's missing on her podcast. If they do, she has less of a reason to commit to that. And what it is obviously about is about views. It's about her podcast. It's about her channel. It's never been as big since Charlie has passed away. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And she's riding off that right now. And this would put a kibosh to everything. If she did this debate, because right now she can respond in her live stream and they can't respond to her. Unless they're a little smart about it and they're watching her live stream, you know what I mean? And they respond to her, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It's so ridiculous. This almost makes such a mockery of how important this should be. Let me just, totally tell on myself. Candace Owens, for a spell after Charlie Kirk's demise, I don't mean to put it this way, but it's just what I'm choosing to say. Her spell was cast, and I was actually buying everything she was saying, hook, line, and sinker, for a good little while there, until I started asking questions. And I do that, again, God bless this show. It's because of this show. I always challenge any beliefs and opinions I have by looking things up. And I'm just saying, not as a Candace Owens hater, I've learned to appreciate her. I know things that she would love to keep in her closet forever and a day, but this is not what I think her fans deserve. I think they deserve better. Charlie Kirk deserves better. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, check this out. So here's one of those good things that the citizens of the internet do, where they do that juxtapose thing. So let me see if I can get this fully on the screen here so we can actually see everything that's there. And pull this.
By the way, regardless, feel free to hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you have yet to. That goes for the Bush watchers that won't comment and the Bush whackers that are joining us in the chat. We appreciate you. God bless.
So this is what we have been saying. So it's one of those. It's just like that Nicole Wallace video we watch where it's like, this is what she said yesterday. This is what she said today. Now watch it. Now tell me this isn't some hypocrite shit.
Everything they could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them, and refusing to have a conversation with me, and you know that I cared about Charlie. Have you no shame? We're going to find out. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements. It's not how I roll, okay? I don't care about any of that. I want it to be authentic. Like I said, you can take the money. We can raise money live for this conversation. That is how badly the world is demanding it.
Except you, Candace, because then she goes on to say, it has been decided by the public that the best response for this is my team to live stream your live stream and provide commentary. Since you already picked our regular podcasting time, we look forward to providing live responses to your once and for all answers. There you go, bro. That's what she wants. She wants the views on her channel. She's not interested in the truth, because if she was, she would take them up on their offer. And I do not want to hear the bullshit that she is afraid for her life. I don't want to hear that. It does not. It's not. No.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did the research. I'm not going to completely eliminate it, me personally. But, the research doesn't help. Gotcha. Zero
research shows that TPUSA was involved in anything of that nature. Zero actual credible evidence shows anything about somebody in France coming over to assassinate her. Zero research shows anything she has to be concerned of for going on a live podcast. What is out there is how many live viewers and the amount of money she gets for every one of her own shows. So what is more substantiated right now is she does not want to miss out on the money her show does for this Charlie Kirk grift. She would miss out on that money if she goes to the TPUSA event. There is nothing of the opposite that indicates her life is in danger besides the words and the claims she has said.
You would think if she had all the right answers and had all the smoking guns to go give him the greatest what for ever, that it would eternally bless her channel and make it even bigger and better. But no, instead, she's okay with the status quo, which ain't that bad, by the way. Her last live, 1.6 million views, and I've been in many of her live streams, despite what anybody believes, and she's making quite the killing.
How many people on her side would she lose if she goes and does this and then like concedes to some of the things? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's easier to naysay on a live stream than it is easier to naysay in person. You're not going to have any clapback on your live stream. They're not going to say, no, you're wrong on that. She has full authority. She has full all the capabilities to say what she wants without somebody on their side telling her she's wrong.
Agree or disagree with me on this, Josh, and it's something I've said, I think, a few times, maybe not this this bluntly, but I do believe everybody in chat, those of you with us, if we decided to pretend to only glaze everything Candace Owens says, I personally truly believe that we'd be getting way more support. I think more people be jumping in here because it just seems like the thing to do. But the due diligence of Stuck in the Middle, as it's been for the years that we've been around, is to call out what we believe, and that's the hill we've chosen. And we're going to keep climbing that hill until there's irrefutable evidence to knock us down it.
Here's the thing. Would we get more views? Maybe.
I do believe so,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, sure. The second she's debunked, those views go away, right? The second she's debunked, the people who didn't like us because we were glazing Candace still don't like us. The second she's debunked, the people who liked Candace Owens still don't like us because now her opinion's been debunked. It's a lose-lose situation to completely glaze someone without any incredulity. If you just sit there like, oh, they're perfect. If you're not incredulous at all, you're kind of not doing anyone any favors. Whether
it's a risky gamble,
yes,
which is why she's staying the course that she's staying.
Which is why she's not going to Phoenix to do the live show.
To the belly of the beast.
Yep.
By the way, Deadskin's daddy, we saw about Marmar Binks blew that back tire and he's gone, just gone from YouTube. How will we ever survive?
Normal. I'm gonna play. You know what? I'm gonna play this video and you watch it, and I'm gonna piss.
Okay. Yep. Play that freaking.
I'm gonna piss right outside my door too, right here. I got the door open. It's like fucking 50 degrees outside. It's beautiful right now.
Oh, fantastic.
All right, enjoy.
Please indulge the audience and more. Okay.
She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country.
I have to applaud that audacity. I have to applaud
Wow.
it. You do. You have to applaud it. These, excuse me here, but like, I'm trying not to swear.
She's at a loss for words.
Okay, this company, these amazing lads over here, have the audacity to accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling T-shirts, okay, of what Charlie died in to enrich themselves. Were they giving those T-shirts away for free at the Staples Centers? No, they were selling kit of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80 million+ that they made in the first 3 weeks. Okay,
So
they
you're
made
all
their
guilty.
Entire
Got it.
budget for the year in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination, and they are attacking me with zero proof that I've made a single dollar off of Charlie's assassination. I did not sell a cup. I did not sell a mug. Okay, all I did was do what I already do for a living. Okay. I podcast and I investigate things. I investigate things that I feel passionate about. Sometimes it's Kamala's genealogy when she's saying she wants to be the president and things aren't making sense, and I sense that she is lying. Sometimes it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds when they tried to destroy a man's life who's not even on my quote unquote.
Right? Already.
Bro, she said she didn't make a fucking dime off of this.
Where
she just said that.
Where's Danny? Where are where are the people in the chat who are defending her? What do you mean she didn't make a dime off this? Dude, we see, like, come on. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't even, at least, like, hey, I like Candace, but goddamn, she's definitely making a pretty penny off the Charlie Kirk stuff. You can't just be honest. You can't just fucking say that. No, I can't. Why? Because you're biased. That's why. And I don't know why either. I don't know why. Like, I don't know where that bias comes from as far as, like, if you're a fan of Charlie Kirk or not. Like, I really feel like a lot of people on the left are funding her takedown of TPUSA because they know TPUSA was a big thing that got the right back into power as far as the presidency and the whole election thing in 2024. Like,
did you want to add something?
No, I'm just rambling. I really am just rambling.
Hey, that can go a long way if you go the Candace Owens route.
Yeah.
I see just a little dark irony that she is.
Is that her nickname, Candace Owens? Dark irony.
Dark irony. I mean, you heard it first. Yeah, I almost saw what you did there. Okay,
you did.
And don't force me to do a damn Biden. But no. All right. So she is effectively. I mean, look at all the many people that follow her blindly, almost completely destroying the grasp, the success that TPUSA had in its colleges, in its high schools, in its chapters. While it's huge, it's injected such a distrust that, my God, are we going to have, as a conservative base, are we going to have that unity and strength when it counts the most? Or are we risking a Mandani or another, Democrat to usurp any success of the rise of the right?
And, like, I understand the optics here. It's like, oh, no, don't question shit because you might put, it's like, no, that's literally not what we're saying. We're saying use logic when you question shit. We're saying don't just take, inferences and assumptions at face value for what they are. I see a lot of people who just got into politics eating up what she said. No, well, I believe her. And then I ask them, well, do you not believe anything that she says? It's always like, no, I believe pretty much everything. And it's like, well, do you know what the official narrative is? Well, no, not really, but I just know that's probably wrong.
Mm-hmm.
How? That's what pisses me off. It's like, and we're all guilty of it. Like, we're all guilty of listening to somebody we like and like, oh, they said something that I like. I'm going to take their opinion of it. That's going to be my opinion, right? But like, the further you go with this discussion, if that's your opinion, you realize, oh shit, if I'm kind of questioned on this, I got nothing to back it up. I would be a better person. I would do myself more justice if I had a little more information on why I feel this way and not just repeating what Candace says as to why I feel this way. Because it's very shallow. Like, so you know what I mean? Like, so if you argue with somebody who doesn't know about much, but they just take what Candace says, you just say her claims. You have nothing to back up her claims. If I ask you what the official narrative is, you probably can't tell me. And I say, well, what about the narrative? What about the official narrative do you disagree with? Oh, well, the government always lies.
Right. And that's the most obvious one to pivot to.
Yeah, we can't do that, though. We can't be like that.
Yeah, you cannot rely on just the broadest answer that is obvious. You still need to find the nuance. Here's a comment of this is a paragraph of a claim that she didn't make any money. So let me read this one by Go Chuck Yourself. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. She's not selling T-shirts and she's not selling mugs like they did. She's just investigating Charlie Kirk's death, and that's all. And if people want to watch her program, which we already watch her prog, then I'm sure there's more of that comment.
Don't you understand that she does not need to sell merchandise to make money? I don't understand that.
Right. I've been in her live chats more times than I can count. People are throwing red donos, which is donations that are over $100 and up to $500. just to have their comment read, or so she'll give the shout. I mean, that's the nature of this game of podcasting, and when you're that big, she just the money just rains on her.
Check
with
it out.
4 sponsored ad reads and ads being turned on.
And then not just the ad reads, not just the sponsors. If you can rack up between 1 to 2 million views per episode, more than likely, you're getting roughly $5,000 to $10,000 per that episode, on top of the super chats, on top of the 4 live reads. So how the hell can you sit here and say she's not making money off that? Because go back to the month or day before Charlie died. Where was her podcast at numbers-wise then? It was not in the millions. I can promise you that. So she saw money. She saw a topic that was getting views. And there is some truth here, because she is his friend and she knows some things that other people, normal people just making assumptions, don't know. So there seems to be this like connection she has to Charlie over other random people. So it feels better. It feels more real. I'm his friend. But like, you weren't for a while apparently, and then in 2023 you kind of came back, but you know.
No one has swung that, we were such good friends, more than Candace Owens. And here, Chuck just made a very, very bold claim. I want to open up the phone lines just for you, Chuck. I'm in awe of this statement. And thank you. Please clarify. He says, yes, we have all the information to back up her claims. Call the Chuck, you need to call us. This is important.
Chuck.
Get the word out. Fight this fight for Candace Owens, by God. Remember, sometimes I'm a supporter of her. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Get on that phone, bro.
Don't call us. Call Candace and tell her you got the evidence, because I haven't heard her talk about the evidence yet. But by God, if you want to tell us the evidence first, 954-546-3455. Fuck the ones. The phones are up. If you got a topic, if you got a conversation on this, give us a call. Don't be afraid. We're not gonna do anything to you. Like, we're animated. We have fun for a show wise, but we'll hear you out. We'll give you your side. Just don't be a jabroni, and we won't be a jabroni. 954-546-3455. Let me finish playing this Candace video.
All right, go for it. Elon Musk, we both have jobs.
Who?
Elon Musk joined the chat. He said, all you losers, get a fucking job. We have one.
Hey,
thank you. If you're offering a better one, let me know.
Let that sink in.
Did was do what I already do for a living. Okay. I podcast and I investigate things. I investigate things that I feel passionate about. Sometimes it's Kamala's genealogy, when she's saying she wants to be the president and things aren't making sense, and I sense that she is lying. Sometimes it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds when they tried to destroy a man's life who's not even on my quote unquote political team. Sometimes it's Brigitte and why we are colluding with nations to cover the obvious fact that Brigitte was born a male. And this time it's personal and it's you. Do you want to know what all of these investigations have in common?
What's that, Candace?
Liars who lie and think that the public is too stupid to see through their lies. That is how we got into this.
Sounds like somebody I know.
Sounds like somebody I know. You did that. You guys did that. You guys continued to do that. You guys wanted to just move on and to grift off of Charlie's legacy.
What the fridge? Okay, I got an idea for a poll if you're down. Just to see a lay of the land.
Who is more grifting off Charlie's legacy, Candace or TP?
That's a good one. I was going to say, who, Candace supporter or not, or Candace supporter, TP USA supporter. I just want to see if as much as we can.
How about
statistically.
We'll do that.
There's a lot of comments,
We'll say, do you support Candace or do you support TP USA? How about that?
Yeah.
We'll see what we can
feel free. Remember, I can't make this any more clear, and I'm not going to, for the sake of my sanity, I will watch a Candace Owens live stream or after the fact and enjoy it, but I'll just have some issues with some statements. I can still be a fan. I won't deny that when I lose a little respect or when I have a question at the end of it, it's that simple. We are not enemies because we disagree. And it's sad I have to remind that in a conservative-based audience when another topic of this show is how we have lost friends because they think we're evil, because we simply play devil's advocate regarding Trump and we don't demonize him. So this is not a far distinction we've made.
So the poll's up in the chat. For no reason, I can't take away the yes or no, but go ahead and be a dickhead if you want to. But who do you support more, TPUSA or Candace Owens? Give us your poll in the chat. We'll check back on that in a little bit. Would you like to see Candace Owens on Russell Brand?
Oh, I've been dying to.
There's been a few things that she said on here that I think that we can address and have some fun with. And then after that, we'll move on to some Trump R-word stuff and some Moron Walz.
R-words, bring it on.
I love a good R-word. I'm not going to lie. I will not lie. I'm a sucker for a good R-word.
In 2025, we need to come together for all the R words.
Like the Beatles.
It was
Come together. Right? Okay. Let's see. We're going to go 1.25 on this. Hopefully RB doesn't get mad at us for playing this. But we'll see.
RB? Who?
Russell Brand.
Oh, yeah.
Me and him, like, we're buds. So I say, what's up, RB? He said, what's up, JB? When, you know.
I was a big fan until, like, the allegation and shit, but anyway.
What?
Legit.
Don't be that guy.
No, man. Hey, was it or was it not proven true that he did bad shit? Like really bad shit?
When was this? Was this when he was an addict and a sex guy back in the day, or was this recent? All right. Because he's an open sex addict and he's an open drug addict, but he's been sober for X amount.
He's been very open and honest about it. What was it? Did he get like named on the fucking Epstein list or some shit? I need to go back and clarify because it has been a while. He went completely off grid because of whatever came out, and now he's back.
Well, he started. He did start to like go a little more right with his videos,
big time.
And then wouldn't you know it, that's when the controversy came out. Huh. That's crazy.
Yeah, he seemed pretty comfortable, being within the controversy for a while. I just got to refresh my memory. Anyway,
it says comedian Russell Brand charged with multiple counts of rape and sexual assault. Says British police on Friday charged him with rape and sexual assault following an 18-month investigation sparked when 4 women alleged they had been assaulted by the controversial comedian. Says here, ready? The alleged offenses involve 4 women and took place between 1999 and 2005.
Holy shit. Okay. All right.
Not that time doesn't take away things, but it's always weird when it takes like 25 years for people to be like, you know what? I was wronged.
For the sake of my own due diligence, I will do my research and I'll come back with that from that. But let us continue. The show must go on.
So here's her on the SA's channel. Sexual assaulter. Get it? Yeah, did there? The graper? Okay.
Most viral global story.
I get you. I hear you.
Yeah.
And the White House has chosen.
Okay.
It's more a shot at you for believing it than anything else.
Oh, well, there was a reason. I'll rediscover it.
It's good. It's good. It's good. Like, listen, it could be true. I'm not going to deny it. So.
Not to comment. What does that signal to the population?
Russell Brand.
When you're saying things like, were Israel or French forces involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, and that, Brigitte Macron is a man, and that's connected to these nefarious ulterior forces that are ultimately in power. It's clear that these things relate to power, because if you've got the power to have Jeffrey Epstein killed in jail, make it look like a suicide and have it so that people sort of just forget about it, or do a global pandemic and lie at the beginning and then have people just forget about it, or maybe, have Charlie Kirk murdered and just forget about it. What the hell is going on with world leaders? In what ways are they compromised? Right. So I guess in the end, something that Whitney Webb, who I'm sure you agree is a pretty bloody good journalist, would say is, where is the corroboration? What are we seeing that's indefatigable? What are we seeing in the case of, were Israel involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Is there some connection to Israel? Do you?
So he's asking a very poignant question here. He's saying, what is the evidence? What is the corroboration? What do you have that's more so than just saying this is what it is?
I feel like we've been asking these questions to the open skies, since. By the way, Candace Owens has taken the lead with a 42% over a TPUSA 37%. Interesting.
So that means
Please continue to vote.
So that means yes and no have some skin in the game, even though they're not part of the question. Do they? What's yes and no?
20%
What's yes
no, 5% yes.
All right. Listen, I love to see no pull ahead. We'll see what happens. I wish I could. I wonder if we can't change them. All right, here we go.
Nationhood of Israel is fundamental in even issues as seemingly diffuse and only really connected through you, and you being the person that's reported on them, as Brigitte Macron's true identity and Charlie Kirk's murder. Do you think these things are connected?
Yes, I think it's all connected. And I think in many ways we already live in this sort of one world government system. Maybe it's two world. But in terms of the West, I don't think there's any difference in the governments. And that's kind of the point that we're making, and maybe why the Charlie...
So she literally just said she thinks the idea that Brigitte Macron being a man and the assassination of Charlie Kirk are connected.
What the fuck?
Defenders, please. Come on, 954-546-3455. Why does this make sense to you? Why you're like, yeah, see, exactly. Why? Tell us. Don't be a wuss. Call in.
This is a time I feel it's just critical to reillustrate how important and how much I appreciate those of you that are holding out, going against the tide, and saying, where's the fucking receipts? Where's the actual evidence?
Any logical
that,
person
simply,
would do
I
that.
want to say thank you.
Any person who stands on moral, who stands on logic, will ask that. I will entertain assertions. I will entertain inferences. I will entertain assumptions. That's fine. But I won't let your emotional state be philosophy. Like, oh, I'm emotional about this, so now it's true. No, that's fine. You have your assumptions. Where's your evidence? Where's the thing that backs up what you're saying? Because it's all just assumptions. It's all just, I believe she was wrong on the plane thing. We got to call her and see who we got here.
Let's see what we got.
Okay, I think we know this person. Let's see.
From
Joe Pon.
Joe Pon. What do you got for us, Joe Pon? How you doing, my friend? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. I couldn't get you to the first time.
Yeah, I don't think it was on the first time. But what do you got for us?
Welcome to the second time, brother.
Yes,
What's
sir.
good?
This is something I was going to actually go over with you guys. And my confusion of why people even listen to Candace, because this whole trans investigation thing, that should have been, at least for me, that should have been like, okay, this is nothing, because I looked over whatever evidence she had, and her only two things are that her and her brother look similar, siblings. It's surprising they're going to look similar. And then the other one was that, oh my God, old people don't post all their old photos online. So since I can't find your photos, your old photos, that automatically means that there was some kind of
right. You're a man. That means you're a man.
Yeah.
So that's her evidence. That's supposed to be what the entire foundation. Wow.
Like Joe, like you do have to say it's juicy in the sense that like, well, if she does get taken to court, like Brigitte and what's his face are going to have to provide evidence to the contrary, which obviously should be a slam dunk. But like when that moment happens, it's going to be like, ha ha, you're crazy, bitch. You know, as far as Candace goes. But like, imagine here's the kicker then, right? It gets there, and for whatever reason, they start to like not want to give evidence that supports the truth that Brigitte is a woman. Like for whatever reason, things start to happen in the court and it gets delayed or it gets held up. You know, like if shit like that starts to happen, people are going to have questions, but it's almost juicy and I almost want to see it happen now. So you've been claiming this shit for so long now. Fine, boom. Let's take it to court. Let them sue you for defamation. Yep. Now they have to prove without a shadow of a doubt, you know, that she is a woman. Great. We're going to find out.
Yeah, and I already know, like, they already do the people in France, and their excuses was, oh, it's just a joke, it was just a joke, and now it's like, now she's basically getting her body photographed, and like, see, I am not a woman. Anyone that claims that claims otherwise, I'm going to sue you in court and take all your money or whatever.
Right.
It kind of reminds me of the Alex Jones situation.
I'm with Shamrock. Chromosomes matter.
Who?
Chromosomes.
Chromosomes
They
do matter. Chromosomes matter. I mean, at this point, like, she's got me. I guess that's her whole thing, right? She's got me interested in it just to see her proven wrong almost at this point. But she still has me interested in it. I want to see Brigitte come to court and prove she is who she is, to see Candace be proved wrong. I want to see Candace go to the TPUSA event in Phoenix to see a lot of her assumptions and her assertions prove wrong. But guess what? She's not going to there, which makes me believe that somehow she's going to escape out of the France thing.
We are, in fact, in the belly of the beast. There are more Candace supporters than there are TPUSA supporters and no supporters, respectively. So that's okay.
Well,
we're here to do a show for everybody.
We need them Candace supporters to call in. Nut up or shut up, you know?
Doesn't mean we
for the
look
record,
down
I voted
on you.
no. That's my answer for neither.
Oh, Joe voted no. Like you're saying, I don't want.
Shit.
You know what? That's actually that's fair. That's fair.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
That should have been a thing. I don't know why I couldn't change yes or no. Maybe I can, but I'm just stupid. But all right, Joe. Thank you so much for your point. You got any bow you want to put on this whole thing before we let you go?
The only bow I could put on it is that have you heard about the well, this could be a whole segment for you guys in the next episode, but manufactured outrage. You kind of see it right now with Turning Point USA doing it right now.
We got another caller. We'll sit on it like
manufactured outrage. We'll check it out. Thank you, Joe Pond. We appreciate you, brother.
All right, I'll tell next time.
All right, Joe.
Peace.
Call from.
Interesting.
Call from No Name. No Name, you're live. We're stuck in the middle.
Eerie silence. Speak on.
Hello?
No Name, you are live.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm not No Name.
Well, we didn't know your name because you did not give our lovely Google Voice lady your name.
Oh, well, there was nobody there. Okay, well, yeah. I just want to know what you guys take on the recent happenings. Tim Pool all but declared war on Our Lady, and last night Tim Cast was attacked by gunfire.
Yes. I
just want to know what your take was on that.
You bring that up. Believe it or not, we do have that scheduled for the Tim Walz R-word Trump era, because I feel like it does tie in to some things there as far as what Tim Pool has being called. But what you're trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, are you trying to kind of group it into the whole Candace Owens thing because he's been attacking Candace Owens? Is that your take on this?
Well, I'm not. You just don't know.
Right.
I mean, okay, Tim has been his outposts out there in the wilderness has been attacked before. It's also been what's the word when you call the police and have them
swatted.
Swatting. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. 17 times. And there were people who told him years back that he needs to move out into the country where, he'll be safe, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Anyhow, but
I would honestly lean more towards people who kind of don't like Charlie. Like, I would more put it towards the group of people who kind of look at the Charlie Kirk thing as a good thing. Like
fringe liberals.
Yes, I would almost look at it like as Tim Pool being labeled a white supremacist, as being labeled a bigot, a racist. Like, all these words eventually make people think like, well, it's okay if I try to take out a racist. It's okay if I try to take out a bigot. So I don't necessarily group it into the Candace Owens thing, but I do think that's a good point. I do think that's a great point.
I'd like to add the timing is quite something.
Yes.
Yeah. And, people way back in the day were telling Tim that he needs to be very secure. And I think this goes for all podcasters and influencers. The lesson that should be taken from I think it was 1984, Alan Berg, and his being taken out by members of the Order, which is an offshoot of a very hardcore white supremacist outfit, which I could name, but I don't want to give their name out.
Heard.
And that's you're an influencer. Well, you've influenced people, and they may try to influence you with deadly force. So everybody does need to be careful.
Right. Which is a damn shame, because that's not what America is about, like America. And that's kind of what, if we're going to go off your inference here, like just going off that, like, man, I think people should kind of be then more outspoken if that's the case. If the threat is to be quiet, then the only way to counter that threat is to start yelling, essentially, is to start being more
loud, be louder.
Be louder, exactly. But that's interesting.
Well, all the same, may you all be loud, but you take precautions.
Yes, like I would almost say strategically loud. Like there's a difference between Nick Fuentes loud. We're like, oh, N-word this and Jewish person that, and trying to make some kind of point in between your racist remarks. Like that's loud. But then there's also loud
and being a bomb thrower.
Right. And then there's also loud being like, well, no, like there's being loud in a respectful way, and there's being loud in a disrespectful way, I guess. Not that makes a difference, really, because the people who don't like the people being loud don't give a shit if you're respectful or disrespectful. But at the very least, you weren't doing it in a way where it was like to get that negative attention. You're keeping your opinion where it is and not being swayed by like the threat of violence.
Yeah. Well, that's a good way to think about it. But I just suggest. I worked at a local radio station that was in long before the internet, that had influencing points of view on its late night talk radio, and we had to be careful,
right?
Because people knew where we were, and we saw some strangers out in vehicles kind of looking us over. And one night the windows got shot.
What do you think was your most contentious topic? Like, what gave you the point where you're like, well, maybe were you ever swayed, or was your radio station ever swayed to not talk about something after a violent altercation happened, or did you stand your ground?
We stood our ground.
Very good. Glad to hear.
We stood our ground, and mostly what our station was not left wing or right wing, but thoughtful wing urban issues. And I'll just say where it was, in the Kansas City area.
Gotcha.
And sometimes one side or another didn't like what we had to say.
Yeah, that's the fucky part about kind of not having a quote team and just trying to just look at things for what they are, as far as like quote unbiased, is like you piss off both of them.
Yeah. And me and another guy had a show within a show there at the station called the Urban Peace Corps. And a lot of people, even though we were talking about not against anybody, but just for things and support things, people didn't like us. Didn't like what we had to say. So, sometimes you just can't please none of the people none of the time. You just be careful.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I have. What name can I call you? What's your username?
Never got your name.
Okay. My name is Scott.
Scott. Where do you stand kind of on the Candace Owens optic here? Are you a fan, or are you kind of critical of her? What? Just trying to get a temperature.
Yeah, I've got an answer for that, because I've answered other people on that subject. I saw little bits and pieces of Candace Owens here and there way years back. People were, here and there in the fabric of social media, and I thought, well, what's this woman all about? And I was pretty busy back then, so I didn't have time to look. But finally, I got to see her on Rogan's show. I think it was her first appearance there. And,
yes, it was.
thoughts, and I thought, well, you don't get her wrong, but maybe is that she's an attention seeker, very, very charismatic, very, very intelligent. I saw that and I read that fast, and I thought I'm gonna see this woman probably until I die or whatever. But I just thought she pushes buttons, and she intends to be the center of attention at all times, no matter in what way she pushes those buttons. And that's the little red flag that went up back then. And so I just tried to ignore, and I can't, because she's everywhere.
I'd
Does
agree.
that make any sense?
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd go as far as saying her allowing this opportunity, we'll call it, to kind of put TPUSA's feet to the fire and just own them and grow bigger. Her evading it is her being able to retain her being the center of attention, the way she is almost strategically chosen to go about this, to react to them talking about her. So I think you and I pretty much see almost just about the same thing here.
I know. I definitely agree with you guys as well.
Scott, I want to thank you so much for calling, man, by the way.
Scott,
God bless you. Appreciate you, man.
Hey, Scott, is this your first time checking out the show?
I passed by and spent some time there and moved on, but yeah, I know many. I think I've been around with you guys from the beginning, and I'm not sure when that was.
Hey, dude, that's all cool. I really am thankful that that you decided to actually call in this time. Not a lot of people like to call in, so I just thank you so much for participating with us, man. That's very awesome of you, Scott.
Oh well, yeah, I'd like to do it again sometime.
Hell, Scott, we love to have you, man. We look forward to having you again, man. Check us out. Hopefully, we're usually on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, but that's what do you call it? Like we're that's high hope. So, but just check us for on any one of those 3 days, Scott. We appreciate you, man. But if you subscribe, you'll get notified.
Okay, well, take care, and thank you a lot.
Appreciate you, Scott. Have a great rest of your night, man. Scott, hey, everybody.
Rock stars to those that call and get away from hiding behind text. Rodline 9027, shout out to you for the reminder. Yes, everybody, it's true. Look it up, verify it, see it with your own eyes. There was 2018, once upon a time, Candace Owens did try to spearhead and create an entire giant conglomerate platform that would dox anybody that disagreed with her status quo. That is true. Project Autopsy 2018.
Well, not just
Go
her.
see for yourself.
Not just her. It was a literal doxing website where if somebody was bullying you online, you could then upload their comment, their tweet, whatever it was, to this website. And that's what I never fully understood. And I think we figured it out. But so if I got bullied by you, I would upload your tweet to this website, right? My question was always, so do I have to sign up to the website to see your tweet to respond, or is it a public thing where we can all go, like it's a public database where we can all see bullies?
It was of my understanding after covering that yes, it was a platform she was hoping that would be much larger, and you'd have to sign up, you'd have to forfeit your information, and in the event that you broke whatever the terms of service were, you could legally be doxxed.
And then you had to do something if you were the bullier too, like you had to remember that there was something like that too, because how could a fucking site allow you to sign up with your money using my information? That's fucking crazy.
That goes to show on why on so many levels it failed.
Yeah.
So
little more with her, and there's actually there's a one. All right, we got a caller coming in.
So be it.
There's a retort. We got another 816.
Call from
Elon Musk.
All right, hey, Elon Musk. I was more. Oh, okay. Elon hung up. Okay. He said, Elon
Musk. That was the actual one that's been in the chat. He's got very strong opinions and doesn't seem to like anybody.
Yeah, why'd you hang up?
He said, I'm calling. That was him. Elon Musk, you seem very angry, but we're glad you're here.
Call back again. Why did you hang up? We accepted your phone call. I was I was just gonna say like Elon Musk. Like I believe he's like, hello, my name's Elon Musk. Like he doesn't have he's not like Elon Musk. He's not like a southern what's that guy from Looney Tunes? Look, I say, boy, I say Elon Musk. He's not Foghorn Leghorn.
There you go.
Yes,
that's the one.
yes.
I'm glad we're getting to the important issues.
Hey,
all right.
You know, I mean,
that was a fail in my opinion, but welcome to the show nonetheless. All right,
Elon Musk, please try again.
Candace.
Yes, Elon Musk, please try again.
Case is so crucial because it's showing us that, wait, what is the divide here between America and Israel and France, right? I just told people that somebody in the French government alerted me to an assassination attempt. Shouldn't that require a comment from the President of the United States?
Why? Why wouldn't then the French government, if this was true, contact, get this, the United States government and say, hey, there's a possible assassination attempt on one of your citizens? It doesn't make sense why they would contact her first to say this, and then she's like, well, why isn't the president commenting on this? Did they let the government know, or did they just tell you, Candace? Who is it? Sounds like they just told you.
To Scott's point, she's putting herself on that pedestal of being that main character syndrome. She's the center of it all.
She wants it. And that's why she's not doing the debate with them. She needs to also have her own live stream. That's why she can't stand being the one person who's like, you know, granted, being singled out in a debate, I get it. You might feel uncomfortable. I wouldn't really
narcissistic attention she wants.
Right, but I also wouldn't call that like necessarily singled out either. Like you're not debating 10 people at a time. There's probably going to be like, okay, him, her. It's all your claims, and maybe like you're making these wild ass claims. Maybe there's like for each 3 claims, there's like, all right, Johnny knows those 3 claims the best. He can, all right, Sarah knows that one better. Tim knows that one the best. Fucking what's her face? We don't know. She's new. Fucking droopy face over there. She knows about 4 of those. So that's how they split them up. It's not like 10 people on the stage at once versus little old Candace.
I just had like an image in my mind. One of the most disgusting viral moments that could have been, and I'm glad it's not. It probably wouldn't have been. Imagine her and Erica Kirk sitting in the same room. And we all know for a fact Candace Owens never directly said Erica Kirk did this, that, or that, but she did fucking imply it.
She inferred something one time.
She did infer the plant, that she was a plant, that Trump maybe even helped orchestrate their meeting, this, that, and the other. Why tell that fucking story after Charlie Kirk's death without some form of fucking agenda or narrative? I would love to see Erica Kirk just simply ask Candace why.
But that's what she does, and this is what's hard to explain to people who are so up the Candace Owens rear. It's like she makes these inferences that are just a fucking ass hair shy of an accusation. It's the same thing we just said. She makes this inference that gets you to make the accusation. Just like the Louis C.K. joke about somebody saying the literal N-word, but they make you think what the N-word, it's the same thing. That's what she does. She's always an ass hair shy away from the accusation. She leads you, she gives you all the tools, so you, in your head, you make the accusation. And then she can say,
not get sued.
Exactly.
Just enough to get
just enough to say, I never said that.
I want to speak on behalf of our own Elon Musk. I apologize. Phone was on 1%, so it died.
Nope.
I don't
back in,
hate
brother.
Everyone, I agree with Glasses Guy 100% with his views.
We both got
appreciate
glasses.
the troll at the end, but no,
we both got glasses.
No, I'm the most obvious one.
I'm Glasses Guy too.
But only one matters.
Oh,
Mishka, hi, love you. Paisley, you're the man.
Why did you just say that? I'm very sad now.
Hey, Butcher. Damn it. We got to get Joe Barron's name unbanned. That was my bad, too, way back when. All right.
What do you
Now,
mean?
let's move on.
Can he not
Shall we
talk?
kibosh the Candace? Move on to the Minnesota Waltz.
Brother, I really want to keep this going a little bit more. Like, we're almost done with it. Like, we're literally at the last clip, because there's one more thing here. She says that once we get to, we actually have so in this
Hit the
interview,
play button. Don't explain it.
well,
Hit
I
the
just
play
want to say, so in this interview somewhere, she said something. Well, I never said that. And then somebody on the internet cuts her saying, I never said that, with, guess what? Her saying that. So,
this was the, okay.
yes.
Yeah.
This is still the Russell Brand video, but once we get to that line, I'll then switch over to that X video.
Cool.
I got you.
Kirk, this is so crucial because it's showing us that, wait, what is the divide here between America and Israel and France, right? I just told people that somebody in the French government alerted me to an assassination attempt. Shouldn't that require a comment from the President of the United States? Shouldn't the President of the United States be forced to make a statement about that?
We just said it again. I just want to... They alerted you. They alerted you. Did you alert the president that you had an assassination? Imagine if stupid Joshua Borsick, went out there and said, hey, Mr. Trump, somebody in France said they want to assassinate me. And then he's like, oh, okay.
I
no,
will
but you
burn
got to go
down
and
my
make
golden toilet and use its resources to find out everything you claim.
I went online and I saw JB's name there, and I said, this guy, there's a lot of people being accused of trying to be whacked off, and this guy was number one. They were trying to whack him off. We can't whack this guy off. Like, Trump, you're using the wrong assassin. I meant assassination.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
See that information. Wouldn't you think it's the most viral? It was the most viral global story for 3 days, and the White House has chosen not to comment. What does that signal to the population? That it's okay?
She
believes she's the biggest thing in the world right now.
Show me where it was the most viral global story. Show me. You're saying these things. Show me.
I don't know why I have this like kind of voice in my head that's like, don't go too hard on her. Fuck that voice. This to me is, sorry fans of Candace Owens, a perfect example of
would she relent? Would she relent if she felt strongly about something? All right. So you're being true to what Candace Owens wants you to be true to.
I'm being dead honest. And Erica, I see exactly what you said up there. Funny as hell. No. Not that Erica.
That'd be cool if she was here. Wouldn't that be what's up? What's up, East? What's up, EK? Nice to see you here. Just chilling.
in the house was good.
He's like, nah, just hanging out. Really sad since what happened.
Just been mourning, and everybody's calling me
just mourning and shit. Like, no, but she said just mourning and shit. That's what she said. Like, no, we get you.
So, just Candace Owens in this clip, in this moment, and everything that her behavior, her choice of words. This does show me narcissism in its purest form, main character syndrome. I do believe she has bought the hype, and there is some, credibility to offer that hype. Look at her numbers. Look at the money she's making. I do believe she believes she is the biggest thing since sliced bread right now. I believe that in my heart at this moment.
It's almost like I can now lend a little more credibility to what a friend of the show, Drew says. By the way, a little shout out to if you got a Facebook, we're working on a Discord, but we got Stuck in the Middle, Voice of the People. We got a group one and a private one if you have a Facebook where the conversation does continue. But our boy Drew was like, Candace used to be, the MAGA best, the MAGA person. Hang on one second. Someone's calling, but I can't tell.
While you're doing that, C-Fells,
Hello.
I swear the next conversation is about the Discord. I have officiated it. Speaking of Josh.
Hang on one second.
Someone's calling.
Yo, Stuck in the Middle.
This is how we roll.
Hey, do me a favor. For whatever reason, Google Voice didn't pick it up. Call back one more. I'm going to hang up. Call back one more time.
Oh, that's funny. Erica actually does
Because
have
for whatever reason right now, only my cell phone picked it up and the computer didn't. So it's like people just see me talking on a cell phone.
Damn right, Mishka.
Heard that. I would love to hear the good info. Call us back. 954-546-3455. Hope I didn't piss that person off. I don't know why.
Was that an old regular?
No, I don't know. I have no idea, but it didn't pick up on this side, so I'm not sure what the fudge is going on. But
yeah, tech issues happen.
I got Google Voice pulled. There it is.
Call from.
Call from.
Popular name.
May I ask who is on the line?
Hey, this is Joshua from the DMV, DC metropolitan area, about to make my way to Florida.
This is Josh from the DMV, the metropolitan area?
Yeah.
What's up, Josh? Nice to hear from you, man. What do you got for us?
What's up? Yo, so you know how that Candace Owens, investigation and the full blitzkrieg that they're putting against her. Everybody's saying the proof. Where's the proof that the Foreign Legion, despite the credible whistleblower, despite the videos about the guy, well, they have on camera the French Foreign Legion soldier caught 10 feet from Charlie Kirk right before the shot went off. They have his hat. They have a hat that's literally 30 miles from the Foreign Legion place.
I saw that post. I saw that. Yep, I did see that post. It was a very random post, and unfortunately, in the video, did they pause the video to show me? Because listen, I'm not saying you're wrong, but when I watched the video, at least the one I saw, I couldn't tell who. I saw the breakdown. I saw the French Legion. I saw. There's 6 or 8 points they put in the post, but when I watched the video, I did not see what the F they were talking about, and that could have been on me, totally. But so in your opinion, do you think there is somehow France is involved in this assassination?
Oh, there's no doubt. So the guy's in the inner area where that's only the security zone. And he has this hat. The hat is Marcelli or something like that.
Yep.
Is on his hat. It's kind of like he must have forgot that, oh, yeah, don't wear that hat because it might point you to the French Legion. It's just so interesting. You hear these guys. You hear these guys like Nick Fuentes, who I kind of really respected until he said he believed the FBI narrative, and then he keeps talking about, oh, everybody wants proof. Dude, this is the proof that validates Candace Owens, validates the guy who was on his video saying that she's stubborn and they're going to take her out. And it also makes TP USA look even more sus than they were before.
All right, Josh, pause. I'd like to read something real quick regarding this. So Owens did not identify the purported official who allegedly told her that Robinson trained with the French military, and she provided no corroborating evidence of the official's claims or even of his existence. The French Ministry of Armed Forces, which oversees the 13th Demi Brigade, told NewsGuard in a November 25th emailed statement that Robinson was never a member of the French Foreign Legion if he did not serve in a U.S. military unit. As you indicate, he could not have trained with the French Foreign Legion. I could go further, but is that what you called regarding
hey, Josh,
Robinson training? Yeah.
Do you know where? Do you know where in the video? Do you know where in that video, in the tunnel video, you see the guy? Because I pulled up the post that I saw. It's like you said. It's under it says massive update. The Marseille hat conspiracy just got deeper. French Foreign Legion assassin ties exposed. As you're saying, it's the hat guy. So what color is the guy's hat? Because I just want to, I'm not being facetious. I'm just trying to figure out which guy it is.
No, it's okay. It's okay, bro. So the guy's hat is like a brown hat. It has the Marseille location, which is 30 miles away from the.
Is he like a long-haired, mustached guy?
No. Okay. He's a clean-cut young guy. Now, my daughter's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, went to try out for the French. The French take people from anywhere. right? And you can try out. So he was a real young guy, right? But he had some mental kind of things. He failed the mental test. But all these young guys that you see, like this one in particular, right where the shot comes from, the left, the right side of Charlie Kirk's neck, he's right there with all those people. Now, I get it. Yeah, you can say that this guy has no association with the French, but look, it's kind of like Q.
Which guy is it?
How many times before the coincidence, is not a coincidence?
Can you check out your screen right now, Josh? Is it this guy that I have above the blue shirt guy? Because my other question to you then would be, if this was an assassination attempt, do you think they went for the neck specifically, or was that a miss?
Well, I can't see. I'm on the phone where your live was, so my phone.
No problem. Because
it doesn't show me.
I was just trying to find that guy in the brown hat, and just like I scrubbed the video and I can't find it. Like I see the mustachioed guy, and I see some other dude with black hair. I don't see no clean cut guy. So maybe like later on you can timestamp us. But if you do think like this was like a French assassination or someone involved in that at the very least, which is perfectly, fine. Like, do you think the neck was intentional or was it an accident?
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Did you hear the question though?
No, say it again.
Okay, we have one more time.
The neck.
If this was a professional assassination attempt, do you think the neck was an intentional hit or an accidental hit?
No, it was definitely intentional.
Really?
To me, I think it was intentional, because if you're using a small, like I was watching some of the ballistic people talk about how close the gun had to be based off of the sound. So these guys are like, they're brilliant, right? So they're calculating the sound from the time the sound shot, using whether it's my son knows all these terms, but hypersonic, basically they said that the shot had to occur from 0 to 10 feet, around that much, in order for it to hit him so quickly based off from the shot. So I mean, if the guy.
What do you mean so quickly? What do you mean so quickly? As far as what? Quick as far as what?
Well, they do it. They're doing analysis based off of the time, using different kind of caliber, 30-06, doing different kind of caliber weapons and how fast it would have got to the target from the shot. So, you have this guy way up, if he's sniping from the buildings, there would have been a certain time range for 30-06 using, subsonic rounds.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. But then also too, depending on what footage they're watching, obviously we all know the bullet will get there before the sound does. So depending on which camera angle, is it the far away one? Is it the one up close? Is it the one kind of from behind? All those variables are going to take into a place. You're going to have to take those into account. So do you know which video they used? Did they just use one? Did they use all three? I'm very interested.
Well, I think there was an analysis done. I think they were using all the different angles. But the one that was revealing the guy with the hat that's near the French Legion training area or whatever, this guy was saying that the shot was coming from the same direction this guy was in. And there was a girl, these young guys, another military guy. They said another military guy was right above to the right of this guy, because they have him standing right, in the inner area. But they got this other older guy's tattoo, which was military related too. So my point in all that, they're saying,
what's your bow on everything? What's your bow on everything?
Direction.
What's your bow?
Please, as we say, if you could, please put a bow on everything to offer us just the crux, the meat and potatoes of the statement that we can look into for due diligence. And then, for now, we do have to move on. Yes.
Yeah. You want to look for Project Constitution?
Yep, I got him up.
On X. Yeah, he's got I mean, he's got 1.4 million views the last time I checked on that breaking news that's coming out. Yeah, and just to wrap it up, my point is, look, everybody, left, right, TP, USA, even Nick Fuentes, are all saying that the FBI narrative is true. I saw like coming out of his mouth, not even knowing that Nick was involved in the February or the January 6th, basically telling people to go in. He gets out of jail after one day. Meanwhile, the rest of the January 6th, he's a Fed, man. Look at him trying to get these gropers, these young white guys who are having a hard time in this economy, you know, to stir up stuff. And I just think that, man, we have to support Candace Owens. It's not even supporting Candace Owens. It's supporting the truth, because I think the last one I saw when she revealed the DuPont, this is so deep, and I think it's really scaring her, because it's bigger than government now. It's going to the families who are the movers and shakers and been doing this forever.
Josh, I got one question for you, because what you're saying, I'm writing down and I'm going to look up, because I did see Project Constitution's post. I didn't get a chance to look at it in its entirety, because it was just before we went on. But my question to you is that if evidence comes out that does not support what Candace Owens is claiming, are you willing to accept that?
Dude, I'm about facts, bro.
Okay.
I'm a BI guy. I'm a BI guy. And the only ones who's given facts is Candace Owens. You can't Egyptian planes.
I understand that
about that,
but the Egyptian
she's
planes.
The only one giving facts, bro.
I think
there's a lot of red herrings. There's a lot of things that she has offered that have just simply not been confirmed, corroborated, no consensus. Just a lot of people that support her, and I believe in supporting her for the right reasons, which is to get to the truth. And until I see more of a foundation of truth, I'm just on the fence. I'm stuck in the middle. So, but I'm with you.
No, that's smart.
If she gets to it, I'm with her.
That's a smart position. That's a smart position. And I think, though, you know, the fact of the matter is that there's just, in an investigation, you're searching everything. You're turning every stone. And I think that's smart. And to just dismiss her after a threat, and then now we have evidence that that guy is probably right. I mean, you're not going to wear some hat from France that's near this French Legion place.
I still haven't seen it.
You're just not going to do it.
Like,
bro.
we just scrubbed that video. I still haven't seen it. Listen, we're going to check it out. We're going to move on from the call. Josh, thank you.
Out, bro.
Dude, Josh, thank you so much for calling in. I can't tell you, Eli, and the people, we can't tell you how much we appreciate you calling in and freaking participating. So, Josh, rock on, man. Thank you so much.
And we hope to hear from you again, brother.
Hell yeah, man. Josh, everybody. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one aspect of it. We never got a chance to get into that part of it, but that's something we can maybe dissect in a little bit. Let's just go back about 10 seconds and just to wrap up her kind of comment as far as this whole thing.
Do you want to know what all of these investigations have in common? Liars who lie and think that the public is too stupid to see through their lies. That is how we got into this.
Isn't that weird?
Okay. I did not sell anything. You did that. You guys did that. You guys continued to do that. You guys wanted to just move on and to grift off of Charlie's legacy. I dedicated myself to figuring out who murdered him. So
there you go.
Well, all right, Candace Owens, you had the biggest opportunity at your feet, and for all of the reasons that we can only speculate,
that
you're
wasn't
going
even
the
it.
route you're going.
No, that wasn't even it. My bad. Oh, shit. We didn't.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we actually left off on, doesn't really matter, but it was the Russell Brand one. We just played fucking the rest of.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh.
Yeah, no, you're right. Oh, whoopsie. Hang on.
Kevin, I think we've done quite a bit here in proving that she hasn't done enough to say she's speaking 100% the truth. Everything is open-ended. Everything is inferred. Nothing is 100% concrete. It's okay to be a fan, but don't go unhinged just because we can poke holes in her narrative or propose a question that leads you to go, at the very least. Just think for yourself or listen to her like she's gospel. That's a you problem.
This was one of the things she said on Russell Brand, where somebody on the internet kind of juxtaposed it with something on her podcast.
I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover-up. And we can talk about what the motives are of that. They could be financial motives. It doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
So essentially kind of going against her idea of a cover-up.
Right.
Just all right there for you, right there out in the open. Oh, Candace.
Her own words are her greatest enemy on a long enough timeline. And that is somewhat detrimental to her being the claim of being the arbiter of what is the truth.
Some bitch. Do you want to? Well, okay. Did we get to play the Asmongold Charlie Kirk thing since we're kind of on the topic real quick?
I don't believe so.
Jokes. It's okay to joke.
Oh yeah, we did. That was the last.
Okay.
We did cover that in the last. Yeah.
Cool. Got that out of the way.
We even put up a poll.
Bam. About what?
About if the joke is, it's okay to joke about.
Oh, we didn't put up a poll.
We did.
Oh, we did. Got you. Okay.
That's the last episode, guys. We covered Asmongold, talking about it should be okay now to joke about Charlie Kirk, yada yada. We had a poll. Feel free to check it out. Appreciate you.
So we have the whole Walz and Trump thing, and then we have the friends and politics thing. We could do, you tell me what you want to do. I feel like if we do the friends and politics thing, we may not get into the Walz and or Trump thing, but I don't know. Like, you tell me. Do the people want to hear us talk about the Trump R-word saga and have a little more on that moron Tim Walz, or do we get right into friends first, politics second?
We have both of those in the title, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let's cover the Walz.
Which
one?
And
then we'll see what we can do with the last of it.
Which Walz one you want to do first? Moron or the R word? They're both good because the whole crux of these two next segments is literally the last video that kind of gives it the oomph.
Yeah. I'd like to start from what was it? Globachar's anger, I think. I mean, we all know what Trump is being.
You want to start the R word?
Wait. I love Kevin in the chat. Kevin is one of the most unhinged people, being really shitty to Mishka for whatever reason, but she can handle herself. She's a big gal. So you are wrong. You say you disagree, but won't or don't want to do the work to disprove her. Okay, champ. You're a winner, chicken dinner, son. I believe with your logic, that would be Candace's job to prove that she's right, which she hasn't done. So there you go. Enjoy the show. All right.
So this is, ever since Trump's been back in office, we're bringing words back that we're banned for a little bit. And, when the president says the word retarded, I guess we're good to go. I guess we're all back at it. And he's not using it in a way where he's demeaning people of a mentally challenged. In my opinion.
He's using it like this.
Yeah.
Josh?
Yes.
Look, I find you to be quite retarded.
He didn't have to say that.
I'm not even using you're regarded, that YouTube speak nonsense. That makes me so annoyed.
Yeah, we don't have to do that anymore. The president did it, so we're good to go.
Oh, shit, we're bringing it back.
Yeah. We're bringing it back, baby. It was broughted back. So essentially, Trump makes a tweet on Thanksgiving. I'm trying to find the actual, the part that we care about. He's like, a very happy Thanksgiving, salutations to everybody, great American citizens, patriots, blah, blah, blah. Let's see.
What we're trying to cover, Chad, is just the amazing outrage of him using just the most simple word. When we were going to school in the 90s and the early 2000s, we heard it all the time. Nobody lost their shit.
So he's talking about the illegal immigrants. He's talking about, this crisis going on. He says the real migrant population is much higher. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America. something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman/woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped her swaddling hijab and who probably came into the USA illegally, that you're not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully, blah, blah. So essentially, he called Tim Walz a retard. And that
sounds so deserved.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's probably acting retarded, right? That's
Well, I mean, okay, wasn't he responsible for, I don't know, somewhere within $1 to $8 billion, 80,000 illegal Somalians, and the Minnesota essentially going to shit and fully infiltrated while he's been able to benefit? Sounds pretty regarded. No, thanks, Trump. Retarded.
Yeah, it's at the very least, your state was frauded out of $1 to $8 billion. Like that's pretty retarded.
That's
man.
pretty serious.
Yes.
These are the kinds of politicians that need to be made a fucking example of to the highest degree. And I hope, and I wish upon a star that we see something. Please give us hope.
So here's real quick. Then Trump was asked about, well, you called Tim Walz retarded, and Trump says, yeah, no, I did definitely, and then he doubles down on it.
In that same post, you mentioned Tim Walz, and you called him what many Americans do find an offensive word, retarded.
You called him retarded.
By that claim of calling Tim Walz retarded.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with him. Absolutely.
He's like, yeah, I think there's something wrong with him. Absolutely.
Sure.
But you don't think that
you have a problem with it?
Do you have a problem with it?
Did you
know
not just
what?
use the word?
I think there's something wrong with him. Anybody that would do what he did, anybody that would allow those people into a state and pay billions of dollars out to Somalia. We give billions of dollars to Somalia. It's not even a country because it doesn't function like a country. It's got a name, but it doesn't function like a country. Yeah, there's something wrong with Walz.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, there's something wrong with him. I stand by the R word. There's something wrong with him. There's a reason why he's doing that.
He nearly successfully called the entirety of Somalia retarded just now.
Yeah, you know, that like, I gotta say, no. All right. Don't do that. All right. Don't let the people, like, you know, there's a lot of good Christians out there, right? Don't let the evil Christians, the people who take things too far, make the name for Christians, right? It's the same thing. Don't let the extremists of the Somalis, don't let the extremists be the example of the totality.
Watch out for the generalization game.
Please.
It may be fun and feel even vindicating, self-righteous, but then you always risk the danger of it being done to you and yours.
Dude, because I cannot tell you how many Somalis I know that aren't like that. And by that, I mean, I can't tell you because I don't know. All right, there we go.
Thank
Okay, no
God
problem.
for that clarification.
No problem. I got you there. So Trump doubles down. Klobuchar gets pissed. Okay.
Not Klobuchar. Okay.
That Klobuchar gets so mad. How dare Trump use a word?
She sounds like a Pokemon. Klobuchar, go.
What was her stupid joke? I would like to see how Trump's hair fares in a blizzard.
Yeah, dude. Roasted, owned, pwned. We all bow to Klobuchar.
So here's her getting big mad over that R word. Big mad.
To respond to something else that the president said. He said that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar probably came to the U.S. illegally, mocked the hijab that she wears, and he called your governor, quote, retarded.
I love that. I love that.
The hijab.
Dude, fuck all that noise. I love that this blonde-haired bitch was like, and he called your governor retarded. Like, she's like really getting her worked up. And she said, your guy sucks. What do you say to that? Like, was she going to not be like, that's fine? Now she has to. You just made me own him. Now I got to respond in kind.
Now she's accountable for the response of a nation. And by God, look at that face.
Your governor. Look, what? You know, I didn't even know Klobuchar was from Minnesota.
I had no idea. And is that resting bitch face or
who?
Is that resting Democrat face?
Yeah, it's RDR. RDF.
Okay, RDR.
RDF.
RDF.
Yeah, RDF. Resting Democrat face.
Resting Democrat.
I got Red Dead Redemption in mind.
Resting blue no matter who face, okay? Credit to any Democrats that are willing to change their minds.
RBNNMW.
You're canceled.
Resting blue no matter who. It's hard to do that.
There you
And
go.
He called
there
your
you go. Not
governor,
bad.
quote, retarded.
Oh, she said it. What? I didn't know she said it. You're allowed to say it now. Remember before you couldn't say it? You had to say the R word. But now
Trump is more powerful than anybody can even comprehend.
He's bringing it back. He brought it back. The CNN just said he called your governor retarded. You know, she almost used the N-word essentially. She said that your governor was like, what?
Dangerous game for these Democrats to be playing with these hard R's here.
You can't hate it. Whoa, you're right. Look at that. The hard R could be, it's a double entendre. That's great. That's great. Dude, next thing you know, CNN, fuck the A, dude. We're going hard R. She called, Trump said that, what?
Just give it a week.
Yeah.
And amen, Rex is human.
You don't even want to know what CNN stands for.
a little palate cleanser, if you will, because at the core, I want to believe everybody has this in their heart to a degree. I'm praying for America to stand up, be wise, and to not hand your country to those who wants to destroy your culture, faith, principle, laws, freedom, wisdom, values, etc. Amen to that.
Amen.
To outside infiltrators with malice, and to any outside countries, foreign countries with their strings trying to attach to the people that we are hoping will put America first. Thank you.
No matter if your countries are foreign or domestic.
Or retarded.
Wait, what?
Yeah, good point there.
These words shouldn't even be repeated by anyone, much less a president of the United States.
Just wait till we get the guy at the end of this bit when he talks about real words. She's mad at words. Wait till we see what words Tim Walz is mad at, and then what words Tim Walz's daughter's mad at. And then wait till this motherfucker at the end puts all these fuckers in their place by actual words that really could do harm. They're mad at the R word.
There are some people that may have just for the first time heard that it jumped from 1 billion to possibly 8 billion. That's something that we'll be getting to within this parameter, right?
After Moron Walz.
Okay, gotcha.
Less a president of the United States. Again, he goes after people because they look different than him. He goes after our governor and uses a slur that, by the way, has now led a legislator in Indiana,
racist,
kids with disabilities,
bigot,
to say that he's not going to vote with him on the redistricting vote in Indiana. These are the kinds of things he does. And they try to tear people apart, but as we saw from the midterm elections, it's not working. People look at their grocery bills, they know who to blame. They don't want to see the chaos. They don't want to see the corruption. They mourn for the loss of this National Guard member, but they do not believe you should use it to turn away 24 million people who are already in this country, who are naturalized citizens.
You use the R word. How dare you?
Yeah, everything she says after is completely moot, nullified, especially by the DNC standards. Once you say an R word, nothing else matters.
Yeah. Well, all right, Metallica, take it easy. All right.
Hey, by the way, chat, feel free, if you're feeling up to it, help us get to a little milestone. 5 more subs, and we'll be at a new milestone today. You'll be a little part of history, and I will personally give a shout out to the at least 10 of you that have subbed tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Leave a like, subscribe, and move on with the show.
We don't ask for money, but I would love to see us hit 2350. We're at 2326 right now. I would love to see at the end of this show that we could hit 2350. That's about 24 more subs. We're not asking for a lot, but if you're hanging out, if you love us, if you hate us, if at the very least you find it entertaining, give us a sub. Let us know if we suck or not. It's up to you. But we don't ask for money. We don't ask. We only ask for you to participate. And what better way for you to participate than being subscribed? So then when we do go on, you can always participate.
And subscribing is a gamble because inevitably you're going to hear something you agree with. I promise. We're all over the place because we call everything out. All right.
So here's Tim. So now we got some new news on this whole R word thing, because not only was Trump saying it, not only did he double down on saying it, and not only was Klobuchar big mad about the R word, but now we got some jokers driving by Tim Walz' house. They may or may not be driving by going, "Hey, you retard!"
No.
Drive by retarding, just like like how Tim Pool. Like, we'll get into it because this is going to get us into that topic, the words you use. But just like Tim Pool, who was drive by and shot at, Tim Walz was driven by and yelled at. So it's very similar.
Horrifying.
I know.
I barely see the dissimilarity. And thank you, Samatino. Thank you for subbing up. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you. Thank you, guys. You're really hitting that 233. We got about 17 more. Let's get us there. Thank you so much. We're trying to hit 2350.
Wow.
We appreciate you so much. Here's Tim Walz. He's gonna get a little upset about that R word.
True.
No.
This creates danger. And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word.
Dude. He started this whole diatribe off. Listen to the first three words he says, Eli. Listen to the first.
Dangerous, right?
No.
Oh.
True. This creates danger.
This creates danger. I mean, from one R word to the second R word to, I mean, you're practically getting shot.
What's more dangerous? Being known as a retard or being known as a racist bigot? What's really, has anybody gotten assassinated for being a retard? Honestly.
Get a feel for
get the wind out there. No. The answer is no. And if they did get assassinated for being retarded, it's probably because they were really retarded, right? They probably deserved it, right? But other than that, it doesn't happen. You get assassinated for not being retarded, right? You almost get a pass. Oh,
yes.
I can't assassinate you. Why? You're retarded. I can't do that. I can't be. I can be mean to you.
I know in Minecraft, they tell me all the time, I was going to finish this job, but the guy was just too, special.
Right, exactly. Like, I can be mean to you. That's fine. But I'm not going to end your life over it. I'll be a dickhead. I'll be rude. But end your life. Never. Never.
It has famously garnished pity. But no, we're creating danger, and it's just comparable to being shot at.
Dude, that statement is like, whoa. I'm almost angry at it.
This might be a little YouTube unaliving ourselves here, but feel free, forget the ones, forget all the usual requests of any host on a screen to the chat. Drop those retards in the chat, guys. If you want to be part of this movement, we're bringing it back. I want to see if this gets on YouTube's algorithm like anger. They're like, oh, shadow banned. Drop that retard in the chat. I'll start it off. Now do continue.
True. This creates danger. And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word in front of people.
Who's pissed?
This is shameful. And I have yet to see an elected official, a Republican elected official, say, you're right, that's shameful.
No, because they're the ones driving by going, retard! Come on, man. Shameful?
For shame.
No, but it's just like, wait till we get to this guy's point. Like, in my head, I already have this guy's point in my head. Like, I already have the fucking mic drop that's about to happen. And Tim Walz is complaining about the R word. Eli, you got something?
I got something.
Yeah, it looks like you like you have.
Oh, no, I'm just thank God, bless the chat, and somebody like took my words literally and said drop those retards, like I just,
oh no, they started punching them.
Didn't mean to incite to like a giant hate movement.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
Don't drop literal,
write the word. How about that? Use better grammar.
Drop
write
the word.
No. Write don't drop. Write.
Oh yeah. Hey, you type the word and hit enter.
Yes.
There we go. Now I'm learning this stuff.
So now here's Tim Walz's daughter. She's gonna cry about that word.
Because while my family and I are always going to be the bigger people, the president calling my dad what he did has unleashed a storm regarding like offensive language towards me and my family, and specifically my brother. You can call me whatever you want. You can call my dad, my mom.
A Muppet.
When
He's
it's
a Muppet.
Gus, to the no. To the no. He dealt with people calling him that last August, and now there's a resurgence. And no.
Oh, maybe the brother's retarded. I didn't know. Maybe it's like a personal thing. I really didn't know.
You don't know? All right, I'm gonna find out.
Know?
Well, her cheeks are shiny, or is it just my?
Is Tim Walz's son retarded?
On the spectrum.
Tim Walz's son Gus has been diagnosed with non-verbal learning disorder.
Oh, snap diggity dog.
No, he's just stupid. He's not retarded. He's just a non-verbal learning disorder. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, that's not gonna guilt anybody away.
Dude,
you might
don't
just
care.
Get more drive-by.
It doesn't matter. All the words Tim has said are worse. Sorry.
How is it okay that the president of the United States can call somebody, anybody, doesn't matter who they are,
Remember this.
and
Remember
then all
this.
of his
Remember
freaking
it.
cult members come and attack those people?
Remember that. How can a president say these words? Then the cult members come and attack. Remember this.
And
Remember this for a
that
second.
person's family. Say what you want about my dad. He's an elected official, right? Like that's going to happen. I think it's utterly disgraceful that the president would do that. But then the attacks that I have seen, I have people DMing me saying absolutely horrendous things. When I was home last week, somebody drove by and screamed that we were R words.
Tim Pool was shot at, you cunt. Fuck. Here's this guy. No, this is in my mind, and this guy's gonna bring it. He's gonna bring it home for everybody. Bring it home, brother man. Bring it home for everyone to understand what the fuck, like why the hell these people can cry about shit like this when other words are being said that are probably
Tim
worse.
Walz, Captain Cornbread combat veteran. Why you out there crying because people driving by your house saying the R word, bro? Ain't you the same dude that got on camera with your Walmart brand tough guy face talking about how you was gonna beat people up? So what happened? Where's that same energy at now? Your voice changed real quick, didn't it? Whole chest collapsed like a folding chair at a family reunion. Let's keep it all the way factual since y'all like fact-checking everything but yourselves. Y'all the same ones that throw out labels that actually put targets on people's backs. Domestic extremists, threats to democracy, white supremacists, dangerous radicals. Y'all toss that shit around like Skittles at a pride parade. And those words get people fired, swatted, assaulted, and straight up killed. We seen that shit earlier this year. And now you upset because somebody yelled retard out a fucking car window? Be serious. The same party that spent 4 years calling half the country Nazis suddenly needs a safe space? Because Timmy got his little boo-boo feelings bruised? You were Mr. Macho Man tough talk when you thought half the internet was your sparring partner. But now a drive-by shout got your asshole tight. Nah, keep that same energy. I don't want to hear shit about words being dangerous from the side that weaponizes language like a fucking slot machine in Vegas. You dish it, you own it. You set the rules. Now you're mad that the rules spun back and smacked your ass in the lips? Yeah, and by the way, calling out hypocrisy ain't an opinion.
Fuck!
Oh, I'm having visual issues with my monitor.
Good.
I'm serious. Something is wrong with my computer, just saying.
It's all good. No, like I lost you, but did you see or hear like anything this guy said yet, or I gotta go back a little bit?
Oh, I heard everything and I gave a speech.
Yeah, we lost everything about your speech.
Okay, that's right. Something is wrong with my computer. Just adding that.
Let me go back just a little bit, and then
I heard it all.
I know, but for context, because nobody on this side heard your speech. So just for context, real quick, I'm not going to play the whole thing back. I'm just going to go back like maybe 20 seconds.
Same party that spent 4 years calling half the country Nazis suddenly needs a safe space because Timmy got his little boo-boo feelings bruised? You were Mr. Macho Man Tough Talk when you thought half the internet was your sparring partner. But now a drive-by shout got your asshole tight. Nah, keep that same energy. I don't want to hear shit about words being dangerous from the side that weaponizes language like a fucking slot machine in Vegas. You dish it, you own it. You set the rules. Now you're mad that the rules spun back and smacked your ass in the lips? Yeah.
And they didn't even spin back the way they could have. Somebody drove by your house and called you stupid, bro. Grow up. You label people dictator, Nazi, fascist, like actual things that, like, if they're true, you don't deserve, like, to be, you know what I mean? Like, Nazis
not even if they're true. You know, it's the fact that those words that we know what they contain, what weight they contain, we've already lived through and we've seen it with our own eyes. It will get you killed. It will get you shot at. It will get you, you know, made to be a pariah, canceled, and so much worse, as I've already illustrated. Mic and drop. How can we live in a world where one party is crying about being called a retard and forgetting the rhetoric that they are so popularly
Nazi, fascist,
around?
bigot, white supremacist, threat to democracy, dangerous radical, all those fucking things, but you're mad because somebody called you a retard.
And if we are to believe,
and you're scared because somebody called you a retard.
Yeah, that way to show how thin-skinned that party is. Not even just the representative, the entire party. But this is the sad world we live in, where they can't even see or recognize any of the irony here of where the real danger lies, and that they're really holding it, like it's in their back pocket at all times, and they're just completely ignorant to how dangerous of a game they play, because it's just a part of being on the left. Sadly,
it's just one-sided. It's childish. And we'll get into this more because this kind of does. This will get into eventually the topics of friends and politics, because it's the same thing going on. It's just people who don't know any better calling you something without understanding the ramifications of that. Without, like, you're my friend and you call me this, maybe in this, like, you're acting like this, but then somebody who doesn't know you sees this person call you that, they think you're that. It's literally 2 steps, boom, you're that. It's just that easy.
It's terrifying how easy that is too. I mean,
and they know that. They fucking know that. The fucking people on the left, they fucking know that. You're not gonna tell me one way or the other. They don't know that. They virtue signal on social media because they know that. Because they know their other lefty buddies are gonna come on and say, "Oh, look, he's calling out this person. Look at him go. Oh, look, I'm gonna give him cookies and brownie points." Exactly.
I truly, like, as the nature of our show, we don't like, you know, the optic or feeling like we're ever being too heavy-handed on one side. But this is how I see it. If I'm gonna make an analogy, we are all in one giant glass house. Only one side are using boulders while the other are using pebbles here.
Yeah, and we're very used to calling out the right on shit. Sometimes the left fucks up. Take it and learn from it. I've used this analogy fucking so many times. Walking down the sidewalk, the guy on the right, the homeless guy on the right, everyone's, oh, look how bad he is. You walk down the sidewalk all the time, and you see the guy on the right doing shit all the time. You're always told about the guy on the right. Look how bad the guy on the right is. Look at that. He's fucking you over. He's stealing your money. Don't talk to the guy on the right. Then one day, you just so happen to glance over on the left side of the sidewalk. And, oh, shit. I've been so focused on the right because they keep telling me to look at the right. I see this guy on the left over here. I'm like, oh, he's kind of doing something similar. No. Look at the right. Look at the right. Look at the right. And the only reason why I'm focused on the left side right now is because everyone else is focused on the right. Everyone else has been so focused on the right. And it's just like, well, hold on. Can we call out some of the crazy shit going on this side of the sidewalk? Nope.
No. Keep your eyes on the right.
No, over here. It's over here. Look over here.
Just bear in mind, like, think about it, and you have to know this in your heart to be true, I would hope. Intellectually, or whatever the case here, it is the status quo for all of the mainstream media, with the exception of the 1 or 2 more right-leaning channels. Widely Our media is more friendly with the liberals or the left. There is a bias. You can't deny it.
The right,
if you're denying it, you're being disingenuous to yourself.
The right believes in God. The left thinks they are God.
I mean, it's that is on point, because and this is something I've only entertained because Josh is nice enough to kind of enlighten me at times, and I actually formulate a whole new way to think about things. If not for this show, I'd probably still be supporting Bernie Sanders and Ilhan Omar and AOC and shit like that. Can you say what you just said again, by the way?
I said the right believes in God. The left thinks they are God.
So my theory is because they don't, the left predominantly, I'm not saying they all are atheists, but predominantly, typically, the left statistically is known to not believe in God, to be more atheist and or agnostic. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it does seem, since they lack that faith portion, my speculation is that their politics becomes their identity entirely.
It is their God. It is their religion. Left becomes their religion. And now because the politics of my religion, my politics become my moral high ground, because that's where my religion is. These are where my morals are. The left are my morals. That's where it comes from. And it's this weird thing, because I'm not necessarily religious, but I see where or when a lack of religion comes into play and can take over your mindset. And somewhere in your mind, you got to believe in something. For whatever reason, you have to believe in something. And if you choose not religion, it seems like it becomes politics. And now politics becomes your religion. And that's what you believe in. So when I then question what you believe in, I question your politics. You take it into offense, just like I'm questioning your God, just like I'm questioning, the right's Christianity. That's how they take it, because every conversation I have with someone who's very diehard on the left, anything you say that disagrees with them, they melt down and they go ad hominem. It's just like, dude, I'm not necessarily on the right. What the fuck are you doing? Why can't you have a conversation? Nope.
Yeah, just like, what was it? Just yesterday, even though it's already established and well known amongst the friends we've had for many, many years that you did not vote for, I voted for Trump. You did not vote for Trump, but you are absolutely made to feel despicable because you simply defend the truth, not Trump. You're defending that certain things have not been proven to be a fact, but to them it translates to you defending Trump and Trump alone, nothing more.
Yes, exactly. Anybody who, like you said, is incredulous about their claims, which aren't necessarily backed by truth, they're more so backed by emotion. That's a shot at their beliefs. It's like taking a personal shot at them because they're so invested in their religion, in their politics. And it's just like, I didn't vote for this guy. I'm just saying what you're doing isn't logical. That's all. Saying that isn't a defense of him. It's more so like, what are you doing?
It's the nuance of the actual debate instead of the generalization. And in just like a couple of weeks' time, my own uncle has dehumanized me by referencing anybody that's voted for Trump is anti-humanitarian. I've watched Josh here literally be looped in as the dark side because he simply does not blindly go orange man bad. I see this mostly from the left, and I see some of you saying atheism is sensible. By the way, I was an atheist for the larger part of my life. Only recently am I trying to go back to Christianity, and I agree. There are absolutely sensible, logical atheists out there. It's just not my path any longer. But you can be an atheist and live righteously. Your moral barometer should not be contingent on anything any book says. You should have a sense of like good and bad here. But I digress. Just making that point.
And it's not like I'm disagreeing with them saying Orange Man isn't bad, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's more so like some of the claims, I'm like, be mad at the things that actually make sense. Don't be mad at the things that seem to be so woo-woo, so like out there, you know? Like, so I guess what better time now to get into the whole
This
friends over politics thing, right?
And I got like it's rare that I feel like I have an answer.
That's a poll.
Call out.
What's the poll, real quick, before we get into it? Are friends more important than politics? Like, what's the poll? Let's make a poll right now.
Oh, shit, man.
Like,
here? We can ask them.
How about this? Like, I also want to put this there. I'm under the impression that as someone who is my friend, you know me more than me being my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
Meaning that I would understand a stranger having a meltdown over an opinion I have that goes against theirs. They don't know me. But a friend, I think, would know me more than my opinion and would have more of an understanding. But that's not the case. We're always told, don't talk about religion and politics with your friends. It's like, I feel like that's the only people we should be able to have those conversations with. Our friends, our family.
That should be
because they know you more.
And celebrated, yes.
So what could be the poll? Like, do you conversate about politics with friends and family? Yes or no? What should be the poll? Sorry for my
what
voice.
Do you think,
my
Chad?
voice
I'm trying to
back.
think of a simple way of asking, do you hide
talk
politics at the family table, or
how about
have you
this? How
lost
about this?
friends over politics?
How about this? Do you talk politics at the dinner table?
Do you talk politics at the dinner table?
How about that?
The deeper inference, I'm sure you guys can pick up what we're putting down here, is essentially
with friends, with family.
Do you openly discuss politics with friends and or family? Sadly, both Josh and I have lost relationships with friends and family. Breaks my heart, especially regarding the family.
I mean, even friends too. Friends are family. Do you talk
all of it. I mean, absolutely. Me, it's just still fresh for the one specific thing. Like the whole thing, I do have to call and articulate to my uncle what he said. It hurt my fucking feelings. I'm gonna be very
do you mind saying what he said
about that? Yeah, remember that essentially anybody that voted for Trump is anti-humanity. That we are literally not humanitarians. We want the end of humankind. And he, that was his post. And he just loops everybody that voted for Trump in. And I wanted to type like, oh, thanks, love you too. But I just left it alone. And after a few days, I was like, you know what? I'm done with this gaslighting shit. Can't even have a conversation with him about it. And I unfriended him. I'm guilty of that.
I did also unfriend somebody, but it's been a long time coming, I think. But also too, I forgot we didn't get into the Tim Pool thing. Do we want to wait maybe till Tuesday till we have a little more information on that?
I would like that,
because we could have tied it in my opinion, with the whole R word saying things about people. Because in my opinion, it is very close to the Charlie Kirk thing as far as why maybe he got attacked.
Jarring.
Yeah, but who knows yet? We don't know yet, so that's why maybe we should wait.
Interested to see what does come out. Yes. Just let me.
Hey, can you buy me like, what's that? Can you give me like just like a minute, just like 1 minute, real quick.
Go, run, get skedaddle, son. Thank you once again, guys, for sticking out with us as long as you have, or however long you've been here. This is a show that's been ongoing. It was created and born out of a show. It was called Mornings at Night, and it was with the very friends that Josh and I have been referring to. He was in a podcast where it was just universally accepted without his blessing that they could not talk about politics because everybody else got too heated, got too emotional, got too invested, got too offended. And so because of that, Josh approached me knowing that I'm willing to dish it out, talk about it, whatever. And all those years ago, we had episode 1 of Stuck in the Middle, and here we are 4 some odd years later, and we just dusted off the microphone. We've been going almost every week for about maybe 2 months now. We'd like to keep going, and this show is nothing about the two faces you see on the screen. We'd like to think that we are simply a manifestation or representative somewhat of the voices, the many voices that have the cojones and the willingness to be heard. Every differing opinion, or similar one for that matter. We want to embrace that and be that. So thank you again for being a part of this journey.
Hell yeah. At the very least, I hope it's entertaining. Even if you hate it, you're like, these sons of bitches, they're going against my opinion. But I hope we give a good good what for as to why we're going against your opinion.
We hope you can still see us as human beings. Ugh. The whole reason we're even discussing this unfortunate issue that many of you have echoed via the poll I'm seeing, since it appears 55% of you are aware of the dangers of talking about politics.
So they say they don't,
so to speak.
They don't,
and 43% do.
So the 53 is a no. Is that just like the
57 no.
So the question
43.
was, do you talk politics at the dinner table? And the majority is no right now.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So
that's so wild to me. That's so wild to me.
It's wild, and it's heartbreaking because discourse is it's so kind of cringy. It's one of my favorite things, and it's one of the things that Charlie Kirk championed, and it has always been an inspiration as I watched him grow from where he started to where he ended up. I mean, that's now dark.
Here's what we said. About. Here's what Charlie said, and let's play this just to keep this in mind, because we're all guilty of it. Whether you unfriended somebody, whether I unfriended somebody, whether they started, whether they didn't, it does seem like this is the goal. And it's sometimes you have no choice. If you had to do it, you had to do it, and the other person kind of forced you to do it. Because, there's no point to put up with negativity all the time, right? But
amen.
It's almost as if, it's designed to happen that way. So you'd be a fool not to question as to, is this the right reason? So remember, this is what Charlie said.
When churches stop talking, when marriages stop talking, when friends stop talking, division and strife usually begins. And so I think dialogue is paramount to a healthy and functioning society.
I mean, very short and to the point. When friends stop talking, when other things stop happening, that's when contention starts to arise. And that's why dialogue is important.
Correct. When the words stop, it's the alternative that is terrifying. Now, I don't know at this juncture how I feel. There's a comment. Maybe we're gonna fall under the Asmund Gold umbrella here, but we're trying to live and breathe our creed here that all opinions are welcome. So let me see how I do with reading this one aloud. Bulldog over here, M5I. F Charlie Kirk, I feel bad for his kids, but the guy was a scumbag making money out of hate for others. Bulldog, I'd say you have not watched a single entire stream. You've only seen and heard sound bites and clips. You've let others produce the narrative for you, and you've not taken the time to listen to the man.
Bulldog,
not a hate monger.
Call in. Call in. And if you want to do this, we will do this very cordially. But if you have a clip that you could show us where he says this, I would love to see it. If you don't mind a clip in retort that kind of gives better context, you know what I mean? Words are cool, it's fine. And you're saying this because you're incredulous about Charlie Kirk. And what we're saying is what it seems like is this statement here seems to be something that was made out of, essentially really not knowing and seeing a lot of Charlie Kirk videos, and more so reiterating some of the propaganda and, hatred, vitriol that surrounded Charlie Kirk while he was alive and after he was alive.
They just got one person that agrees, and we got I
spelled
this wrong, saying, I've watched the context of clips. It's even worse in context. I'm going to say that's how I know you're lying through your teeth.
Yeah. I mean, here's the problem with video though too. Like I would love to see the clip they're talking about. Like I spelled this wrong, and I love that they literally spelled this wrong. Like there's only one L. It's not with a W. It's a R. So you definitely spelled it wrong, and I love what you did there. But you're saying things. Give us a link to a clip so we can watch it. I would love to see you've watched the context of the clips, plural, meaning you have more than one. Give us one. Give us one where we can watch that clip in its full context, and we'll give you an honest opinion. There are a few things he said where I was like, maybe he didn't say that right. There are a few things he said where I was like, oh, that was definitely taken out of context. Give us the clip, and we'll give you our honest take on it. Other than that, it's just you saying something in chat. So it's not wrong. Say your opinion, but if you're really committed to that opinion,
is disingenuous.
Give it. It may not be. Maybe they feel that's the case. But if you really are strong by your opinion, give us the clip. Give us the link. We'll pull it up. I promise you. I promise you.
Man. Classic response from a closed-minded individual. You guys act like you're here to listen, but in reality, you're just here to spout your narrative.
What do you think our narrative is?
Have an open
Who said
phone
that?
line.
Which one is that?
Which
one is that?
That's AGP158.
Classic response.
And we got
AJP158. Call in, man. Call in. Tell us, please. Tell us what our opinion is. Tell us what it should be. Please, please, please. Like, don't just sit here and shut off conversation, shut off debate. Have a back and forth. Have a dialogue with us. Maybe you can change our mind. Maybe we can change your mind. But don't just say things. I mean, unless you're a troll, that's fine. But if you really feel that way, let us defend that position. Let us give you our take, because you're making a claim right here that, I would love to break down and give a better context to. But if you don't call, we can't do that. We got someone calling. Let's see what's up.
this is, I spelt it wrong. He's got clips.
With the Joe Barron. Can change our mind.
Oh, it's Joe
This
Barron.
is
Okay.
the Joe Barron.
What's up, Joe?
What up, Joe?
Hey, howdy, guys. How you guys doing tonight?
Howdy, brother. How you doing, man?
All right, my man. How you doing, brother?
Not too bad, not too bad. I don't, I tried to follow the whole Candace thing, but, if she's putting out 8 to 10 hours a week of content, the 2-hour live streams or, 4 times a day, whatever, or 4 times a week, she puts out a lot of stuff. And the only way to really get into it and have a full depth of what she's saying is you got to listen to it once and then go back and, kind of hash out the difficult parts. And I just don't have the time for that. But I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean,
no,
you.
Go ahead, Joe. Finish up. Sorry.
You guys like totally flushed out, some points that, it's like that seem like they're over the top, but unless you're, listening a half hour before and a half hour after on, what she's saying and why she's saying it, it makes it hard to come up with a valid opinion.
Yeah. To be fair, Joe, also, it's almost impossible to prove negative accusations. So, it's almost like if you say, hey, Josh, you fucking, you came over to my house and you shit on my lawn. And I say, no, Joe Barron, I didn't. Like, it's almost impossible for me to prove that I didn't shit on your lawn. I could maybe give you, well, I was over here at this point in time, and, I can give you that, but it's hard to prove negative accusations just in the way they are built. So the more so thing to focus on is she's making these claims, and yet she's bringing nothing to back up these claims. So, we're doing what we can, and not to say we're doing anything at all. Like, we're just a stupid bullshit podcast. We're speculating, but really, she's the one who's making the claims. she's the one who has to bring evidence to back up these claims. We're kind of speculating on why she's wrong, and that's really not on us to figure out why. She's the one who's supposed to prove why she's right. And like I said, it's really hard to, it's almost impossible to prove a negative claim as to why I didn't do something. So she has to actually prove more so to the point why what she's saying is true. And she, you know,
to give the evidence,
yeah,
to give something concrete.
Her foot is never
not
held to the
make it-
fire.
Right. To make it less smoke and mirrors and just definitive. And I do think, despite somebody kind of spamming, she did not back away, period. I think she quite literally did within the parameters that she has offered. That would have been just fine. But suddenly it's not. And okay, hopefully this conversation will have a part 2. For Candace Owens and TPUSA, but right now I think it's a bad look she's going to have to own up to, and she's got enough of a fan base that she's going to own up just fine with how she's running things right now, strategically.
Yeah, I agree. And it goes from her accusations to plausible assumptions. You know, it could have went this way, and she does a lot of the weasel words to get herself out. But hey, I want to jump on something that isn't too much in the news, but they're saying with the Ukraine conflict that right now they're saying that $100 million bucks was skimmed off to protect the power plants. And Zelensky's 2 side people, Yermak and Mindich. Mindich fled to Israel because they won't extradite him. But Yermak was his chief of staff. They're slowly coming for Zelensky, but this $100 million is like small potatoes. They're saying that, you know, altogether we've given almost $500 billion in aid, military aid. They're saying about $45 billion was siphoned off for, you know,
Ukraine,
whoever it goes to, you know,
for not Ukraine, or for you, like out of the $500 billion, you're saying that like $45 billion essentially wasn't given to Ukraine?
No, the Ukrainians got it, and then, you know, it went to, you know, in the pockets of the connected, and probably a lot went back to, you know, the politicians that supported that stuff. But it's going to get interesting because Zelensky is losing very bad on the battlefield. They're taking these major cities, and you know, Russia's eaten a bunch of losses as far as with people, but with the attrition, they're saying 40,000 Ukrainians desert every month. Their enlistment ranks every month is about 19,000. You know, people they're seeing the you know, being on the front battlefield, and they're like, "Fuck this! I'm going to Poland. I'm going to, you know, I'm coming to America." Dude. And shit. So the military's crumbling. Zelensky is I think he's going to flee in the next week or 2.
Bro, this is crazy,
but it's
Joe.
gonna get bad.
Joe, what you're saying, I haven't heard a fucking word of, and I'm looking it up right now. This shit's over a month old. Our fucking news was like, shh.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're saying that, you know, Ukrainians going to win. They're trying to broker this peace because the Ukrainians are getting decimated. If they lose Odessa, if they lose the port of Odessa, they're going to be a landlocked country, and economically they're going to fail. If they get everything east of the Dnieper River, Russia, they can't get the grain to the sea, and they're fucked.
Yeah.
Right now they're fucked demographically because it's a dying country, and now they just killed like 1 million of the young people, and the rest of the cowards are living in Poland or coming to America. The place is fucked. They're corrupt as fuck. You know, like it's going to be a non-functioning country.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt with a very simple comment that I agree with. Thank you, Luke Skywalker, I think your name is. How are they giving so much money away, but our prices don't ever go down for anything? Those are the kinds of questions I wish would be more focused on and talked about from the very people we rely on.
Check this out. With what Joe is saying, between, I'm looking at all the articles. We got between November 10th, November 11th, November 15th, and November 17th. This is almost a month ago. It's saying, essentially, Ukraine's energy sector is embroiled in a major scandal involving an alleged $100 million in kickback, a scheme related to work at nuclear plants, particularly involving state-owned Energatum, triggering anti-corruption investigations, searches, and vows for reform from President Zelensky amidst ongoing Russian attacks on power infrastructure. These fuckers have been so corrupt since before the war. This is not surprising. This is not surprising whatsoever.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's fucked. And don't forget, now Ukraine has no power. They're going into the cold season where it's sub-zero. The citizens are going to be like, fuck this. Let's get a deal. And it's Zelensky and NATO that turned down the deals. The deals was, you keep the land, you protect the people in the Donbass. We set up security guarantees because they're shelling their own country.
Because the Donbass region was all pro-Russian, so these fuckers started to actually shell the pro-Russian region. They're shooting and killing their own people. I mean, this goes back to 2012, 2014.
Here, check this out real quick.
And they had referendums saying that they wanted to, basically secede and wanted to be under Russian control. Yeah, it's fucked up.
I'd like to
Eli, what you got?
It's fucked up.
A devil's advocate comment from none other than AJP, again, who didn't call in.
AJ.
Just because people don't want to go to war doesn't mean they're wrong. Are you seriously trying to suggest Russia is in the right just because of people not wanting to die? And he's not done. Russia are literally acting like the Nazis. They're taking their modern day Leban Saram.
AJ, are you seriously trying to say that bombing your own people is a good thing? Is that what you're trying to say? Because they disagree. As soon as your own people disagree with you, you can bomb them? Is that what you're trying to say? Sounds like it. Joe, thank you so much for calling in, man. We appreciate you. You want to put a bow on anything?
No.
I still owe you guys that your intro song, and I got it done. So
we're waiting
I gotta talk to you guys.
We're waiting for it. We got you. We're holding you to it, Joe. Thank you, Joe Barron.
Okay. Joe, we appreciate you very much.
We appreciate you, Joe. Joe Barron, everybody. Thank you so much, man.
And real quick, let's check. Let's see who's going to be the one. One more sub, and we'll at the very least just be 10 shy of the original milestone.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
One little sub?
No, did I lose you?
Oh, again? Something is wrong with my computer, brother. Can you hear me?
Something happened. Something happened. I think I might have lost you. What?
It's been a long time coming.
Oh, hang on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Are you there? You hear me? You see me?
I hear. Yes, all the above.
I don't see you, but I hear you.
Yeah, all right. My computer is crapping out.
Everyone's is. Apparently, there's some shit going on up here. I got red. I'm on red over here. Do you hear me still?
I hear you perfectly. I was
This is
just
so
adding.
weird.
Can you hear me okay now? Still?
Yeah, dude. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I just wanted to mention. I think it would be wise to do perhaps the hard out. Unfortunately, because
no, not yet,
dude. The chaos on my screen is like a strobe light. Okay, the images keep going left to right, and it's pure chaos. I don't know.
I am here
burn the fuck out.
for the people. Okay, not once
amen.
will I never leave the people. Like, I see you. You're fine. Let me see. Hang on. Let me see. I don't know.
Oh, the still image of me is frozen. I see.
It is for whatever reason. but watch 1 second.
Yeah, my YouTube is completely dark.
Check this out.
Black.
Ready? You ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
Bro, I got to take a video of what I'm seeing so you believe me.
Yeah, please show me. But I still hear you, no problem. Is all I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, yeah. And it's something I mentioned before this all went cattywampus. One more sub away, guys, and we'll say we were not even 10 shy of the milestone. We'll at least have the 2340 instead of the 2350. One more sub, and again, though, thank you all for being a part of this journey, adding your voice, agree, disagree, the fact that we're all contributing to discourse. That's what it's all about. And TZ Burton is correct. Ice did get me.
Ice got him. Ready? Boom. We got that. Ready?
I'm seeing,
ready?
So you see
ready?
how crazy this is.
Bam, you're back, brother. You're back.
Really?
Eli's
I'm still
back.
filming what I'm seeing because it's insane. I can't wait to play it on air.
What is going on? Like, but it's got to be on your side. Like, we had some power issues over here too. Not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, no, this is next level. This is Ice fucking with me. Okay.
Ice is fucking with you.
Ice, my handler, my CIA operative, my Candace Owens operative. They're all fucking with me.
You want to? We didn't do it yet, but we got to get into the friend shit. The friends over politics.
Look.
Let me show you what I got on my side. Like, I understand, but that's not going on our side.
I know. That's what I've been seeing all show.
I know that's fucking crazy. I'm so sorry to see that. I hate that for you. But when you go on YouTube, do you see that still?
Damn it, Shamrock, you're right. It's the Jews. Yes, on YouTube.
Shamrock.
It's literally jumping from YouTube and onto my fucking Zoom.
No, I'm saying when you go on YouTube and watch the live show, that's what it's doing?
Yes. Through my computer, yes.
Look.
Yeah, I know. I'm convinced.
Okay, so it's your computer. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So we got to figure out why it's your computer. And we will do that. We will do that. Son of a bitch. Now I'm all confuzzled. Where did we leave off on?
Iron Horse, I am not a paranoid conspiracy theorist. I've been captured. That's
Here we go. Ready?
Mossad got me. Ice got me. I don't know who didn't get me. All right. Yeah. So, friends?
Friends, exactly. Friends.
All right. That's speak your piece, cuz.
Yeah. It's I'm trying to figure it out, because I'm almost in a contradiction. Shamrock, you're here. Shamrock.
Did you say you're in a cuck fiction?
I'm in a contradiction.
My bad.
Contradiction. Yeah, cuck fiction. I'm in a cuck fiction. Shamrock, you're here. Shamrock is a fan of the other show that I do. No need to mention the other show at the moment.
Oh God!
But the other show right now is in turmoil. The other show has lost a host. The other show has lost somebody, and that's their fault. It's not my fault. No, I'll stand by that. 100,000%.
Let's add that the person that Josh lost from the show is the very person we have been referencing that had such an issue with Josh regarding politics, and they are the ones that did that podcast that helped create Stuck in the Middle. So I'll always be grateful for that. They had to do a show, and Josh every day for years had to tiptoe around politics because that guy was too sensitive, that liberal, that blue no matter who guy who says the mainstream media never lies. He's too sensitive about everything. So that him and his lovely wife had a little what for to give Josh because Josh doesn't agree with everything that the MSNBC tells them.
Yeah, and what's fucking crazy about this all? Let me make sure I can pull this up right.
Jesus H. Christ. I'm going to delete this. I assume it's a troll, but remove. Please don't dox your personal financial information. That may have been a troll, but they tried to super chat us and they gave their alleged card number.
Yeah, that's not good. We don't need you to do that.
Yeah. So I just deleted that. Anyway.
But the big thing that kicked this show off, and this is kind of like the crux of the whole show, at least in my opinion, is friends in politics. I think, in my opinion, one should be allowed to talk about politics and religion with people they know. It would make more sense that people you don't know judge you on your sole opinion, spurg out, freak out, say, oh, look at the person you are based on this one opinion. But apparently that's not the case. And that hasn't been the case for some time, because you are allowed to be judged on your one opinion. And this has been a long time coming. This is in regards to, I guess Trump was just recently charged with something, or recently taken to court for something for $113 million. Like, this is an, alleged alleged sexual assault, as they say.
Correct.
And he posted, the friend there posted some bullshit on his post. And it was like, this is the court thing, this is that. And I commented on a few people's comments. I said, nah, whatever, this is not necessarily the full thing. And each one of those comments he deleted. He took away.
Sounds ever so familiar.
Yes.
Like almost as if it's been going on and building up for years and years and years.
For years and years and years and years and years and years, right? So mind you, I don't have everything currently blocked out. There are a few things there. But this is what wasn't deleted. And the friend of mine says, why is this cut off? What is this trash? And automatically the person responds so hatefully, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. You
might lose me again, bud. Just saying.
It's okay. The post in regards to what was going on here was something about a new claim that Trump is graping underage people and doing this to underage people and just doing horrible things, right? So, but the picture was heavily redacted. There was very little to gain as far as information here, but the emotional response by the poster was like, see, this is how bad Trump is. He's a big, bad meanie. And all this stuff is 100,000 millions% true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when a few people commented on it, I commented under their comments. I said, don't worry about it. Wait till more evidence comes up and then be mad. Those were deleted. This person's comment was not deleted. And it started off with saying, why was it cut off? What trash? And he says, go back to sleep. And I let that person know that he's going to delete your comment. That's it. He's going to take it off, right?
That's right.
Because he claps back. He says, as an SA victim, you may want to reconsider the many, many SA cases brought against your Lord and Savior Trump over the years. Like, already the fucking hyperbolic bullshit this fucking douchebag does. Your Lord is, just because I said, what is this shit? Just because I said this seems a little like not fully the truth, your Lord and Savior Trump, like, bro, take it fucking easy. Maybe just maybe 10 plus women over the years aren't just trying to make him look bad. Heart react. Somebody, heart react. Yes, I love you because you said my opinion. You hate Trump, therefore I hate Trump. Therefore, I love you. So gay. So gay. Right?
I'm adding a little bit more context. These guys essentially grew up together. They were in a band together. They've done movies together. Okay? I mean, this is a friendship that's gone on for a very long time.
And now he's deleting my comments. In this area,
which
my comments were deleted, which is also gaslighting. And the person who made the initial comment said, no need to come at me. I was just wondering why it's cut off. Fucking Jesus. She's like, what the fuck? Like, where did that come from? But that's how this person just attacks people. They come at them so fucking hard with such vitriol. And then the person goes, oh, it's okay. I'll leave her alone because she's innocent, not looking to engage with gaslighters that want to play devil's advocate right now, really trying to exercise patience with you right now, Josh. Oh, my fucking God, bro.
Just
as soon as I saw that.
I want to try to put everybody that's listening.
I'm getting more alcohol. Hang on.
Okay. Just oh, and by the way, Sethius, you win comment of the motherfucking night. 100%. God bless you. AJ, it is befuddling to me that you are so invested and concerned about U.S. politics when you're literally in the fucking UK. So, Sethius, you win the internet with I don't think the U.S. politics should be your main concern. Yeah, take care of your own house. Otherwise, AJ, P, blah, blah, keep on pooping with your comments all you want. Shit all over the chessboard, checkerboard. You're still appreciated to some degree. Now, Josh, please continue.
Imagine if a friend, someone who's known you for a long time,
yes,
because one opinion, they said, I'm really trying to exercise patience with you right now. What the fuck does that mean? Exercise patience with me. You got to exercise patience with your friend? The fuck is that? That doesn't make sense, right?
This is the person that you had to create another show because for years
the same thing's happening.
He would stop you from speaking your mind because it would trigger him too much. And yes, it sounds like it's happening again.
The same thing is happening. As soon as Trump got in, this guy started spurging out as a show that wanted to talk, like we were called Mornings at Night. We wanted to just like maybe one or two current politic events to talk about. Then we go on to some other bullshit. Every single political thing was shut down that had to do with Trump. Positive, negative, didn't matter. Well, actually, no. All the negative things, like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. But the second you wanted to retort to that, no, what are you can't defend that. You can't do that here, blah, 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 blah. Like, there was no...
It was his own self-contained MSNBC.
Yes, and it spawned this thing where it's like, you never want to talk about politics at all. Now that's all I want to do is talk about some of these political things.
One of the worst things you could tell this man right here, Josh, is not to do something. And with knowing that, it's amazing the kind of temperance and patience he has maintained with this friend, and not to be given the same courtesy is really fucked up.
He almost created Stuck in the Middle himself.
I know.
Literally, we got to thank him for making the show. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I say to him,
let's not forget, by the way, in the show that you do on the side that we won't mention, he literally talks shit about you in the chat with other people when you're not aware.
Yeah,
for
when
whatever
I'm not aware, he'll every time I bring up a topic, when we go to prep, he poo-poos it. He'll bring up a political topic. I'll respond to it. We go to want to address it on the show. He poo-poos it. So like, there's a lot of
he tries to make you look bad to the audience on
always.
purpose.
Like, I'd be talking about something, he'll be in the chat making me look bad. Like, that's a friend. That's a friend. Like, that's
supposed to
not
be
a friend, right?
No,
that's not a friend. So I say, really trying to exercise patience with you right now, Josh. Condescending much? I said, don't bother. You deleted the comments. I wasn't gaslighting. You used that word very loosely. Okay. So he goes, still love you both. Just trying to conserve my friendships with people unknowingly on the dark side. Ha, 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 ha. I know you mean well, Josh, but I'm not trying to make things worse. Bullshit. You made things worse, cuz. Sorry. You made things a lot worse with your bullshit.
I'm surprised it took as long as it did. And again, I'm just going to self-flex throw out there. That dumbass put me in a headlock. I got out and manhandled him when we got into that little fight in your kitchen. Very proud of that. bitch.
Yep. And then, like, remember he said, I'm trying to conserve this friendship. I said, dude, really? To be honest, what is there really to conserve? I said, it's a very one-sided friendship when it comes to conversations. I'm a gaslighter. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, take the number down after this.
Who do we got?
Oh, my screen's getting fucked again.
Yes, so is my screen. Let's see who we got. Here we go.
Call from
John.
What up, John? What do you got for us, John? Live on Stuck in the Middle. Thank you, brother.
Hello. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you calling in. I love the sound. You got some good quality sound coming through, and I appreciate that.
And can I ask, John, what your username is?
This is spelt. I did want to talk about Charlie Kirk.
All right, yeah, get ready, Josh. This guy's got clips, and this is going to be a long one.
Okay, talk to me. What do you got?
Okay, so I thought you and I could go over the context of some of the things that Charlie Kirk had said here. I just posted a link to a Medium article. I have a few clips as well. Well, not clips. They're hopefully more full-length videos of, as I said, the context of what it was that he was saying when he said these things. I got 10 things that he said here, and I if you wanted to start with anyone specific, if you want to look over the list, feel free. But I'll grab one just to start. Let's start with the Martin Luther King statement. So
I'm sorry, real quick. Where'd you post the article? Listen, real quick, John. We did kind of move on. It's kind of thrown me off. I'm kind of out of the. I'm not trying to bitch out on this, Eli.
May I? Okay.
What do you got?
First, I want to say thank you. Secondly, please bear in mind we have had this very debate, same everything, with someone that had a list, and I lost. My screen is gone.
I hear you. We hear you.
Okay. We have had this for a very lengthy amount of time. So do you mind? And thank you for being here. I don't care that you disagree with us or whatever the case. Can we possibly have this discussion at a later date? Because this is the
I'll talk about Trump. We can. I'll save this for another time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, always feel free to call him. The number stays the same. We just kind of moved on. We're kind of getting to this a little different topic, and me personally, right now, my emotions aren't back in the Charlie Kirk thing. I'd have to kind of get reinvested in it. I love the fact that you did call in. If we can figure out stuck in the middle show at gmail.com. Email us there. We'll make sure we figure out how to redo this conversation, but I promise you we won't skip out on it. We would love to have you back on and do this when we're both kind of full back in it. Sorry about the that we kind of moved on from the conversation. John, what do you say to that? Talk to us. What do you got?
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I was looking up the stuff about Charlie Kirk, so I didn't.
We appreciate that. We appreciate
me talk about what it is you're talking about right now. I could, but as well, I saw you mention some stuff about Trump, so I could just talk a little bit about politics but if not, I will just get going. If you were to move on to
right now, what we're talking about, and maybe you got an opinion on this, but just the idea in general of having, in my opinion, and Eli can give you his as well, but when we're talking about politics, we were always told, hey, whoa, don't talk about politics and religion around friends and family, right? Don't do that, right? You're going to lose them. But in my opinion, it's like those people who should know you more than your political opinion. It's like those people who should know you more than just that one statement you said. They should give you a more of the benefit of the doubt, as opposed to some stranger who doesn't know you and just knows you off the one opinion, what you just said. So, John, I guess my question to you would be, are you one that has political conversations with friends and family? Do you try to kind of dictate what you talk about around certain people, or you just go for it?
I do. I will bite my tongue at maybe a family party or something like that, right? If it's Christmas, I will talk about politics and the things that I like to discuss. But I do bite my tongue a little harder around those times, because it does seem to upset, and I think that my family does too, out of concern that they might quote unquote trigger me possibly about going off on something, because I think at a base level, like people should always talk about politics. Cliches are something that I absolutely, or that cliches might be the wrong term, but like turn of phrase where people say, "Oh, don't talk there's three things you shouldn't discuss: religion, politics, and some other random third thing I don't recall."
Yes.
But so like I always disagreed with something like that idea, right? And those sorts of statements in general. I was like, no, you should always be everything's political to a certain extent. It's all politics all the way down. Like
That's
even
awesome.
if you think it's not affecting you, it go ahead.
No, I was just I'm concurring with you. Like I think
We're all in
I think
agreement
that's awesome.
there.
I think that's
Politics does impact us.
But my more point is where a stranger can, quote, misinterpret you, offer off your one opinion. My point is a friend, a family member should kind of have a little more leeway to give you the benefit of the doubt that you are not your opinion. You're just having this comment on this situation. Like for instance, you defend Biden in this one instance. That doesn't mean you're pro Biden, but you're just looking at this one instance as like, well, this seems like the logical thing to do. He was right here. That doesn't mean I agree with him all the time. It just means I was right with him here. Whereas I think friends and family should be like, yeah, Josh does agree with him there, but normally he doesn't agree with him. But a stranger would jump down your throat and be like, oh, look at this Biden supporter. What a piece of shit. That's more so my point. I think friends and family should give you the benefit of the doubt. I think we should be allowed, and it shouldn't be a stigma, to kind of have these more, harsh discussions, these more hard discussions with friends and family as opposed to strangers. But right now it seems to be the opposite.
Can I jump in there?
Yes, please. I'm rambling.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with that 100%. I think that's probably what's causing this harsh rift that we're seeing, where it is this very harsh left versus right. You're one side or the other sort of debate, because people with what you're saying with their families, where they're not giving that leniency to their families, and then now that would be the practicing start. You give that leniency to your family, then you can be a little more tolerant with strangers. Right now, that's not happening at all. You're not. People aren't doing that with their family, and now they're being even harsher with strangers because they're being so harsh with their family.
True.
And
Agree.
so,
I see it every day at work.
People should be.
That's a great point.
I see the what you're referring to with the strangers every day, even though I would originally be the one to say, oh no, it's so much harder with family and friends. It's hard for its own reasons, but it seems so much easier for people to be shit to one another because of generalizing politics and forgetting that we're human in the first place.
John, let's give you this. How about this? Give us your the biggest, whether it be mediums number one or your number one, whatever it is, give us the biggest thing that you think wasn't taken out of context as far as what Charlie Kirk said. And just give us the best one right now. And then in a later date, dude, I tell you what, man, dude, we will explore this more than what we are doing right now. We just kind of moved on, but give us your biggest one and we'll try to humor it a little bit.
Like what one of the things that I thought that he said that was actually sort of correct and maybe was getting blown out of proportion by other people. Is that what you're asking, or did I misunderstand?
Or vice versa, or one thing that people are defending where you think he meant more than what.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
I would say the Martin Luther King thing and his opinion about civil rights in general would be the big thing. He said some very interesting things about civil rights, and he directly stated that Martin Luther King Jr. was an awful person, and he directly stated that. And so it's hard to add context to that, in my opinion. It's like, well, okay, here, do we need more context to look at somebody like that and be like, hey, this person might not really know what they're talking about as far as historical context goes, or anything related to civil law or the law in general. Like,
is it true that Martin Luther King was a little bit of a womanizer? Is that true or no?
I mean, would that be some sort of negative? Like what?
No,
I don't.
No,
I will answer that question.
But if I was a Christian, I might be upset at that. I might be upset at somebody who doesn't, maintain a one marriage. You know what I mean? I'm not upset at it, but if I'm looking at it through the lens of somebody who is religious, they might be upset at that. I cannot fault them for that. Just can't fault. I hope they can't fault me for being like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I feel like there's a bit of a nuanced discussion there where it's like, you know, it does seem odd that their religious moral standing, because isn't that what God suggests, to not be the judgmental one? God does that. So the idea
Yes, but God also suggests, as far as the Christian religion, to be monogamous. So it's not like, you know, God also suggests not to get a divorce. You know,
in your personal life, though. So then using your religion to look at another person and say, oh, you are doing this outside of my faith, therefore you're a bad person now and I can't like you.
Especially in America. Especially in America. Freedom of religion. Like, you know, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, it's hard for what, but does it happen? I'm sure there's the Jewish religion and the Muslim religion that judges what Christians do in America, and they're allowed to do that because America has the freedom of religion. I can't really judge somebody on that aspect. You know, if they're acting on it in a violent way, sure, maybe. But if that's just their opinion, I really, you know, there are a lot of opinions on each religion that I don't agree with.
Well, so to answer the question, I would say I'm unsure if Martin Luther King was a womanizer. It would not be an issue to me, and I would actually draw issue with other people who had some kind of issue with it. I would look at them and say, you seem rather judgmental in that sort of aspect. I don't understand why that needs to be a determination for
And then what is your definition of issue? Like, as far as like is that like a character flaw, or is that just like all right, you know, he agrees with that. You know, like how heavy of an issue is that to you if they disagree with somebody who does that?
Relatively, like moderately heavy, like higher, really? Arguably higher up there. Yeah, because it's sort of like a clear lack of logical thinking skills.
So it's almost like just like somebody who would view, if they were Christian, who would view somebody who cheated and or got a divorce.
Yeah, like you can be upset about the cheating from like a moral standpoint.
What I'm saying is it's equal is all I'm saying. Like just as you are incredulous about him being like, well, why can't I do that? The Christians are also incredulous about people getting divorces and or cheating.
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, and this is where the paradox comes in of to a certain extent, I can't even necessarily hold that value because I'm saying that that's a bad thing.
Right,
correct. Where does that leave us necessarily, right? Who's right and who's wrong?
Right.
I don't know. Again,
it's more so just an opinion where you can be like, you know, it's like I'm not going to sit here and criticize you on that opinion just as well as I hope you don't criticize him on that opinion. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, no, you're fine to have that opinion. I don't think it makes a difference, though, is all I'm saying.
I cannot maintain on the computer. I'll send you a video, brother, but I'm getting all black screens here.
Why don't you try to exit out, and I'll resend you the Zoom link, and then exit back in and try to get back in.
I'm dropping out soon, man. This is
I'm saying
nuts.
Drop out right now and try to get back in and see what happens. That's all I'm saying. Like give it a shot. You gotta do a little testing here,
I don't have a mouse cursor appearing on my screen. Okay, it is just flashing.
That's what I'm saying.
Black.
If you just reset your computer, and then I'll resend you the Zoom link and see if a good reset does it okay. And then if not, let me know and we'll keep going.
All right, the hard reset. This is going to be a little restart. It's going to take a minute.
Might take a second. So what do you think about that, John?
So, yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, again, this is tough. It's like, well, I would say, and again, this is because I'm jaded to my own opinions, but I look at myself as being like, well, no, I've determined this through logical, factual assertions made from observations on life, and then other people are coming to this conclusion because of, the Bible and their parents told them that this is how they should live.
Right.
And so I do think there is a bit of a difference between what I'm doing and what other people are doing, where it's like, okay, like this is why I do say that it's a bit of a higher level issue, because I'm like, this is a lacking of critical thinking skills that are crucial to having arguably correct opinions about morality, which again, my version of correct, but we're all trying to hopefully come to the same version of correct understanding of morality that like
right. And then unfortunately a Christian would argue then, like their ethics, like where does their morality come into play? And they will tell you the Bible. And then they will argue against you, like, where do your ethics come into play? And if you don't believe in the Bible, then may I ask you, and I'm not saying I do, but I'm just asking you, where do you get your ethics from?
Yeah, so I mean, the same. It's funny to say, right? I said, "Oh, a book." Like, I mean, to a certain extent, I do get. I'm not much of a reader, but I do get my ethic. I would say myself at a base level, but obviously, I've been.
So it's a preference. So your ethics are what John perceives as his preference, not necessarily based off a Bible. So like that's where the conversation would come in. Like that's where they would argue with you, is saying like they gather their ethics from religion, where right now what you're saying is you gather your ethics from your own preference, which is not necessarily, which isn't wrong, but it's more hard to argue, truth on that.
I guess, but again, I would say that it's not necessarily my preference, right? Like I look out.
But then besides your preference, where do you get your ethics from besides John doesn't like X?
Well, so then it would be, it's like, so I didn't like being hurt. I didn't like physically feeling pain or
but
even emotional pain, right? And
I
so I
understand.
was like, oh, obviously then, therefore I shouldn't do that to
But that's
other
preference
people,
though.
right?
That's a preference anecdotal thing, and that's not
guess.
Yes, right.
I guess to a certain extent, there probably are individuals that like pain and would then therefore come to the preference of choosing to wish to inflict it on others. So
no, I'm saying,
yeah, okay, all right.
I'm saying your preference is to not be in pain. There's no ethical thing behind that besides John doesn't like pain, is what I'm saying.
So
Whereas
are you saying everybody's is a preference then, that morality is a preference of choice?
No. What I'm saying is, if we're talking about Christianity gets their morality and ethics from the Bible, from religion. Whereas if you're saying you're not a Christian,
preference, right?
It wouldn't though. It wouldn't be a preference because that's coming from something.
Well, mine is coming from life
John. It's coming from John though, but it was coming from you though. It's not coming from something else
but my life experiences are only, I'm not just myself, right? Like all of my personal life experiences were experienced through others and within reality, right? So it's not just
I'm not saying that your preferences are wrong. All I'm pointing out is that one side gets their ethics from the Bible, from religion, and where you're gathering your ethics from is from preference. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying where you're gathering it's from is just kind of your opinion and your incredulity.
Well, but again, I would say that that's the same about people who get their opinions from the Bible, right? Like that's their opinion and preference.
But that's not their opinion. They're following the word of God, though. You know what I mean? Like that's not their opinion. They're not doing that on their own free will. They're doing that based off of essentially 10 commandments. They're doing that based off of a moral, ethical, religious, quote, high ground.
Well, okay, wait. So they're not doing that off of their own free will?
Doing what?
You said that they're not. I assumed when you said they're not doing that by following the Bible off of their own, you're saying that because
I'm saying where they're getting their ethics from. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not cover thy name. Like all those ethics come from the Bible, whereas what you're saying is all your ethics come from preference. I don't like this, so I'm not going to do this.
Well, I mean, there's further statements to it than that. I mean,
I understand. I'm not saying preference is wrong. I'm just saying one gets it from the Bible. Like that's their ethics. And all I'm saying is, where do your ethics come from?
I have a quote I'd like to throw in for John. You may agree with me. I was an atheist for a very long time. Here's a line I used to throw around quite a bit. Your moral barometer should not ever be contingent on any one book, doctrine, or what have you.
But that doesn't help his point, though, because we're trying to figure out where his ethics, where does he build his moral high ground from? How does he reach the conclusion as to what is
kind of
ethical?
does. That's what I'm saying. It's a multifaceted ideology. I mean, I do get morality from books and stories and the Disney movies I watched as a kid.
What books?
I mean, I guess Christopher for Hitchens.
And what did he say that you?
Oh yes, I own a couple of those.
What did Christopher Hitchens
as
say
well
that
as
you?
Richard Dawkins, The God Delusion, Sam Harris. Yeah.
But what about those books did you gather ethics from?
So he writes the atheist 10 Commandments, right? And the thing is, like,
So he's already using a reference to religion for his 10 Commandments.
Yeah, and so
it seems like it's
that's
based
what I'm
off a
saying,
little
though,
bit
it's
of
all
religion.
preference. Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, we are all having our own preferences of morality. The issue would be that I'm seeing with religious people is that they tend to force their preference of ideology on other people, sort of through what you're saying right now by saying that I have a preference and religious people
But the
don't.
thing
They're
with
actually-
religious people is that the ethics stay the thing. The ethics stay the same. Whereas somebody who's not religious, they can change their ethics. They can adapt to in which they feel. Whereas the 10 Commandments stay the 10 Commandments.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's not true at all.
What's not
There's many
true?
religious people who
What
change
part's not true?
that they don't change their ethics. They're very inconsistent. Arguably one of the most inconsistent with their ethics. Religious people.
Which
because there's
part?
So many. All of it throughout all the entirety of their up and
Right,
down,
but then in
throughout
that
every
case, though, John. But in that case, though, then anybody is unethical, especially when it's based off their preference. So it's just not a good. It's not a good argument because you're saying yes, people can be unethical, but obviously that's the case, especially when they have no ethical background to build that on.
Well, no, you could argue that.
Sorry,
perhaps,
sorry,
but
John.
I would
Take a brief breath. I have to go. Thank you very much for having me. Stuck in the middle, Josh, and you will continue this conversation. Thank you, all of you, for being a part of this show tonight. We always try to outdo ourselves one episode after the other. If you have not subscribed, please do hit that like button. And at least for my part, I have been an atheist for 20 some odd years. I am only the past 2 years trying to be a Christian again. I do have my own personal battles with this very notion. But with that, I am comfortable saying God bless each and every one of you. And may we all coexist and never stop the art of discourse.
The part that's gonna fuck John up is like I'm not even religious, and I'm just.
I know.
You
know
that. Like,
I think you're agnostic mostly. like there that you do believe it. There's something, but you don't have any stern. I
believe in a higher power, but not necessarily religion. Yeah, agnostic.
Right. Yeah. So just to show you that, John. So please do continue.
Eli, thank you so much, brother, man. We appreciate you. Well, I think after this conversation with John, that's pretty much it anyways. So no problem. You're not missing much. So
yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued though. Y'all take care. Good night. And please, one more sub so we can hit that milestone.
we're going to get there. I tell you what, we'll get there.
Yeah. God bless y'all. Take care.
Later, Eli.
Later, man. We did the thing.
We did the damn thing. All right, John. Like you tell me. As far as whatever else we were saying, do you have anything else to follow up on? Because I like this is to me this is interesting. I will always kind of have a good back and forth. So like I'm not done if you're not done.
Yeah, and kick me off whenever you feel like it. But I'm
get out of here, John. You son of a bitch. Get out of here. John, you got a Zoom? John, you got a camera or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You want to hop in on a Zoom? What do you think about that?
I could hop in.
You want to be wild with that?
How would you get me the Zoom link?
I have no fucking clue. Do you got a fucking Facebook or anything like that? You know what? I'll do this. Let's do this. Let's take a little walk on the wild side, all right? Listen, don't quote me here. Let me see. Let me get this. Can you copy shit in the YouTube chat?
Yes.
All right, let me do this. All right, I'm be a little crazy here. All right, be a little crazy here. Let's see if I can get here. Give me a second. Boom. I'm gonna put this right there. Bam. All right, that's in the YouTube chat. See if you can copy that. I pasted that in the. We might get a lot of crazy motherfuckers. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can put this in a fucking waiting room. I probably can't. All right, it's there. If you feel like doing the damn thing, let me know.
Okay, yeah, it's loading up right now.
Sweet. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I'm trying to see if I can do a little be a little more discreet about this. Give me a second. All right, we'll find out. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right, I hit join.
Yep, you're there. You're there. You're there. Let me pull you up on top. There you are, buddy. Look at that. It's John.
Yes, hello.
But your name says Ryan.
They're both pseudonyms for internet related safety protocol purposes.
Okay. No problem. No problem. No problem. So, you're as we were saying.
Yeah, so you're talking about like religion having their morality come from the Bible, right?
Right. I'm saying at the very least, if we're talking about ethics, at the very least, Christians get their ethics from the Bible, from religion. Whereas if you're saying if you're not religious, where do you get your ethics from? Besides your preference. And if it is your preference, if you just concede and say it's my preference, I have nothing. If it's your preference, then that's fine.
Well, the part that I'm confused about is how is our religious people not having a preference in their choice of morals, right? Like, what is it about the Ten Commandments and this book of God that's making it a different scenario that you're describing from being me having a preference of my morality versus than a Christian person who's picked the Bible? Why is that not a preference? That's what I'm not understanding. And I did arguably I'm disagreeing with slightly.
Yeah. I get it. And if at the very least we go with the Bible, there's a very clear thing, called the Ten Commandments. And in the Bible, if you are religious, it's not your preference to abide by the Ten Commandments. These are what you abide by. These are what you build your ethics around. If you are not religious, where do you get your ethical and moral high ground from to be a person, to live in this world? Where are you basing this off of?
Well, no, because it wouldn't. So I'll get into the question that you asked in just a second.
Yeah, no problem.
Wouldn't if you're not actively studying like the language that the Bible was originally written in, and like figuring out what the original Hebrew translation was, and traditionally abiding by those traditional values to a T, you're then choosing the preference of picking and choosing what functions of these 10 commandments that have been translated time and time again through so many languages.
Wouldn't you still be? Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm intrigued by what you'd still be.
Wouldn't you still be selecting from something from a religious background, though, regardless if it's Jewish, Christian, regardless if it was translated differently? Wouldn't you be still picking from something that says, quote unquote, this is the word of God? So wouldn't you be taking your ethics, whether it be Christian, Jewish, Muslim, you would still be getting your ethics from this base? Whereas somebody who says they're not religious, where do they get their ethics from?
Well, that's why. So now it's the same sort of thing. Like that somebody who doesn't get their ethics is then getting their from the Bible would be they're both sides are choosing preferences of somebody who's like, oh, I'm going to follow these traditional Jewish values, or I'm going to be a more progressive Jewish citizen with not following.
John, hang the phone for us. Hang on 1 second. We're gonna take a call real quick.
Call from
Lewis, you're live on Stuck in the Middle with Josh and John. How you doing? I think this might be a troll, John. Lewis, what do you got for us? Nothing. That's John. That's what we call a troll, where they just try to call in and just play something silly. I'm sorry. One more time. One more time. Go ahead and say what you're saying.
Okay, so like that's you said, people choosing Judaism versus Muslim faith versus Christianity, right? Like what but then the preferences that people who don't
Yeah, unmute. I forgot I had you on call, and I'm gonna unmute you on call, and we're gonna go video. Are you there? Ask to unmute. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Talk at me. I mean, you can call back.
Lost you.
Oh, no, I hear you now. I hear you. You hear me? John, I hear you. Talk.
Okay.
Talk at me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
I'm sorry, man.
So, no worries. It's how it goes. One long tech solving
yeah, I know.
issue. So with the religion thing, right? So again, I'm a little confused about when you say somebody who doesn't get their morals from a Bible or a religious text, how is that a different choice of preference than somebody who grows up maybe with Jewish parents and a Jewish mom and a Christian dad, right? And they then pick and go, I'm going to follow the Jewish faith. And then maybe they turn, like.
Well, you just kind of answered that, right? You just kind of answered that. Like they chose a different religion, and that religion has their own ethics. All I'm saying is, if you don't have a religion, where do you get your ethics from? That's all. That's all. I'm not saying, obviously each religion has their own ethics. I agree with you. What I'm saying if you don't have a religion besides your own preference, where are you getting your ethics from?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I guess I don't really know. This is a question that comes up a lot, right? That I've always tried to consider to answer. And I'm like, look, I get some of them from religion. I was raised Catholic. I believed in God for a while. And so that is where I got my base level of morals. But then as I got older into high school, I was like, oh, I can define morality. I understand what the word means. Like once you understand the rules, then you can break them, right? And it's like, it's like, okay, this is what I see this ideology as something that I should stick to as like a life virtue, like where I don't want to inflict pain on other people. And as much as that's probably truly come from the Bible and other sources, I do equate it slightly to, that could be a reality I've made up for myself, right? And so where I say,
so what you're saying though, if you don't mind, I'm not trying to cut you off. If you got more to say, please cut me off. Like, no problem. I'm not offended by that. What you're saying is though, that you started off with a religious base, and then you took that religious base and made your own preferences, because the people who stick with their religious and ethical principles, they don't move off from that. They stick with that. So you started with that, but then you took it upon yourself to make your own preferences beyond those ethical things that religion deems, quote, acceptable. Let's see if we got somebody else in here. We got somebody. Let me see if there's not a joker real quick, John. Let's see if we got somebody legit here or not. It says we got 3 participants, but I don't see the other person. Boom, where are you at? There he is. Let me see. Spotlight for everyone. And
hello.
God damn it. It's acting like a son of a bitch. Add spotlight. There we go. All right. Both of you guys are you here? Can you hear?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
John and Boone, can you hear?
Yes.
Hell yes. All right. Both of you guys are on right now. Please be kind. Please be cordial. What do you got for us, Boone?
Hey, James. Great conversation.
Thank you, Boone. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. No problem. We can hear you. No problem. We appreciate you coming on and trying to share your opinion. What do you got for us, Boone?
Definitely. Well, hello from South Africa, by the way. Great conversation.
South Africa?
How football you guys are.
Did you say South Africa, Boone?
Yeah.
Woo! Holy fudge. What time is it there, Boone?
It is 9 a.m.
9 a.m. It's just about 2 a.m. here. Son of a gun, Boone. Holy F. Good morning to you, sir.
Yeah. It's lagging a bit here. Let me just see what's going on. I don't know if you're getting that lag.
I can hear you fine for whatever reason. It's been going on. YouTube's been acting kind of crazy, but we can hear you perfectly.
Good.
We can hear you good, Boone.
So yeah, just on the issue. Thank you. Just on the issue of the Ten Commandments and that, I think it's important to remember that we have our morals in spite of religion, not because of religion.
Right.
So if you look at the Ten Commandments, for example, the original laws given in Leviticus and Deuteronomy and all that stuff is very different from the laws that we deal with later in the compared to the Ten Commandments. If you look at the Ten Commandments, I think 6 of them have to do with dealing with a very jealous God, basically a guy who's very obsessed with not worshiping other gods. If you look at the actual commandments,
right.
But our morals and everything like that we have today, the fact that women have rights, that gay people have rights, and minorities have rights, is in spite of religion. So if you look over the last 500 years, for example, I mean, if you had an out there thought 500 years ago, you got burnt at the stake. And now we've kind of moved away from that, and we've gone from this very draconian, backwards kind of society that was just run by religion to now a very free-thinking, liberal, forward kind of moving society. So this idea that our morals come from religion is pretty crazy. Our morals come from secular society, how we treat each other, the fact we don't kill each other for eating shrimp, the fact that women aren't treated like shit anymore.
What's
all those kind of moral that we kind of value is because of secularism, not because of religion.
What evidence do you have that our society comes from secularism and not religion? Or at least just one.
If you just look at your country, for example, America.
I mean, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not cover thy. I mean, a lot of those things come from religion.
Well, I mean,
it's important to remember as well that Christianity, Christianity is relatively new.
I mean, it's been around longer than Muslim religion. It's been,
So I don't know if you can even hear me at the moment, but yeah. So basically, our civilization as humanity predates Christianity by 3,000-4,000 years. It's quite interesting when you hear the topic of marriage come up, and people just assume it's this religious ceremony, which it's not. It's like a
Boone, can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just try and reconnect this call. I don't know why this lag is so bad. Hold on one second.
I think there's a delay.
Yeah, John, can you hear us? No problem.
I can hear. Yeah, he said he's going to reconnect.
South Africa must be fucking far away. You know what I mean? That's all that is. Yeah, dude, I love that Boone back. Boone come back. He was talking about the fact that it's more secular than it is Christian. I would love to hear some facts on that. I'm not
The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber I think would be a good book to take a look at. That would discuss those sorts of ideas. He wrote two good ones. It's David Graeber and David Wengrow, The Dawn of Everything.
And what year did that come out?
2020, 2022.
Okay,
pretty recent.
The Dawn of Everything. And what's
I highly recommend it. Super duper good. David Graeber. David Graeber is an anthropologist, economist, anarchist that discusses a lot of interesting ideas related to money and geopolitics. And so in that book that he talks about how the Western society has sort of, and all modern societies have kind of reconstructed history and painted this narrative of sort of what we're discussing right now with morality coming from religion, where Boone just came in and it was making the suggestions that this isn't really necessarily how society started to a certain extent. They theorize that there's a theory that religion came about because arguably children were asking so many questions. Like when you were a parent, like you didn't, and humans
Can I ask you a question though?
Sentient. Yeah, they would be like,
Would there
why is the sky
there-
blue? Why are the trees
Right.
green? Why is all this stuff? And they would just be like, God, I don't know. God, God does all that.
If there wasn't religion, would there be secular? Because the definition of secular obviously is activities or other things that have no religious or spiritual beliefs. So I
was gonna say we'd probably call it something different. It probably wouldn't exist as like an ideology, right? Like secularism versus.
But I wonder
theism.
though if some of the tenets, some of the obvious tenets of religion, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, like the obvious ones, would they still be around without that? Would they still be around if secular came before that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
it's hard
one
to
of
say.
the examples, I would say yes, and you asked for some examples. The law of Hammurabi, I believe, is one of the first texts. I believe it predates Jesus. I'm fairly certain, and people in the chat can fact check me on this one. And it was one of the first sort of. There's other examples that you could draw to, just they weren't written down. The law of Hammurabi was one of the first written examples, the oldest written example of a society writing down into law and one of the things was murder. One of the things is that you shouldn't murder and steal and stuff like base level.
At the very least, you could say then I get my ethics from the law of Hammurabi, right? As opposed that would be your argument, you could say, as opposed to I just get it from my preference.
Well, I would have gotten if you had let me just talk. I probably eventually would have gotten there. I'm not saying you interrupted me. I would have went on for 2 hours about it. But yeah, like I've looked a lot into this and like law, and I like to study like native societies because again, a lot of these societies have predated Christianity, predated Western influence, British, European, Spanish influence, right? For all this like colonization, and so. In these sorts of societies, there was great understanding of infrastructure, mathematics, geopolitical structures, physics, all of this sort of stuff. I mean, to be wandering around in the forest naked, at night, you truly have to have a good understanding of physics and reality and math and science to make a bag, carry fruit, forage for it, know what's safe, make something that's going to hold water. There's a lot of knowledge that goes into that. And this understanding of people coming in modern times and having created morality, created philosophy, created physics, created all these sorts of things it's accurate, but it's not the full picture. These, great mathematicians who had the time to think are privileged from what it was the society at the time, but we need a bit more of recognition to what's come before these sorts of ideologies, what's come before Christianity, what's come before. I mean, that the first 5,000 years is another Graeber book I would suggest looking at. Go ahead.
You could almost argue, I guess, at this point, because of how far Hammurabi predates Christianity, that Christianity got a lot of its ethics.
They
from
did.
that.
I would have argued that. Yes.
But in that sense, Christianity would still be following the tenets of that, and they're following the tenets of those ethics. So not a lot of people then quote that as far as their ethics. They just say, this is what I prefer. But what's interesting, though, is it is crazy how much older that is from Christianity. That's wild.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's super interesting. Yeah, it's a really good. I read them over. Whatever the loose translation of what it was. So they were suggesting that they were. It was pretty interesting. It got pretty in depth. It talked about like land rights and laws surrounding like multiple generations and years. So it was quite interesting to see. Again, very advanced stuff. Like to be.
But it also seems like one could also argue that the people of this time took to that as their religious code.
Well, so that's the thing. You could argue that, but the reason that it existed was more so for a court of law. It was chiseled into a stone that everybody could go to, which sort of made a sense of equality. You as a civilian, as a citizen of the society, could go to that code of law and be like, my human rights were stepped upon in this way because of this particular part that's written on the stone, and you would hold counsel in. I'm not 100% that that's exactly what happened, but I do know that it was written on a stone for people to go look at.
Right.
I'm saying that I think that would be a good, healthy, functioning society, and arguably like where things have started from, which would be more of a secular base, right? Where Boone was saying that these sorts of morality choices, preferences, as we've been talking about, right, have actually been the preferences of religious individuals have chosen to add certain things into the books that they wrote about the beliefs that they had, which came from a long history of
Heard. Let's see who we
human
got
civilization.
calling real quick. We got, suspected spam caller.
Call from
Thomas Blaine. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing real good.
Glad to hear from you. What do you got for us?
Conversation.
What do you got for us tonight on Stuck in the Middle, sir?
Okay. I'm just listening to the other gentleman, and he's kind of fishing for and wondering about, where do the ethics come from? We're saying that the Christians, they have their ethics, correct?
Right.
According to and the point that you're bringing up, which is true, it's based solidly in what they are just know as truth. Okay, they're not basing it upon, because I let's say with the preference aspect of it. Okay, thou shalt not commit adultery.
Right.
Any man would have a preference to commit adultery, just from the physical aspect of how we're made. But he doesn't go according to his preference, because the word is just solid, saying that'll lead to death. Okay, or it'll lead to a separation from God. Okay, but in what he's speaking about on the preference thing, because he's like, well, what's this difference with the Christians or God-seeking people? And what I wanted to share on that is that we can take one guy in the Bible, okay, which was Paul, wrote the book of Romans and a lot of letters in the Bible. Okay, he lived according to the law of the word. Okay, and it wasn't his preference, but he did it because he knew it was the law. And yet he says at one point when he's talking to the Christians, he's saying, I lived according to the law, but the law crucified me. Okay, so he himself is saying, I wanted to live according to the law, but in reality, my preferences were contrary to the law, and the law itself actually killed me. And then he said, but the law is what brings me to the knowledge of that God is good. And he says, and woe am I, because I couldn't fulfill the law. Okay, now I'm gonna jump to a couple of, because there's
Can I ask you though, real quick, if you don't mind, because like the whole thing that that John's bringing up is that the Code of Hammurabi predates Christianity, and I'm talking about ethics. And in the Code of Hammurabi, they say, and this is as far as what Hammurabi says, they say theft and robbery, stealing from a temple, or receiving stolen goods results in death. They say debt. If a natural disaster destroys crops, the debtor doesn't have to pay rent for that year. They say family law. If a man puts out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. They say liability and legal procedures. If a judge makes an error in a judgment, they are to be removed. And then last but not least, they say protection of property. If a man helps a slave escape, he shall be executed. That's not Christian. But, I mean, there are, all John's point is there are a few things that seem like they are in agreement with Christianity, but they also predate it just a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
That's what I was going to go to next here. Okay, is that in different stages of the Bible, and the age of a man, is that we go from a period as a child as innocence. Okay.
Right.
And then we come into another stage of life where we live according to our conscience. Like the what you're talking about right now is there's a lot of societies that have had laws, okay, and according to their conscience, they try and fulfill those laws. There has to be a structure of law in order to maintain the society. Otherwise, society would just be a total chaos.
There's nothing
Okay,
enforcing those laws.
There is, though. It depends upon the conscience.
Right. No, like,
Let's not
but that's
talk
what I mean,
about
though. Like,
preference,
if there's nothing. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm
Okay,
saying, but if there's nothing enforcing those
but-
laws, that's what you mean. Like, that's like.
But there is, though.
No,
There is, though.
I'm not. I'm saying if there wasn't, that would be what you're arguing against. You're saying there is something enforcing those laws.
Yes. And what it is, and it goes in different stages. One is conscience. As I grew older, I had a conscience, and I was aware of the laws that I learned in the Catholic Church, that if I crossed those laws up, then my conscience would make me go and confess my sins, because my conscience would speak to me to follow those laws. The laws that you're saying about the past religious person or whatever, you know.
So you're
you steal
essentially
something,
saying
get your hand cut off. Okay. Can I finish a little bit?
Yes, please. I'm just trying to. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So the thing is then it comes to a time and a place of where the conscience can get seared, because we find that according to the conscience, and it's my preference to follow my conscience to try and live within a spiritual structure. Okay. But then there's where we get into, like with Paul. Paul followed his conscience in following the law to the point of where he became Pharisee of a Pharisee, and he literally murdered a Christian because he was trying to follow his conscience in the law. Okay. And then it comes to a point of where it came to the end of him. Okay. And when it came to the end of him, that's when the Lord stopped him in the way, and he said, and Paul says he fell blind off of the horse, and he says, "Who is this?" And the Lord says, "I'm Jesus who you persecute." Okay, now here's where we go into the next step of it.
I just have to ask you, though. I have to ask you, though, because we're trying to follow something, and please forgive me. I'm not trying to be rude, but like the whole point here is we're talking about ethics, and we're talking about kind of like the history. And forgive me if I'm misunderstanding, but again, what John, and I'm kind of on your side here. I'm kind of arguing, Christian ethics has been around a lot longer. And what John has brought up is the code of Hammurabi. And some of these things predate Christianity. And all, I guess.
Yeah, that's okay, and I understand that. But
real quick.
Hang on one second. John's got something to say. John, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Okay.
Boone was asking.
Okay, what I'm gonna.
Hang on one
Okay,
second.
what
Let
I'm
John
saying
say.
is
Let John talk real quick because John hasn't said a word yet. Just
the
give John 1
Harabi
second.
guy.
Hang on.
Okay,
Hang on.
look.
Hang on. Just give John 1 second, okay, for me, please.
Boone has been asking for the Zoom link again to come back on in the chat there.
It should be the same link. It's the same link.
Logistics. The link he might not be able to scroll that far back in chat. I don't know.
Okay. Is that all you had to? All right. I'm sorry. Keep going ahead.
That was it. Yeah. Sorry. He was on my side. I wanted to back in here to help him out.
Okay, and I'm almost done right now.
No, you're good,
But,
man. Take your time.
Okay, here's the thing: is that when Paul came to finding, one, he couldn't complete the law. Secondly, he tried to follow with his conscience, and with his conscience, he did it to the extreme of where he became the Pharisee of Pharisees. But in following the law and following it according to his preference, or let's say conscience, let's switch preference for conscience, okay? Because his conscience told him he was doing right by the law. But then the law actually took him to where he took another man's life. So he was mistaken in it. And at that certain point is this is where I'm going to get to the final point, okay? And it's real short.
Yep.
Okay. So then when Paul says, well, who is this? And the Lord says, it's the Lord Jesus that you're fighting against. You're kicking against the nodes. You're kicking against the cart that you're trying to pull. Okay. And so at that time is when Paul accepted Christ miraculously, basically. Okay, but the thing is this: now we've gone from innocence to conscience to the law to our conscience in the law, and it was all death to him until they came to having relationship. And this is where even Christians themselves a lot of times are quote unquote Christians, but they still don't know him. And so they're going through the process of trying to follow a religion by their law, by their conscience, and it doesn't work. And so when it graduates into actually knowing the Lord, because the Lord himself says that the law, like Paul said in the Bible, he said the law isn't for me to be able to do my life right. The law is only there to teach me.
Are you filibustering right now?
I can't.
I feel like you're filibustering
No, I'm
right
not.
now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No. I'm sorry. We are a little. I'm joking just a little bit here. My apologies.
Yeah.
We just had somebody else pop in. Boone, what do you got? Do you have anything to say towards this man, towards this gentleman? You have anything to retort with? Are you here, Boone?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Boone.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so just two quick examples. I'm glad the guy mentioned Saul Paul, the hijacker of Christianity. Very interesting topic, that alone. But for example, if you take something like marriage, okay, the first marriage predates Christianity by like 2,500 years in Samaria. There's a business dealing, and it's weird how we all of a sudden just assume marriage is like this religious act when it's definitely not. It's a civil act. But I'm glad that guy mentioned Saul, because I'm sure most people are familiar with Saul, Saul who became Paul. This is somebody who never met Jesus. 7 years after Jesus dies, has a blinding light on the road to Damascus, changes his name from Saul to Paul, and somehow hijacks the whole of Christianity from Peter. Jesus left a very clear directive that Peter was to be the head of the church. Paul all of a sudden comes, never met Jesus, never met any of these guys, and just says, hey, you know what? I saw your homie, and he told me all of this stuff, and now I'm in charge. And a lot of the stuff that we see today in the Bible comes from Paul. Actually, far more comes from Paul than Jesus. Funny enough, like if you think of 1 Timothy, for example, the famous line about how women mustn't preach and must be silenced and basically must be subservient to a man, that all came from Paul. And
So
Paul
Boone, at the very least, Boone, would you at least say you get your ethics from Paul?
No, not at all.
So where do you base your ethics from though? That's the conversation though. Like where do you get your
ethics,
besides and if your ethics are just what Boone think is good, that's fine. Just let us know that. But where do you get your ethics from?
Well, I think it's logical, man, isn't it? Like, I mean, if you're sitting in a society that's killing each other, I mean, we as a species have been around for 250,000 years. The agricultural revolution, like 7.5, 8,000 years ago. But we as a species have been around a long time, and we've done amazing things, and we've conquered the globe before we had the modern technology that we have today.
Yeah,
And
but the
teamwork
human
and
species
cooperation.
has also done some atrocious shit, though.
No, completely. But I mean, in terms of societal norms, how you work as a society, how do you function as a society, I think we figured it out pretty quickly that if we keep raping and killing each other in these small units, it's not going to really work. So we had to figure out morals and how to work with each other and look after each other, look after the elderly, look after the young. These are all things that took 250,000 years of social engineering to kind of figure out. Yes, true, there's horrendous things we can come to modern times, but I think as a species, as an animal, humans only advanced where we did because we were able to work together and have a civil society, a secular society. We all have a common good. We're all trying to survive and grow. So I think there's naturally, as humans, I think we have that in us. Not everyone, obviously, there's murderers and rapists and people who are.
So you would argue that you would argue, Boone, that the ethics are kind of just instilled in us, and then so if that's the case, then what instilled that in us?
Just being around. I mean, if we kept raping and killing each other, we wouldn't have got out of Africa 250,000 years ago. At
So
some
you're
point, we figured out that.
So the claim is just because. So the claim is we got our ethics because we were just around. Do you have anything to support that claim?
Yeah, I mean, even if you go back to Sumeria, okay, can I just jump? Sumeria, for example, okay, the oldest known civilization. I hate it when people mention Sumeria. But if you look at Sumeria, China, India, the Indus Valley, even like wherever civilization kind of pops up, we have stories and morals and these things that get passed along. I mean, Sumeria predates Christianity by like 4,500 years. And there's morals and codes in there that got moved along through different civilizations, the Babylonians, the Neo-Babylonians, the Greeks. I mean, most of what we have out of Christianity comes from the Greeks. If people, the golden rule of look, be kind to your neighbor, that's a Greek thing that we all know about. Even the stuff that Jesus preached was all Greek based. I mean, this idea of hell, Jesus never talks about a hell directly. He never says, hey, you go to hell.
But wasn't like I understand that Samaria wasn't necessarily Christian, but wasn't Samaria Abrahamic?
No, not even close. I mean, geez, like we're talking about
really because
3,500 years before Abraham or Moses or anybody.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about essentially like what is essentially ancient Palestine? Are you talking about that area, the Samaritans? Like what are we talking about?
Well, that would be modern day Iraq and Iran, Sumeria. That was like the first civilization, right? But yeah, I mean, even if you look at, we know where the Hebrew people came from. There was the thing called the Bronze Age collapse in 1177 BC. It's one of the most fascinating stories in all of history. Essentially, these people called the Sea People come out of nowhere and just absolutely decimate the Middle East, completely destroying everybody. And that's where the Canaanites fell, and that's where the Jewish people came from. So if the Sea People hadn't destroyed the Canaanites in 1177 BC, the Hebrew people wouldn't have come out of, the Israelites wouldn't have come out of that. So we have a clear line of exactly where all this comes from in history.
But it does seem that Samaritans are very heavily, they are revolved or surrounding, orbiting Christianity and the Jewish religion, though, like pretty heavily.
Not even close. I mean, we're talking about 3.5. We are closer to Jesus than they were to Jesus. I mean, we're talking about like 5,000 BC here, like way 4,500 BC, like way before there was even the idea of Christianity or a Jesus or a Jewish person. So yeah, Sumeria and there's the Neo-Babylonians, the Assyrians. There's endless amounts of
Samaria is the Hellenized, is the form of the Hebrew name known as Shamron. I mean, so already Samaria is a Hebrewic name. It's already tied to religion.
Well, that's maybe where the name we attached it to it from. But the idea that like 3,000 years before there was a Jesus, or 4,500 years before Jesus, there were people who were figuring shit out. They were inventing beer, inventing agriculture, inventing writing. The Sumerians basically invented everything that we take for granted today.
It just seems like the start of something that was going to be religion. Like I agree with you that maybe it doesn't have anything in relation to the Abrahamic, the Muslim, the Jewish, but it does seem a lot of people draw their religion, their things from this Sumerian area, whether it be from Palestine and stuff like that.
So, I mean, you could say Christianity stole from them. But what's interesting is like the standard model used to be Sumeria is like what, 5,500 to 7,000 years ago, right? And that's kind of where it starts. Okay, 5,000 BC, say, for example. And now we know in Turkey, for example, we've got Göbekli Tepe, which is even 5,000 years older than that. And these guys were busy carving monuments of animals, like a lot of animal worship and a lot of like kind of stuff. Like it's really interesting how much further back it goes. So there's always somebody before. I mean, before Christianity, there was Judaism.
Right.
Before Judaism, there was the Zoroastrianism. Like there's people always before, and we just copying their stuff. The same way today, if you look at Christianity today, for example, these modern New Age singing, dancing churches and everything, like that is nothing of Christianity or Catholicism. Like that's not even close to the idea of what.
But are you aware that Sumerians did worship one God?
No, they had multiple gods. Yahweh. No, so Yahweh is a Canaanite god. So
but the point is they still worshipped God. So like this was the start of a religion, whether it be far from the Christian religion, whether it be far from the Abrahamic, the Muslim religion, it was the beginnings of a religion. It was the beginning of ethics that essentially started, hey, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that, because of this guy up here.
Something. Well, see, what we used to have is before there was this idea of like the spirits house, okay, for example, the Greeks, that God is in everything. God is everywhere. God is in the rocks. God is in the trees. God is in the water. That's how we kind of started out. And that's probably the most honest religion you could have. Like nature is our God, essentially. The sun is our God, essentially. And we went from that. And then we went from like multiple God system, like polytheism, where we said, okay, there's a God for happiness. There's a God for gambling. There's a God for football. And we tried to making gods for everything. And then from there, we dwindled it down a little bit more. And we're like, okay, there's not a God for everything. There's like a pantheon of gods. So there's like 10 gods, for example. And then we went from 10 to like 3 or 1, depends which form of Christianity you want to say. So there's a Trinity or there's just one a God in Christianity. But we're dwindling down to smaller and smaller numbers. But I think it's really interesting, just modern day Christianity, especially what happens in America there. When I see what goes on, as somebody who grew up in the Catholic Church.
I'm looking at it now. And it says, yes, the Samaritans worshipped one God, Yahweh, whom they considered the Almighty God of Israel. However, their religious practices.
Samaritan or Sumerian?
However, their religious practices differed from mainstream Judaism, leading to conflict with the Jews and making their worship distinct in the details. They believed in one God, one prophet, Moses, and one sacred scripture, the Torah.
You're looking up a Samaritan. This is a Sumerian. So Sumerian. That's Sumerian, not Samaritan. Like the Samaritans,
S-U. You're saying S-U.
Yeah, Sumer.
S-U. Okay.
Yeah. Sumerian.
S-U. Got you.
And
All
they had this.
Thank you.
If you seem like a guy who's interested in the world, there's a Sumerian book. It's the oldest book we know. It's called the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh. Do yourself a favor, man. You got to watch that story or read that story, man. It will blow your mind. To think that these guys were thinking like that, like 5,500 years ago, and the morals that are in that book. And this thing is, like I said, predates Christianity by 2,500 years.
I mean, even then, the Sumerian religion, Sumerians viewed their gods as powerful anthropomorphic beings who controlled the universe and human destiny. They believed humans were created to serve. They believed humans were created to serve the gods by performing labor and rituals, and that appeasing them was crucial to protecting against disease, flood, and drought. The relationship was maintained through temples, priests, and daily offerings, as the gods were seen as the literal rulers of their cities. Brother, they were religious. Boom.
Okay, hold on. So let's just open that up. There's no moral code in there. So like you say, I mean, there's basic things of let's not rape.
No, I never said anything about moral code. I said ethics, where they get their ethics from. Thou shalt not kill, you know.
But that was like just the gods. I mean, so they had a whole bunch of different gods that did different things, okay? So you would pray to different gods for different ideas and stuff, but there was no like overriding rule. You know what's really interesting about their gods as well? It's the first recorded story of Noah, so like the whole Noah's Ark story. That kind of comes out of the Sumerian tale, the Epic of Gilgamesh. So that was the first time that so basically their story is the gods make the humans to dig the rivers, basically the Tigris and the Euphrates, which runs on either side of Mesopotamia, where the Sumerians come from. And basically the gods make these humans to dig these rivers. But we start making too much noise, like we're too noisy. and basically the gods get tired, and then they send a flood to wipe us out. But in the process, he saves one man called Enkidu, who would be our modern Noah.
But that's
So
where they
interesting how,
get that's where they get their ethics from. So for instance, Sumerian ethics centered on justice, compassion, and duty to gods and community, emphasizing righteousness, honesty, and helping the vulnerable as seen in laws, like valuing individual circumstances and moral intent. Their key principles were God's required ethical living, justice, kindness, and viewing it as it is. But the whole point is it's religious. This is based on a religious ethnic thing.
This is very basic humanity, bro. Like,
but it's not though. But the whole point here is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is literally I'm not religious, and all I'm saying is the Sumerian thing is based on a god. It's based on religion. Right, which is not humans.
Yeah. But these gods aren't coming along and saying, "Hey,
that doesn't matter what they're doing. It's still based on a religion. It doesn't matter what the gods are doing." It's John.
Go for it, bro.
Okay, so I think a good example would be Native North American society. Boone, earlier you mentioned some stuff about like seeing God in the rocks and the water and that sort of situation there. And so the medicine wheel and Native North American society is a really good example of what you're asking as well. Middle, what? How do I address you? Sorry, what do I address you as?
Boone's good.
Who?
No, sorry. You the
Josh.
Stuck in the middle.
Josh.
Okay, thank you, Josh. So you're saying as well, like, oh, this has come from like sort of a god type of aspect, and so
I'm not saying it. That's what Sumerians are saying. Like they believe in multiple gods, and each god has a different purpose. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, and so I think I wanted to push back on that a little bit. This isn't like a direct counter to what you're asking, but this idea that like, oh, morality has sort of come from human experience.
Well, if you don't mind, what's the definition of religion then? If we're going to go debate this, and I'm saying like a lot of ethics come from religion, and we're saying the Sumerians believe in multiple gods. I would just like to know, for the sake of our conversation here, what is the definition of religion? I can give you my definition.
Can I just jump in on that?
I have a definition of religion.
Okay.
Religion is man's way of building his way to God.
John, Boone, you have any other?
I would say belief in a higher power at a base level. I'm curious. Now that I've said that, I'm gonna look up the definition of it.
I believe religion is the belief in the belief and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. That's what I think religion is.
Josh, can I just jump in quickly? Just when on my initial call, when I couldn't get through, I wanted to say something as well. Like this idea, we don't live in a religious society. We don't get our morals from Christianity. Just so we know that, we get our morals from secular society.
What's your proof?
To make the point of, well, it's just
this is what I wanted to. This is where I wanted to argue. Go ahead.
If we got our morals from religion, it's Sunday here today in South Africa. I would walk outside and kill anybody who's working, because it clearly says you put anybody to the sword who works on the Sabbath. Anybody I find wearing a garment made out of two different materials, I get to kill. Eating shellfish, dead. Like, if I actually got my morals, I would be enslaving my daughter.
I'm not saying morals. I'm saying ethics. And Boone, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but you just said we got our ethics from the Hammurabi. And then I did say that Hammurabi believed in religion. And I said the definition of religion was the belief in worship of superhuman and or powers. And now you're saying it's not the Hammurabi. So just like in general, just real quick, where do we get our ethics from then if it's not from religion?
From us, okay. Just think in our lifetimes, okay, gay rights, okay, for example. There was a stage 50 years ago, 60 years ago where it was wrong to be gay because of religion. Religion was saying you can't be gay, you go into hell, you should be punished.
If everyone was gay, how do we reproduce as far as a religious standpoint?
Well, regardless, but we as a society.
No, but that's a big thing as far as ethics go, because as far as the society goes, if we want to reproduce and keep going on, if people are gay, reproduction is hindered.
I mean, there's gay penguins. Gay is a part of nature. But even if you don't want to go gay, go woman, go black. There's all these parts of society where we would use the Bible.
But you can go woman or go black and still reproduce, though.
Yeah. But I mean, we didn't let gay people, I mean, black people, women, anybody. It was only us white males who were able to kind of do our thing. And society said no. Society said women will have rights, gay people will have rights. That's those secular values that come in. So the
Religion
Bible, we had the Bible.
Yeah, I'm not by any means. Am I saying is religion perfect? Very different. Hell no. I'm not.
Let me jump in on this one. Yeah, I think that at the base level, so what you're asking, Josh, right, to answer that, it's like man created this idea of morals, then created God, and just...
No, what I'm saying is man didn't create morals. You're saying
this
man
is the argument
created
I'm
morals.
making. Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm not saying that. Sorry, this is what the argument I'm making.
Heard.
Yeah. You're good. So man created morals, created God, and then attributed God to being moral, to being an ethical, moral thing. That's how then.
But like
this idea of, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, if we're looking at that, and this is going to sound contradictory, but logically speaking, how would man create something and then give it to God? That doesn't make sense. God would create something and then give it to man.
Well, no, because I'm saying God's not. Yeah, God's not real. And God,
okay. That's your okay.
No. God's made in our image.
Yeah, I mean that's
no. Technically speaking, we're made in God's image.
He's very insecure. He's the most human you could ever picture. I mean, he's the most insecure motherfucker.
I'm just saying, Boone. How religion goes? We're made in God's image. God's not made in our image. We're made in God's image.
In a religious belief.
I'm saying as how is a religious belief.
Yeah, but like logically, like arguably, factually, like there's no proof.
Well, it's not factually. That's more of an assumption because like you don't have.
That's what I'm trying to.
No, I'm saying, but you can't say factually though.
Based
that's
off
all.
of you're asking.
Well, what's the facts?
I am saying that. I know,
but then what's the facts?
The facts.
What's the facts?
Stuff in David Graeber's book, the stuff that I was talking about with Native American society.
No, but David Graeber's would be an opinion. What would be the facts that God was made out of humans?
Go ahead, Boone. So it would be the lack of like interference of a God that has happened, like the diversity of so many different religions.
Yeah, but the lack of something doesn't prove something. That's not a good claim. Like, what would be the facts?
There's still more to it than this, right? You
well, what would that be then?
But there's still more. Like, so it would be the historical context of
which is
all peoples around the entire world creating gods of their own interpretation and basing it off of stories that were that you could trace back, as we've been doing with Hammurabi's law. We could trace this stuff back to human history and look and truly find logically historical examples of what it is that's happening.
To be fair, you could look at that. To be fair, you could look at that in a different way too and say, when God gave the word, depending on the society, they translated differently.
Well, that's not fair to anybody because there's no proof that God gave the word to anyone.
What I'm saying is nor is yours.
There is proof.
Like,
there is proof, and the proof is the Hammurabi's law. That's what I'm saying. The historical
and the Hammurabi bases there off of what? Multiple gods. So they base it off of God. So it's not the case. Hammurabi religion is literally based off of multiple gods.
Can I just say, like, as well, where Christianity and the Judeo-Christian or Abrahamic religions are unique is this idea. It's like Jesus is the first time we try and make a perfect God in history, in human history. There have been millions of gods before him, and every single, like the Greek gods, for example, they were extremely flawed. They were like a cautionary tale more than like somebody you wanted to aspire to. Like, I mean, Zeus was raping everybody. It was crazy, like what the shit they went through. So if you look at the concept of gods, I mean, even Yahweh, who is the Jewish God, the Christian God, he was a Canaanite water god. So in Canaan,
what is that? What does this have to do though? Where people get their ethics from, though, is all I'm saying. Like,
but this idea that like the idea that if morals come from, what we're trying to say, it's a very human story. Okay, so people try, like Ryan mentioned earlier, by trying to explain things to kids. I think it's probably the best way to do it. Is like a group of people got together and were like, maybe if we don't kill and rob each other and rape each other, that'll be better for us as a society. But how do we convince people that this is the right way to do it?
We just agreed upon that they got that from the Hammurabi, and then we just discovered that the Hammurabi believes in multiple gods. So again, it goes back to religion. They base their ethics off religion.
Where did Hammurabi get their? Again, it wasn't written down. They're kind of the first example of
multiple gods, as far as what they say.
Well, and so I mean, but then those multiple.
Right now, you have to prove you are claiming this is not the case. So
I was about to ask you too. So you have to kind of prove your side as well. I am arguing.
I've been going with you, and my claim was religion, and you said Hammurabi, and I looked it up, and I agree with you. But then we looked it up further, and Hammurabi literally says the belief in multiple gods, and we went over some of their ethics based on their religion. So right now you're saying that it goes farther than that. So what I'm asking you is, now you're making the claim it goes past that. What would that then culture or religion be?
So Native North American society,
which is how do I look that up then?
Any part of I guess the first start would be to look up how old Native. Well, again, David Graeber talks about this in his book. Most of the Western sources of historical data will suggest that there was significantly less numbers of Native North Americans, less diversity, and smaller infrastructure, and that they weren't living in North America for as long as they were. They've been living in North America. There have been Native North Americans for the past about 200,000 years. A couple 100,000 years has a society lived in a very, again, geopolitically diverse society.
What is that? What does the Hammurabi have to do with North America now? Why are we going now?
That's
back
what I'm
to
saying.
North America?
You asked for an example of something even further back prior.
So now North America
have the same common goal. It's like, let's not kill each other. Let's, like, whether you go to North America, Hammurabi, Epic of Gilgamesh, you go to China and you look at the codes there that the Qin dynasty made. It's all the basic same things. How about we not kill and rape each other? Like, that is just a very human thing to think, I think.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but right now the furthest we've been going back is Samaria, the Hammurabi, and that still dates back to them believing in a higher power. All I'm asking is for further evidence that shows people who believe in hang on, I'm almost done. All I'm asking is for you to give me a different group of people who believe in what you're saying, who did not believe in a religion or a higher power. That's all.
Well, we're the first society since, like you could say the ancient Greeks to a bit, but they were still deists. But we are like the first society that has the tool of science.
I know, but what's their name though? What's the name so I can look it up?
Well, no, I'm trying to say this idea of why we attach things to gods. Okay. It's because we didn't understand how the universe worked and why we didn't understand how the world worked. Seasons, all these things were like a mystery. We figured it out and we were really smart, like the Sumerians, for example. But this is the first time in history, in the last 200 years, where we actually have the tools to explain the universe beyond fairy tales, where it's like, oh no, like God just made the heaven and earth. No, we know about like stars exploding and we know about the Big Bang, and we have mountains of evidence for it.
Boom.
So it's like, for the first time now, before that it was scary. We were like, we don't know what the hell we're doing here. It must have been hella scary as well, seeing this sky full of stars every night just moving. And it must have been like, how do we explain this? So making up stories and making up gods is a very natural thing. It's only since the Renaissance and like the cultural revolutions, like that we actually can understand the universe and explain it in a way that actually makes sense and we have proof for.
I understand.
So that's why
I understand what you're saying. Like what you're saying is people use religion and God as a way to explain things they can't explain. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And now we can actually explain them for the first time. We can actually like space-time.
But still, it's not proving the point to the Hammurabi and going back further than the Sumerians and how we got these ethics.
Like, once again, it's because if we didn't have these ethics, we would have raped and killed each other. We'd still be in Africa. We would have done. We wouldn't have done the mass expansion.
Right. I mean, I guess we could look at different religions and stuff like that, and who are still committing ancestry and still are who raping and still are doing some of these things who don't have a certain religion. So if everyone still got that message, why are there still certain ones behind that message then?
Yeah, I mean, it's true on both sides. I mean, there's incestuous inbreeding, like gross things happening with religious people and non-religious people. There's always going to be that little part of society.
Well, there's always the
Yeah,
exception for sure. I understand that, but like it seems like to me
I
that
don't think you need religion to justify it all the time, but religion is a very, very, very strong justification. So when you used to kill the tribe next door, it's because your God was right and their God was wrong. So like the morals that 90% of the morals that these gods have given us are not good morals. Like we shouldn't be following them. It's pretty gross. And like I say, over time, as a society, we weed out the bad things. We weed out the racism, the homophobia, all these kinds of things. Because at the end of the day, an inclusive society is better for everybody.
all I'm saying is like so far is like all I'm saying is so far is the only way it seems we've weeded out these bad things is because of certain religions. I haven't seen yet a secular group.
Certain religions.
Let's say it again.
In spite. Not because of, but in spite of certain religions. Like you need to understand that. It's a big difference.
And what would your example be? Like,
well, for example, like if a woman had a thought about like how the world worked, we used to just burn her at the stake.
Right, like what the Muslim religion does.
Yeah, I mean, everybody gets their time to be shitty. Don't worry. Like, trust me. If you want to be fascinated by any cultural group, it's the Muslims. Like during what we call the Dark Ages in Europe.
For sure. The Christian religion is a few hundred years ahead of certain religions for sure. I'm not debating that whatsoever.
Oh no. You need to understand something. Between like 500 AD and 1400 AD, at the end of the Crusades, Europe was a disgusting cesspool. Europe has been nothing but gross. If you look at even the 1800s, the British people used to just shit in a bucket and throw it out the window. We're talking about the 1800s here. They built like a sewer system to stop these people from doing it. At the same time, in the Middle East, these guys had medicine. They understood that the universe started from a finite point, that there's a speed of light. They had indoor plumbing. Like the Muslim world was a light years ahead of Europe. And what happened was at the end of the Crusades, the Italians went back to Venice and said, how about we stop shitting in the streets and how about we actually stop doing stuff? What about
Boone?
What about math?
Boone, are you outside or something? Are you outside? Is it windy? Or is that John? John, is that you? Who's so fucking windy right now? Is that the guy on the phone?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the Muslims get a rough ride, and trust me, all religions suck. Like I'm not saying that, but you seem like we're around the same age. Think about up until like in the 90s. Only time we ever saw Muslims was like at the end of Rocky with the Mujahideen, where they thanked the Mujahideen. But like it was only 9/11 they really tripped shit off. But trust me, Christianity has been way worse for way long. Like the idea that we are somehow better or more so, it's insane. Like the Muslims are going through this really shitty, patchy time at the moment. Now, I agree that not the best PR for them, but as a civilization, we owe them deep thanks for what they did. Even the concept of an algorithm came from algorithmy. Like your modern smartphone, like all the shit you have, like it comes from the math. Even modern math, combining algebra and geometry. That was the Muslims. They took geometry from the Greeks and algebra from the Indians and combined it. Like, so yeah, I just have to stand up for the Muslims there. Historically, we owe them a huge thanks, or we'd still be in the Stone Age.
Oh yeah, and like don't get me wrong, I'm not here to shit on any religion, to be honest with you. So yeah, no problem, man. Stick up for all of them. Again, I'm not religious actually. Like I was born Catholic, I got confirmed, my Holy Communion, all that good stuff. But then, as George Carlin said, once I hit the age of reason, I was like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I'm out. But listen. With that said, boys, I gotta go. You guys are
awesome. Thank you for the chat.
My co-host left long ago. I've been stranded here with some strangers, but I tell you what, I've never been in better company with people I don't know. Boone, thank you so much. John, thank you so much. You guys are awesome.
To you guys.
Thanks for having me.
Big love from South Africa.
Appreciate you so much. Next time, please, always feel free to call in. Always feel free to Zoom in. If we put out the link, you guys are awesome. So appreciate you so much. Both of you guys. You guys got any YouTube or anything you want to plug before I let you go?
Nah,
yeah, you can follow me on Twitch or YouTube. It's the same username. I spelled this wrong. One T. I'll type in chat there again.
Yeah, throw it up in chat there. I spelled this wrong.
All the best, guys. We'll chat soon.
Boone, thank you so much. Appreciate you for calling in, man. Thank you for participating. John, thank you so much. Thank you for participating. You guys are awesome. I spelt it wrong on Twitch. You can find him there. Appreciate you guys. Holy crap. What a show, huh? What a show we did tonight on this fine day of Saturday. Well, listen, There you go. Thank you so much for hanging out with Stuck in the Middle live on this. Wow, we went a long time, did we not? Holy shit! How long did we go tonight? Let me see real quick. Good Lord, good God, how long did we go? Oh my God, we went 5 hours. Oh my God, it's embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. It was a great time. Thank you so much. You guys are so fun, man. Listen, spread the word. Stuck in the Middle. We love hanging out with you guys. There you go. Yeah, like, subscribe, all that cool stuff. Until the next one, my name is Josh. My lovely co-host was Eli. You can find him on Progressive Patriot. It's at Progressive Patriot on YouTube. He does a lot of vlog stuff. He does a lot of fun stuff out there. So, yeah, man, y'all rock. Until then, we'll see you next time. Thank you to all our guests. Boone, I spelt it wrong. You guys kick ass. We'll see you next time on Stuck in the Middle. Later. Wait. Okay, later. You guys rock. We'll see you later. Have a good night.